us going, where you remind us that we do take care of our own, that we leave nobody behind, and that while we've been humbled, we have never given up. We are America. We can and will do this. In just a few minutes, Jill and I, Kamala and Doug, will hold a moment of silence here in the White House, the people's house, your house. We ask you to join us, to remember so we can heal, to find purpose in the work ahead, to show that there is light in the darkness. This nation will smile again. This nation will know sunny days again. This nation will know joy again. And as we do, we'll remember each person we've lost, the lives they lived, the loved ones they left behind. We will get through this, I promise you. But my heart aches for you, those of you who are going through it right now. May God bless you all, particularly those who've lost someone. God bless you.
All right, that was President Biden there commemorating and honoring the 500,000 Americans who've lost their lives since the start of the pandemic. We have this shot as well because he'll be coming out the front doors of the White House to mark a moment of silence with his wife, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, Vice President Harris, and her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. So we're just waiting for that. At the moment, you can see the White House here as well. This is a more aerial view with the flag flying at half staff to honor the 500,000 Americans who've lost their lives. We're going to go back to the other shot that we have. And once we get the 2-minute warning from our producers on the ground there, the President, the First Lady, the Vice President, and her husband, the second gentleman, will come out and hold a moment of silence.
All right, Army Dillon, CEO of Center for American Liberty. Thanks for
This is also coming on the day that the count that we keep track of here from Johns Hopkins University, as well as the Associated Press, confirmed the 500,000th death. And let's listen in here. All right, and there you saw President Biden, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, Vice President Harris, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. There they are still embracing there to mark the truly tragic and grim milestone as the nation passes 500,000 Americans who've lost their lives to COVID-19 since the pandemic began really in earnest last February and March. I'm just going to leave it on the shot here for a tad longer. We do have another shot of the White House, more of an aerial view that does show the flag flying atop the White House at half-staff. We knew earlier today that the Biden administration is asking people to fly their flags at half-staff for 5 days. Speaker Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Schumer will do the same at the U.S. Capitol, all to mark this truly tragic milestone, 500,000 Americans dead from COVID-19. And like I said, we are going to be moving on to some more stories, especially ones that we've been following, not coronavirus related. But right now, we do want to go back to this really stunning feat of human ingenuity by our amazing personnel and Americans there at NASA with the landing of the Mars Perseverance rover just on Thursday. And we're going to speak to Fox 5's Mac King out of our New York affiliate, and he earlier spoke with one of the engineers who's from New York, who was pretty responsible for this, what's known as this super cam, I believe. It's the camera that is capturing all the images on the surface of the red planet, trying to determine and distinguish the makeup of a lot of these rocks, these Martian rocks. So we're being joined by Fox 5's Mac King for the latest on this. Mac, can you kind of just walk us through, I know we were going to play out your package from earlier, but can you kind of walk us through this interview that you did earlier, and who exactly is it, the native from Queens who worked on this?
Yeah, so NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory assigns different engineers to different components of every mission. And as you'd imagine, there's a whole bunch of different components on Perseverance, but the one that he oversaw, he's the lead systems engineer for the Super Cam, which you sort of alluded to before. Definitely a camera, but it also has the capability to fire lasers at rocks and look for biosignatures on rocks. And basically that means they're looking for old life on Mars. We're not talking about little green aliens with blasters. We're talking about sort of microbacterial remnants of things that used to be living there. The rover landed in the middle of what used to be, or what they believe used to be, a very large lake. And so once they get all these systems checked out in the next couple of weeks, they'll hand this over from engineers to the scientists, who will then start using things like the SuperCam to take some samples.
And Mac, one of the things that stuck out to me was the fact that Vishnu is only 27 years old, and yet being so young, he was really involved in this truly history-making mission. Kind of walk us through his background. He's so young. How did he even get to NASA? I believe he's at the Jet Propulsion Lab there in California, but and he grew up in Queens. So, when you talk to him, what's next for him after this?
So, what were you and I doing at 27? I mean, I shouldn't speak for you, but I know what I was doing at 27, and it certainly wasn't this. He's a kid from Queens. He grew up between LaGuardia and JFK, grew up looking at planes. That drove him to go to high school at the Aviation High School in Sunnyside, Queens. His grandfather was a civil engineer in India. I think he engineered the largest dam in India, or what used to be the largest dam in India. So he does have some STEM background, but the Aviation High School drove him to what he called outside the atmosphere engineering, and he finds himself at NASA's JPL, which, a lot of the people that worked on this are kind of 20-something, mid-30s kind of engineers who are a lot smarter than I am, and they put this stuff together. And, just to give an idea of the kind of stuff they do, one of the components on this thing that he didn't actually work on. But when you see that parachute deploy, there's a howitzer on the spacecrafts that's launching this 150-pound parachute into the atmosphere of Mars, and it's suspended beneath it is this SUV-sized rover. And while it's hurtling towards the surface at like nearly twice the speed of sound. So the engineering here before you even get to the science is totally wild.
And Matt, kind of just walk us through, some of the more, bits and details of the interview. We were going to hopefully air your story a little later on the stream later tonight, because we've been airing the NASA briefing for a majority of the day here, and they're talking about they're just getting reams and reams of data already, just for 3 or 4 days after it landed. So, what was Vishnu kind of looking for? What is he? What is he looking for, as far as the mission is concerned, kind of maybe some of the scientific conclusions and data that he'll be looking for?
So, great question, and I asked the same question, so I'm not trying to shut you down here, but he's not looking for any science. He's strictly engineering. I had the same misunderstanding.
Okay.
So what he's going to do is, for the next couple of weeks, making sure all the different components of this supercam function as they should, and then he's going to hand this off to the scientists and literally be assigned his next project for the next Mars mission to start engineering. He spent the last 3 years straight just working on this supercam. And again, as soon as he's determined that it's functioned the way he built it to function, he's going to start working on the next Mars mission. Or the next, it doesn't have to be Mars, the next mission that NASA assigns him.
And Mac, just last question for you. Did you get a sense of, his anxiety? Was he nervous before all this? Did he want everything to go A-OK, go off without a hitch? Did he lose sleep before the landing?
Great question. So he obviously was not one of the guys that was tasked with building any of the components that would help this thing enter the atmosphere, deploy the chute, land on the surface. So that's all out of his hands. So he spent the last 3 years working on this component that he's worried might get banged up, first of all, flying through space for 6 months, and then the 7 minutes of tear when it's landing. And he was working from home in his Pasadena apartment, watching this live feed, just sweating, and wait for it to land. And he has to wait multiple days for the data to get back to Earth so he can actually determine that what he built is working. It does appear to be working. But yeah, definitely a pretty high anxiety.
All right, Fox 5's Matt King there, live for us, I believe, in the newsroom, just going over that Queens, New York native, Vishnu Sridhar, who worked instrumentally on that supercam that's been just showcasing so many of these images from Mars already. So, Mac, thanks for talking about your interview. We'll see you again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And we'll be following a lot more news as well, just on this rover, the Perseverance rover, going forward into today and the week. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. See you back here in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft here. You're taking a live look at the front of the White House there with just scores of candles lit up to commemorate and honor the 500,000 Americans who've lost their lives to COVID-19. We just showed you some of the remarks, all of the remarks from President Biden and the moment of silence he held with the First Lady and the Vice President and her husband there right in front of the White House. You're seeing it right there. I want to thank you, everyone, for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to be showing out some more of the COVID-19 task force briefing from the White House. We're not going to show all of it, but we did get into some of it. Then my colleague, Daytona Everett's going to step up here for just some more great content we have for you. So in the meantime, here is Dr. Fauci from earlier today with the COVID-19 task force briefing. Here's that.
Moderate disease versus therapeutics for moderate to advanced disease. Clearly, the strategy early on is to block the replication of virus and prevent it from going from the upper airway to the lungs and other organ systems. However, we have found through experience over the past many months that when one gets advanced disease, the hyper or aberrant inflammatory or immunological response gives as much to the morbidity and mortality as the actual virus replication itself. And in that regard, a variety of drugs have been tested. One, such as remdesivir, has gained FDA approval. Its effect is clear but modest. When regard to getting early intervention, monoclonal antibodies, both from Lilly and from Regeneron, have received emergency use authorization. Here again, the earlier one uses these, the better. These are as efficient and more efficient in those individuals who don't necessarily have a good antibody response. The same can be said of convalescent plasma, which has also earned an emergency use authorization, again, because of the variability in the titer of antibody in various plasma plasma aliquots. The issue here is getting this as early as possible. There have been a number of trials of a variety of antivirals or other agents that are off the shelf that have not been targeted. I'll get to targeted intervention in just a moment. And then hyperimmune globulin is also in clinical trial, and we await the results of all of these. With regard to therapeutics for advanced disease, as I mentioned, that is generally aimed at blocking an aberrant inflammatory or immunological response, as well as other pathogenic mechanisms, which are not necessarily that well understood. We have dexamethasone, a drug approved for many, many, many years, is the standard of care for advanced disease, particularly people in the hospital on respirators and or requiring high flow oxygen. Baricitinib and remdesivir have earned emergency use authorization, and a number of immunomodulators, including those that block a variety of cytokines and cytokine receptors, are currently in clinical trials. Can I have the next slide? The bottom line of what we need to do looking forward, and the clear need in this, is the development of potent antivirals directly acting on SARS-CoV-2, very similar to what was done with the highly successful drug development program for HIV, as well as for hepatitis C. And what I refer to is the future development of therapeutics will be based on the identification of vulnerable targets in the SARS-CoV-2 replication cycle and the design of drugs to inhibit these vulnerable targets. As I mentioned, we are beginning this, and this is going to be the direction of the future. I want to point out to the group that the NIH in April put together a treatment guidelines panel that is a living document of clinicians and people involved in the care of SARS-CoV-2 infected individuals who analyzed the literature as well as the now very common preprint literature and update it meaningfully in very frequent intervals. It is a living document. As I mentioned, there are 47 voting members of this. And since this was put online in April of 2020, easily accessible by COVID-19 treatment guidelines.nih.gov, there have been over 11 million hits to this. The reason we feel this is important, and I want to again bring it to everyone's attention, is that it is an easy way to get experienced clinicians to analyze data that's already in the literature, as well as data that is in preprint form and involved in just clinical experience. It has been very advantageous to clinicians, not only in the United States, but worldwide. And if I could have the next slide, finally, I want to just bring to your attention something that the FDA has done today in having a press briefing, I believe, at 1:30. I want to bring it to your attention because although they delineated the aspects of it, I want to make sure everyone is aware of the very important work that the FDA is doing. And that is, they are guiding the medical product developers by updating their guidelines on how they address the virus variants. And the products involved that are impacted by this updated guidance are vaccines, COVID-19 tests, and therapeutics. Why is this important? It is very clear that we are faced right now and will be in the future with variants that are already present, and that with all of the immunologic and other pressures that are going on and the high degree of replication throughout the world, that there will be the selecting of a variety of variants. We ourselves in this country are already facing variants that are having impact, such as the UK variant. We have the South African variant in our nation, and we're even having the evolution of variants within our own country. With regard to vaccines, the FDA outlines the scientific recommendations for the modification to authorized vaccines. In other words, we have vaccines that are out there that are highly efficacious. The manufacturers of these are going to want to know how they can address and modify their vaccines to address the ongoing evolution of variants. And we expect the manufacturing recommendations to remain the same, and the effectiveness is going to be determined by immunogenicity studies. In other words, likely not have to prove efficacy in a large study. The same holds true for COVID-19 tests. The updated guidelines describes the FDA's activities to better understand the public health impact on the variants and the impact on the test performances, and provide recommendations to the developers of these tests regarding the future genetic mutations and what they need to do when designing or modifying their existing tests. And finally, the same holds true for therapeutics, both drugs and biologics. The FDA will provide recommendations on the efficient approaches, how to generate data that potentially could support an EUA for monoclonal antibody products that might actually be effective against emerging variants, which obviously will be an issue because we already know, particularly that the South African variant is in fact obviating the effect of several of the monoclonal antibodies that people have developed. And former guidances on therapeutics will also be updated to address the evolving landscape of the COVID-19 drug development, again, in the context of emerging SARS-CoV-2 variants. In summary, the FDA will will give guidance to how these companies can address a problem that we know is with us already and that will be a problem in the future. I'll stop there and back to you, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Walensky, let's take a few questions.
Great. And if you haven't raised your hand yet, you can go ahead and do that. And that's how we can select you. First up, we'll go to Catherine Bond at Vanity Fair.
Thanks so much for having this briefing. It's very helpful. My question is, what is the Biden administration's policy for vaccinating federal employees? How are they prioritized? And a few other add-on questions. Do you know if the Biden administration's policy contrasts with that of the Trump administration regarding who was vaccinated when? And in looking for counting for the missing doses of vaccine, have all of the doses that have been administered to federal employees been accounted for? Thank you.
Okay, multiple parts of the question. I'll do my best to answer. As it respects federal employees, what I can tell you is that the federal government is following the ACIP guidelines. And if you'd like more detail, if you have more specific detailed questions on aspects of federal employees, frontline workers versus others, we will follow up with you and answer those questions. When you say missing doses, can you clarify what you're referring to, please?
Yeah, Dr. Walensky had spoken some time ago about vaccine doses that could not be accounted for. And there was a question of whether that was due to a lag of reporting from the states to Tiberius. And my question is, have all of the doses that have been used for federal employees been fully accounted for? And is there somebody whose job it is to track that?
So look, and Dr. Walensky, you can comment after me if you'd like, but I believe what you're referring to is a comment made some number of weeks ago, right after we arrived here. At that point in time, when we arrived here, about 46% of the vaccines that had been distributed to states had been administered. And so I think what Dr. Walensky was saying is we have a whole lot of vaccines that have been delivered that need to now be administered. Now today, that number is about 80%. So we were at 46%, and now we're at 80%. And we applaud the states and the vaccinators and everyone involved in improving that effectiveness. So I don't think, and again, I will invite Dr. Walensky to, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, that she was referring to quote unquote missing vaccines, simply that we needed to get the vaccines that had been delivered to be administered more effectively and more efficiently and more equitably. Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I think when we came into the administration, we had to make sure we could follow all the paths and where all the doses were. And I think we've done so just as you comment.
Thank you. Next question.
Next, we'll go to Chris Majurian at Los Angeles Times.
Hi, everyone. I was interested in your thoughts on the messaging around the vaccines. There's a lot of conversation about how you need to keep doing the same things even after you get vaccinated. You know, like wearing a mask, not seeing your family, things like that. Do you think that's preventing people from being more enthusiastic about getting vaccines? And may we see that change in the future?
Well, I'm going to invite both Dr. Walensky and Dr. Fauci to comment on that, and then I will as well if there's anything to add.
Yeah, I actually look, I'll start. Whatever. I'll start off and be very brief and hand it to Dr. Walensky. There are certain aspects of being vaccinated and what that means to you personally and your own personal safety and that of your family versus what vaccines will allow you to do in society. One relates to you yourself being vaccinated, and the other relates to the number of people and the relative percentage of people in society that will be vaccinated, because there will be things that you will not be able to do because the burden of virus in society will be very high, which it is right now. Even though we're going way down on the decline that Dr. Walensky showed you, we are still at an unacceptably high baseline level, with the 7-day average being quite high. So there are things, even if you're vaccinated, that you're not going to be able to do in society. For example, indoor dining, theaters, places where people congregate. That's because of the safety of society. You yourself, what you can do when you are together with another person, we are looking at that. And we're going to try and find out very quickly what recommendations could be made about what people can do. One of the things that's universal here that we know that at this point in time, it is unclear whether when you get vaccinated and you might be protected from clinical disease, which is the primary endpoint of the vaccine studies, that you could conceivably be infected, have virus in your nasopharynx, and at that same time have no symptoms, which is the reason why we recommend and say you still need to wear a mask. Because if you do have virus in your nasopharynx, even though we hope that when the data comes in, it's going to show that the very virus level is quite low and you're not transmitting it. We don't know that now. And for that reason, we want to make sure that people continue to wear masks despite the fact that they're vaccinated. So, Dr. Walensky, why don't you add to that?
Great, thank you. I will say we've already started to come out with some guidance that demonstrates a difference if you've been vaccinated versus if you haven't. So, for example, if you've been exposed and you've been fully vaccinated 2 doses, there is no longer a need to quarantine after you've been exposed. So we are starting to emerge with some guidance in this area, and more will be forthcoming. I would echo exactly what Dr. Fauci said. We are working on rolling out a lot of vaccine to a lot of people, and yet we still have a lot of disease, 66,000 cases a day. So what we might be proposing in terms of guidance will really likely be at the individual level and not at the community level.
Let me just follow up to make a broader point. The broader point that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky both alluded to this. The scientific team, the president as the scientific team, including prominently Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky, very much working together on those sets of recommendations. And I think it is in our interest to make sure they release information based on data, not on, to the tenor of your question, trying to convince the public of something that isn't necessarily based on data. I think that you will hear that consistently from this administration. I will tell you that people are interested in taking the vaccine in large numbers for the same reason people are interested in taking the vaccine for MMR and for the flu, because they want to live. They don't want to be sick and they don't want to die. And that is a very important benefit that people don't often talk about quite as much, but that the public, we believe, clearly understands. So beyond that, what we're able to do as a society, the scientific team is going to continue to study based upon prevalence, based upon vaccination levels, and based upon the data, and we'll come out with more. And there are plenty of commentators outside of the government that are, of course, expressing their own views and their own opinions. And so I think that's a part of the discourse, but it's not one that we are going to jump into too hastily. Next question.
Next, we'll go to Aaron Banco at the Daily Beast.
Hey there. Thanks so much for doing this. I have 2 questions for you all. The first question is about issues surrounding the CDC vaccination tracker. A lot of state officials that we spoke to over the past couple of weeks were dissatisfied with how their state was being reflected in that vaccine tracker. I want to know if there have been any steps to clear up that data, whether those concerns have been dealt with, and what the issue was there.
Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, thank you for that. We are actively working on the vaccine tracker. We recognize there are challenges in rolling it out, and we are working to fix them imminently.
Great, thanks so much. My second question is we hit the 500,000 mark today, or I guess late last night. Some officials and health experts have said that we are almost certainly undercounting COVID-19 deaths in this country. I wonder if any of you could speak to that, and whether or how confident you are in whether more than 500,000 people have died as a result of COVID-19 in this country. And I also haven't seen a mortality study done yet since the pandemic began. Is that going to happen, and when might that be published? Thanks.
Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can, even if we were perfectly precise in how we defined COVID-19 early on as we were learning about the disease, and we were accurate in our counting, I think we can sort of understand that there has been excess mortality from this pandemic outside of COVID-19 specifically. So people who delayed in getting medical care, many, delayed in coming in. So I think that when history writes this, we will understand that the mortality related to this pandemic is far greater than the numbers that we have been counting for numerous reasons. There have been numerous mortality studies that have been done, and I'm certain there will be more forthcoming because we are continuing to accumulate mortality, unfortunately.
Okay, next question.
Last question will go to Maggie Fox at CNN.
Thanks very much. Can I ask about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? If it wins emergency use authorization, what are the plans for distributing the initial supply? Have you got a number in mind for how many doses you think you'll have? And will they go to the states? Will they go to retail pharmacies? Will they go to some of these independent retail pharmacies? Can you talk a little bit about what your plans for that are?
So I think we're going to wait on that until after the FDA does its work, and then after the ACIP does its work, all consistent with our philosophy of letting the science go first. Once we understand what the scientific community has to say, we will then be in a position to answer, I think, the very relevant questions that we need science's advice on. And again, this is the president's directive to let science lead, and then we will rapidly follow that up with a strategy, both distribution and targeting and otherwise, that reflects that. Dr. Walensky or Dr. Fauci, are there anything you would add to that?
No, that's precisely correct. It's very important because the FDA is going over the data very, very carefully. They're meeting with their VRBPAC, and that in the data, there may be hints about just how this would be used most appropriately and most effectively. When we find that out, then the policy of the distribution would become much more scientifically based, as Andy has said.
And then right on its heels will be the ACIP from the CDC to sort of give some guidance as to how it should be rolled out.
Can I just follow up a bit, though? Do you have any idea of how many doses there will be? The science isn't guiding that. You know whether they're manufacturing and where they are in that.
Yeah. No, they've been contracted for 100 million doses, which we will hopefully get by the end of June, the beginning of July. The rollout of that, there will not be a lot of doses right on the heels of the EUA, but that will accelerate as we get into the months towards the contractual arrangement of when 100 million doses will be given.
Yeah, and we'll be speaking to that also. But again, we're going to wait for the FDA and the ACIP to do their work, and then I commit to you, you'll be hearing a lot more, presuming that the EUA is granted, and we're not, of course, going to take anything for granted, but presuming that that happens, I commit to you, you'll be hearing a lot more about all of those topics. I want to take the opportunity again to thank you for listening in to the briefing, and on this solemn day to encourage you to watch the president's remarks this evening with the vice president, the first lady, and the second gentleman. to remember the 500,000 people that we've lost. And we will look forward to bringing you more information later in the week, of course. Thank you.
And we did bring that to you here live on News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, carrying you through the evening tonight with Andrew Kraft. If you just watched, emotional moments at the White House. We have this live look of the White House. We were just bringing you those live pictures of President Biden honoring the 500,000 Americans that have died from the coronavirus. It's been a little over a year since the pandemic really broke out, and we're actually going to have a live report coming from our very own Jayla Whitfield as she talks about what happened tonight and also what the vaccine rollout is going to be looking like going into the coming weeks. Of course, COVID-19 pandemic not going anywhere despite all this breaking news we've been bringing you all throughout the weeks. Last week, Texas weather really hitting us hard. But we're going to kind of stay on this coronavirus topic here going into the evening. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, some interviews from our sister stations across the country, talking to Dr. Oz, talking about vaccine distribution, whole lot of useful information that you will need on your Monday night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox, a live look from the White House. We'll be playing out those remarks from President Biden a little bit later, talking about the 500,000 Americans who have lost their lives to COVID-19. And we'll be getting to a live report here in the next 15 minutes or so, but we want to bring you to some stories from our sister stations across the country today. Dr. Oz joined Good Day DC for his weekly checkup, and they got his professional medical opinion on what people can and can't do after getting vaccinated for COVID-19. So we'll listen in to that conversation and then talk about the federal vaccine plan.
It is time for our weekly Monday morning checkup with Dr. Oz, and he joins us live this morning. Good to see you as always, sir. So, today we're hitting a grim milestone, 500,000 deaths due to coronavirus. To put that in perspective, that is roughly the population of Atlanta, Georgia. Would you thought we would have been here at this point when this all started?
No, I don't think most of us believed it was possible. And a lot of folks were looking at those projections coming out of different think tanks and saying that's impossible. On the other hand, I do believe we've got a lot of great news with a 77% reduction in number of cases over the last 6 weeks. And I think one of our biggest challenges is because we're so shell-shocked from these numbers, we're underselling the solutions, including the vaccine, which it's so bothersome to me that we say, okay, you know what, finally some concession from the CDC that we can actually avoid quarantine if we've been vaccinated. But the data is pouring in from other parts of the world that we're actually much safer than you would think, even to pass the virus to others if we've been vaccinated. So the message we ought to be giving to America, I think, is, guys, we don't have enough data yet. And we just got burned with 500,000 Americans giving their lives from errors in how we perhaps managed this virus. However, the news is good that we have a solution with the vaccine. Keep getting it, and focusing on the fact that it will get us back to normalcy pretty quickly. And with this current drop, which is primarily driven by really being meticulous in our masks and our social distancing, we actually can wrestle this tiger down to the ground.
Okay, well, I'm glad you brought this up because there's all this discussion about what we can and can't do even when we're fully vaccinated. And, I understand the specifics that maybe you can still give it to other people, but isn't the hopes of getting the vaccine, like you said, to return to some normalcy?
Without question. And if we're not honest about that reality, people are going to throw their hands up in exasperation and say, well, why am I bothering with all this? And I think, again, it's scientists being super cautious, saying, yeah, theoretically, everything is going to be okay if you get vaccinated, but we can't see that yet. But let's go over some data points. AstraZeneca, one of the vaccines that's just being reviewed here, shows that COVID transmission rates go down 67%, go down by 2/3 if you've been vaccinated. We already know from the data from the US trials that if you've been vaccinated, 95% reduction of getting sick and almost 100% reduction in serious complications from people who've been vaccinated. We also know from the Israeli data that if you get vaccinated, there's an 85% reduction of infection after only the first dose. That's so powerful that the French now are saying, you know what, if you've had COVID, only get one more shot. So it means that we can get the vaccine out faster to more people. But we ought to be clear in what we expect to happen, and then be honest about the fact that we don't know for sure, but we believe over the next month or 2 or 3, we'll know for sure, and your life will be able to go back so that you can travel without hassle. You'll be able to hang with other people who've been vaccinated without issues, because neither of you are going to be at risk of getting a problem. You'll be able to alter your ability to go to public events. I mean, I wouldn't go mosh pit diving with your 200 closest friends, but you can do a lot of things. You've been vaccinated. And if we focus on that reality, people are going to be more enthusiastic about getting in there. Otherwise, vaccine hesitancy is going to become a big issue.
We're out of time. Just give me a yes or no. If your grandparent has been fully vaccinated, can a grandkid give his grandma or grandpa a hug?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Oz. I appreciate it and appreciate you as always. And just a reminder, you can catch all new episodes of Dr. Oz weekdays at 2 o'clock in the afternoon right here on Fox 5.
Well, great information right there from Dr. Oz, but what does this federal vaccination effort look like? I'm reading some statistics right now, and it's saying that there's been, in America, 64.2 million doses administered, doses recorded today, 1.1 million. 7-day rolling average of doses, 1.37 million, and the percent of population with at least one dose of the vaccine, 13.3%. So that's all good news right there. But our Fox 13 Tampa team goes a little bit deeper, dives a little bit deeper into this federal vaccination plan. And then we're going to play out that moment of silence again for you from President Biden at the White House.
You're watching Fox 13, Tampa Bay's #1 news station.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Chris Cato. Vaccine deliveries were delayed last week due to the winter weather, but the federal government says it's stepping up its pace in order to still meet or even exceed its vaccination goals. Let's talk about that now as our country nears a milestone that many thought just sounds surreal, almost 500,000 Americans attributed to having died from COVID-19. Craig Patrick in now with a closer look at where we stand in terms of vaccinations. Craig?
Well, Chris, even with the weather delays, the Biden administration is clearly on track to meet its goals. But there are a couple of reasons why the administration may want to and need to exceed those goals compared to what the president initially said on December 8th. The federal government has delivered 75 million doses across the nation, and more than 63 million have been given as shots. More than 43 million have received at least one shot. Nearly 19 million have received both shots. In terms of goals, President Biden promised 100 million vaccine shots his first 100 days in office. And he is on pace to meet that goal of 1 million shots per day. But for context here, Biden's goal did not significantly alter the pace we were already on under former President Trump. The Trump administration was averaging 966,000 shots per day in its final week, and the U.S. vaccinated 1.5 million the day Biden was inaugurated. And with that, we reached a 7-day rolling average of 1 million shots per day by Biden's second day in office. Now, as the virus mutates, the administration is trying to exceed its goals. And it's trying to regain momentum after vaccine deliveries were delayed last week due to winter storms. To that end, the federal government will open and manage 4 vaccination super sites in Florida, including one in Tampa at the Greyhound track on Waters Avenue.
These sites will have the capacity to vaccinate a total of 12,000 individuals per day.
And those 4 sites plus 2 satellite vaccination centers should open within 2 weeks. That should improve the numbers in Florida, which are already slightly higher than much of the nation. This map shows vaccinations relative to population. The darker shades of blue show a higher rate of doses administered. And on this map, the darker shades of blue show how many people have received both doses relative to their state's populations. Here we see Florida is slightly ahead of much of the South. USF infectious disease expert Dr. Jason Salemi maps out the Florida trends in greater detail. This map, for example, shows how many seniors have been vaccinated relative to the state's senior population. And it shows by those metrics the Tampa Bay and Fort Myers areas continue to lag much of the state. Overall, Florida has received more than 5.1 million doses and administered more than 4 million shots. That's nearly 80% of the doses it's received. And with that, you're looking at 2.6 million people in Florida who have received 1 dose. You've got 1.3 million who have received both doses at this point. In terms of the broader population, those 16 and older will at one point become vaccine eligible in this next round. And with that, you're talking about an estimated 17.7 million people who are vaccine eligible by age once their time, Chris, and their number has been called.
And so based on that, Craig, and on the current pace we're seeing, when will most people in Florida be able to get at least one of their first vaccine dose?
Well, of course, we don't know. It takes us into estimates, but the federal government, including Dr. Fauci, are estimating it takes us into April. That's the anticipated time frame in which eligibility will broaden to much, if not most, of the general population. But remember when it was offered to seniors, it took a couple of months for many, if not most, to be able to gain access. The same holds here. While eligibility will likely expand in April, it will likely take us into summer when they will, in fact, be widely available.
Meaning we may be able to register starting in April or May, but not actually get the shot until midsummer or so.
Hopefully, or try to register, which of course was a big problem, just getting registered, because there will certainly be a rush.
Yes, there sure will. All right, Craig Patrick live for us with the latest on the vaccination effort. Thanks, Craig.
And we'll have a live report coming up here in the next few minutes. But until then, I did an interview today talking about the mounting criticism that the San Francisco Board of Education has faced about their plan to rename 44 buildings in San Francisco United School District. Well, they're putting those renaming plans on hold. To talk about this topic, I brought on Harmeet Dillon, who is the CEO for the Center for American Liberty, and she has some pretty strong feelings about this as San Francisco schools are still closed.
Watching News Now from Fox, I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Harmeet Dillon. She is the CEO of the Center for American Liberty. Harmeet, thanks for joining us again here on News Now.
My pleasure. Happy to be here.
Okay, so let's dive right in. San Francisco is making headlines again this week. We've been talking about the reopening of schools, but now we're kind of going back to that storyline of renaming schools. Before, they were saying that they were thinking about voting on renaming 44 school buildings from the San Francisco School Board. Now they're delaying that vote. Why is that, and what do you see as the future of this vote here?
Well, when you look at the statement from the Board of Supervisors chair about the delay, you know, it's a really clever non-apology, and it makes the excuse of process and timing as opposed to the substance. It's the substance of renaming the schools in San Francisco, of erasing the history of former presidents, even of sitting Senator Dianne Feinstein and some patriots who contributed significantly to our city's history, and renaming them with woke names. They don't even really have a good idea of who they're going to rename these schools for. And so parents are outraged about this because their children are not being educated right now. And the Board of Supervisors has wasted its time on this renaming project and on deleting the history of merit-based admissions from our top high school, the Lowell High School. And so there's a recall effort going on. So when you ask why, the answer is that because parents are outraged and they're trying to recall members of the school board who led this effort, that is why all of a sudden they're saying, this is not the right time. We should wait until the kids get back into the schools before we do this. They are not saying that they aren't going to do it. They're simply saying that they're going to do it later. That's unacceptable. They don't seem to have gotten the message.
Yeah, no, we're seeing that they said they're going to push it back, like you said, until after they've reopened these schools. But that's a timeline that's pretty unsure even right now as well, right?
That's right. You have legislators who are beginning to hear loud and clear from their constituents that parents are outraged, children are committing suicide at a shocking rate in California and suffering every other kind of health disorder, from mental health to physical deterioration. And it's because the California Teachers Union, which effectively owns Democrat politicians in California, is steadfastly refusing to do their jobs. They're getting paid, they're not doing their job, they're demanding concessions such as getting to the head of the line for vaccination, even though the CDC and scientists have said that that's not necessary for schools to be safe for most teachers unless they're very elderly, which is not really the cohort that we're talking about here. And so this selfishness and this greed is really turning off parents across the political spectrum, which is why back in July, when the governor issued this order to shut down our schools, I, on behalf of the Center for American Liberty, sued the governor on this issue. And now others have jumped in. San Francisco's city attorney has sued the San Francisco Unified School District as well, making the exact same arguments, which is students have a fundamental civil right to education, which is being banned by the state. And, you know, for Gavin Newsom sends his kids to private schools, that's now allowed. So if you're wealthy and well-connected, your children may be able to get an education. Everybody else is basically back of the bus, and parents are not having it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we know what's been causing the delay of the renaming of these schools, but what is causing the delay of reopening these schools?
It's bad science. When you look at the position that the governor has taken in hearings regarding our lawsuit and other lawsuits regarding the schools, it is that the science dictates that schools be shut down. But that's false. And we have a panoply. I think our filings are like this. We have a panoply of experts who have testified to the contrary, including some of the top experts in the country at Stanford, and they are backed up by the CDC. They are backed up by the World Health Organization. There really is no controversy about the fact that children are neither susceptible nor likely to be transmitting this disease, nor is it controversial that the vast majority of teachers in our school system are not in the age range where they're vulnerable. So certainly we can make exceptions and accommodations for teachers who are physically vulnerable for whatever reason. That's easy to do, but what we are doing is imposing the cost of this wrong social policy on all of the children. These children will be permanently scarred. I mean, if I can just imagine going back to my school days, if I had been told in my junior or senior year, or even as a child, that I'm going to just lose a year of school, I would be a very different person. I would not be Harmeet Dillon, who I am here today. And so that social cost is being ignored in this entire situation.
I'm reading that there's supposed to be a vote on Tuesday on these plans to reopen the schools, and that has been a part of this lawsuit instituted by the city, saying that they haven't come together on a plan and they've been required to do that. Do you think that this plan is going to be pushed through? Do you think Tuesday could be a light at the end of the tunnel, or no?
I think not. When you see the most recent filings from the city regarding this matter, the teachers union and the school board are paying lip service to opening, but this sort of, as you saw the press secretary of in the White House say last week, sort of their idea of reopening is a few hours a week, and for some students. And in fact, the mandate from the state that's being discussed right now is to make sure that children who are in the legally protected category of being disabled get a few hours of education a week. It is not all children. It is certainly not, for example, returning children in sports teams to that, even though a judge in San Diego County last week just ordered that. So they don't get it. And in fact, it is shocking that government officials are kicking and screaming in opposition to doing their basic jobs, educating the children. You wonder, why do people run for the school board of San Francisco when they don't seem to be interested in educating children? The answer is it's a stepping stone for other positions in our state government. Many of our current elected representatives in Sacramento made their way through the school board of San Francisco. And so that's why, and it's a callous disregard for their duty, for the children, for their health, their mental health. And we aren't even getting into the misogyny, because in fact, it is generally mothers as caretakers of the children who are negatively impacted in their careers by this as well. So that's a whole other ball of wax that isn't even under discussion in this segment. But overall, I would say that the Brock versus Newsom, which is the schools case that we filed at Center for American Liberty, is by far the highest stakes litigation I've ever filed in my life. And millions of children are going to be affected by the outcome of it. And so in the Ninth Circuit, we'll be arguing that case on March 2nd. And hopefully the Ninth Circuit will be more receptive to the argument that children have a fundamental right to education in this country than the district court was in that case.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because apart from these lawsuits, parents are stepping up as well. There's Zoom-in demonstrations that thousands of students are going about. That means that they're taking their computers, they're going out to the parks, and they're Zooming next to each other, next to their fellow classmates. Do you think that this could make a difference, that their voices will be heard from the school district by doing that?
I frankly think that the only voices that are being heard by politicians are the voices of recall, the voices of election, the voices of taking them out of power. That is really all they care about, because since July of last year, the schools have been effectively closed. The schools and in fact, our former Attorney General here in California, Javier Becerra, is up for head of Health and Human Services. Mm-hmm. My goodness, the biggest science denier of all. He has stood in court with his colleagues, have stood in court and argued that the science is something other than what it is. They have misrepresented the science. They have disregarded the health of the students. They have disregarded the law. They have claimed that there is no constitutional right to education in the United States. This is a shocking position, particularly for liberals to take. They're usually the ones trying to find new constitutional rights. So, you know, I think that we have to hold them accountable. We cannot just sort of go along and get along. There are people who are vulnerable in our society. I may be one of those people. Certainly older people are. Children are not. And most teachers are not. And that is the science.
All right, Harmeet Dillon, CEO of the Center for American Liberty. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
You're watching.
So there you have it. The latest on coronavirus news coming out of San Francisco. We'll be touching on some of those stories a little bit later as well, but we're going to stay on some vaccine news. Vaccines are rolling out, but the fight against the coronavirus is not over yet. Although Americans are getting vaccinated across the country, the number of coronavirus-related deaths has reached an all-time high. We have Fox's Jayla Whitfield live with the details tonight. Jayla, good evening.
Good evening, and that's right. More than 500,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus, and the United States is the first country to reach this devastating milestone. Now, this is all happening as demand for vaccines is high and the supply is low. Dr. Anthony Fauci says up to 6 million vaccine doses were delayed after winter weather last week shut down vaccination sites in several states. He believes many places will be caught up with vaccinations this week, and he projects by this summer there will be enough vaccines to go around.
By July, we will have enough. We will have the 600 million doses that we contracted for from 2 companies. It is very likely that before then, we're going to start vaccinating people who are outside of the priority groups and essentially represent anyone and everyone.
Health officials are also keeping an eye on different COVID-19 strands. New York says they have detected their first patient with the South African strand. There are now at least 24 cases of that strand in at least 10 states, while the more dominant UK variant is now found in at least 44 states. Now, when we're thinking about how long will COVID affect our everyday lives, Dr. Fauci says that we could be wearing masks until 2022. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jayla Whitfield out there for us in Atlanta. Thanks for being with us on News Now from Fox. We'll talk soon, all right?
Of course.
And to honor all of those lives who were lost due to this COVID-19 virus that has really just shifted our lives in so many ways, President Biden at the White House honored all of them. So I'm going to play back a little bit of that coverage. We're going to head off into a quick commercial break and then go into some of the other news that's breaking here on News Now from Fox. Again, I'm Daytona Everett. You can give us a follow on Twitter at News Now Fox. You can find a lot of our interviews and breaking news events that happen on there. But like I said, we'll just play this out real quick. And back out to the White House we go. This is a live look here after that extremely emotional moment, honoring again the 500,000 plus lives lost to COVID-19, but hopefully a glimmer of hope with these vaccines being distributed throughout each state. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we're stepping away from coronavirus and going into some of the relief in Texas following those winter storms last week. We're hearing from officials out there, and we're hearing from people who experienced it. A mother of 2 in San Antonio who had her life turned upside down because of the storms. That's after the break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, a live look from the White House right there as we brought you the remarks from President Biden taking that moment of silence. But I want to bring to you Mayor Turner, the mayor of Houston, share some details about the Greater Houston 2021 Winter Storm Relief Fund, which is going to solely focus on relief for all those Texas residents out there and recovery efforts across the city of Houston and across Harris County as well. We'll bring that to you and then share with you some of the stories coming out of San Antonio, Texas. A mother in particular, our very own Pilar Arias, spoke with her about her experience last week. Water going out, power going out, and that was a similar story to a lot of residents out there. But first, Houston officials, very latest.
They cannot live in the home until it is repaired. And that is why today I'm announcing that together with Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, who could not be here today but is in full support, and this is a joint city-county effort, we have established the Houston-Harris County 2021 Winter Storm Relief Fund. The fund will focus on relief and recovery efforts across the city of Houston and Harris County. And I want to thank Dave Lazar, President and CEO of Centerpoint, who is here with us today for agreeing to chair this effort. I also want to acknowledge all the corporations and individuals who have made contributions to help us get the fund moving forward, to help our neighbors, companies like Reliant, the Weekly family, Shell Corporation, BP, Tillman Fertitta, Kroger's, and so many others. The Greater Houston Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Houston will jointly oversee and administer the grant distribution process with the help of a grants committee, which will include local philanthropic professionals. The foundation and United Way are now accepting donations online at www.winterstormrelieffund.org. That's www.winterstormrelieffund.org. Because of the immense need in and around Houston, the fund will focus on meeting unmet needs of families who need additional help to recover, supporting nonprofits who can help with plumbing and home repair, temporary housing, and other basic needs relief. The fund is dedicated to filling the gaps that may not be met by other local and federal efforts. And I want to thank people, businesses and others for stepping up. We learned after Hurricane Harvey that there were a lot of unmet needs. And while people wait on federal assistance, there needs to be a relief fund that steps in and to meet the gap. And we didn't want to wait in an ordinary amount of time to move forward in setting this up and getting things started. There is a tremendous need. I said with this group just before starting, I can recall a conversation that I had with a senior citizen. She had left her home to go across the street, seeking additional comfort when her lights went out. And while she was walking across the street, she slipped and fell in the street, bruised her ankle and her hip. But, she got herself up and she went across. And then not too long after, got a call from a neighbor on the other side of her home saying that he could see water coming from her house. The neighbor where she was went across the street and saw that her ceiling had fallen in and pipes had burst. In my conversation with the senior citizen, she didn't focus on the fact that a ceiling had fallen and the pipes burst. What she said, Mayor, my greatest thing that she was dealing with is, how do I go from here? What do I do? 80 years old, just didn't know how does she move forward. What I said to her is that we're all in this together, and we'll figure it out together, and we'll come together as a community to assist you and so many others that find themselves in similar situations. Today, Houston, Harris County, we come together to say to those individuals, to those seniors, the people who don't have insurance, the people who don't have the financial means, that just because the power is on and the water pressure is up, that we recognize that your situation that you are still in a situation where you're needing help, you're needing assistance, you're needing relief. and we don't want you to feel as though that you're in it all by yourself. And for that reason, I want to thank these individuals who have stepped up. And the good news in our city, this is not where people are stepping up for the first time. They've stepped up 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 times because we've been in this situation before. Regardless, some will say, Mayor, how many times? Well, whether it's 5 times or 50 times in this city, no matter how many times, we come together, we stand up for one another, and we move forward. And so I want to thank people. Bob Harvey with the Greater Houston Partnership. Thank you. Michael Hetman, chairman of Houston First. Thank you for being here. So many other businesses all across our city who are willing to step up. And I'm asking you, as the mayor of the city of Houston, I'm asking you to please, let's step up one more time. And I'll close by saying this, even in my own church. My pastor always says that blessings are given to those to whom you can send blessings through. And if you want to just have that greatest joy, the greatest joy oftentimes is not in receiving, but the greatest joy is in giving. That's who we are as a city. And so I'm asking people in this city, to the extent you can, if you will share just a little bit of what you have. For those who are struggling right now in our city and in Harris County, I'm asking if you'll do that and give what you can. Now, at this time, I want to invite representatives from the Greater Houston Community Foundation and the United Way of Greater Houston to provide more details, starting with Steve Mosselin, President and CEO of the Greater Houston Community Foundation, and then Amanda McMillan, United Way of Greater Houston President and CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. The Greater Houston Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Houston, recognized leaders in disaster recovery efforts, have been contracted to administer this fund. Both organizations have expertise in quickly identifying high-performing community organizations and providing detailed accountability to the community when the fund's work is complete. This effort is built on partnerships with trusted nonprofits experienced in disaster recovery. Working with experienced partners helps in deploying aid more quickly to those in need. GHCF and United Way are proud to partner with these trusted nonprofits across Greater Houston and Harris County, serving our neighbors with urgent basic needs. Guiding principles for the fund will include meet unmet needs for the most vulnerable, focus on transparency about the process, urgency and expediency for distributing dollars to the community. Consideration will also be made for smaller organizations that effectively serve hard-to-reach vulnerable communities, including organizations led by people of color and grassroots organizations that may have a shorter history of performance. Together, United Way of Greater Houston and Greater Houston Community Foundation have deep experience in our region. We are very familiar with the landscape and needs in these communities, have relationships with proven service providers, and can swiftly direct resources to community-based partners.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mayor Turner. Thanks for the county and for all the leaders who are here today. Dave Lazar, thank you so much for your leadership in this fund. The fund is one of many critical philanthropic efforts across Houston and Texas that are supporting those whose lives have been turned upside down by the events of the last week. Because of the immense need in and around Houston, this fund, as Mayor Turner said, is dedicated to filling those gaps that are not currently being met by local and federal efforts on an immediate and longer-term basis. We want to help as many Houstonians as possible while we can handle donations in the most responsible and transparent way possible. As Steve said, we want to fill the gaps, we want to do it with speed, and we want to do it with transparency. As the weeks and months of recovery continue, so will our efforts and additional rounds of funding to support nonprofits that are providing much-needed relief to Houston area families throughout this recovery process. Again, to donate, as Mayor Turner said, you can go to www.winterstormrelieffund.org. fund.org. As Steve said, the fund will be providing grants to nonprofit partners that are focused on helping the most vulnerable families recover, including households without insurance, who are ineligible for federal assistance, or who have unmet financial needs. As private funds are raised, the Advisory Board and Grants Committee are gathering up-to-date information on needs and gaps to determine eligibility, and that will be shared publicly very soon. There will be a concerted effort to complement FEMA federal assistance. So we encourage impacted families to please go ahead and apply for FEMA assistance. We want to make sure we take advantage of those funds available to us. The Greater Houston Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Houston, we will share all information about all grants publicly on its website and through other communications for complete transparency about expenditure of those funds. As Mayor Turner said, we are in this together. For those who are suffering, you are not alone. We encourage our neighbors who need help with basic needs and resources available to call 211. 211 is available 24/7, 365. And again, for information on the Houston-Harris County 2021 Winter Storm Relief Fund, funding that may be available to assist with plumbing and home repairs, you can also text Houston Freeze, so all one word, Houston Freeze, to 898-211. As soon as additional information is available on funding eligibility and criteria, we will text you with the information needed to apply.
Thank you both. Thanks, Steve, and thanks, Amanda. The intent is to be collaborative. So we've set up this advisory board, and at the same time, it's a collaborative effort between the Greater Houston Community Foundation and United Way. So the intent is to be collaborative because we recognize the immense need that exists in Houston and in Harris County. A fund advisory board has been established to lead fundraising efforts and oversee the grant-making process. Dave Lazar, CenterPoint Energy, will serve as chair of the advisory board, which will consist of 8 members. And those members are Rick Campo of Campton Property Trust, Jim Crane of Houston Astros, Cal McNair, the Houston Texans, Gretchen Watkins of Shell Oil Company, Scott McClellan of HEB, Attorney Jacob Monty of Jason Johnson, President of Metro National, and Bill Jackson of Harris County. The advisory board's charge is to raise money and direct efforts with a laser-like focus on home repair and related relief and recovery efforts. Today, I want to encourage everyone who can, especially our corporate leaders and business leaders and philanthropic groups, to please donate. We didn't want to wait too much time before making the announcement. We wanted to do this announcement now to put the call out. Many people were already on the margins before the storm due to COVID-19 pandemic, unemployment, and health concerns. It's been a tough last 12 months. It's just been a tough last 12 months. And now in the month of February to experience this situation. But as I've said before, since I've been mayor, I have seen storms come and I've seen storms go. And the people in this city continue to stand. We are a resilient people, and we are resilient people because of who we are. And we are hashtag Houston Strong. We are hashtag Harris County. And when we work together, we all can be in a much, much better place. So I want to thank everyone again. I appreciate you. Thank you in advance. Appreciate those who have not yet given but plan to give. And then what I would say to people who find themselves in a very tough situation right now, just know that we see you, we hear you, we understand and feel your pain, and we'll do everything we can to assist. Having said that, if there are any questions, we can take them now.
A couple questions from KTRK, the pool. I'm the pool camera today. They were asking, how is CenterPoint handling customers with exorbitant bills right now, and how many CenterPoint customers are on a variable plan that could see higher than normal rates?
Can I just stick it to the relief right now?
Sure.
And then just let me. I don't want to. I don't want to lose fight. We'll address all of that, okay? But let me tell you, right now, I'm standing for money. Okay, I'm like the pastor with the collection plate. Anything that's interfering with that, we'll hold on that later. But I'm asking you to contribute to people who are needing some help right now. You can't undo what happened last week. But let me tell you, even though you don't have to boil your water, that doesn't mean anything if you can't get water coming in because you done turned off your water because your ceiling has fallen in. Okay? You still need boiling water. Or if you cannot stay in your home and you don't have the money to go to a hotel or friends to go to. So that's why for today, if you will, we can get that. But for this moment, any questions relates to the relief fund. There'll be more information made available. But I would tell you, I am so delighted. And this is one of those times when the Great Houston Community Foundation and United Way working collaboratively, and then with this advisory board, and we just got some stellar individuals that are a part of it. And then those who are not even a part of it have stepped up and contributed, like Joe with Kroger, I can't say enough. And then with Bob with the Great Houston Partnership that's here, and so many others. It just shows a very unified and collective effort. Any other things? Because I promised I wasn't going to hold them long because I need them dialing for dollars. Okay? All right. Thank you all so very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Houston Mayor Turner right there talking about Texas and that recovery relief plan that they have set out for all of their residents. Well, Texans are still recovering following those winter storms that swept through the state last week. Many sharing their experiences now that utilities are back on, as well as what they hope changes in the future in case such a rare event happens again. News Now from Fox's Pilar Arias brings this amazing story to us of a woman, a mother of two, who really struggled last week. We'll play that interview out for you right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm News Now from Fox host Pilar Arias, currently joined by Cavett Thorne. She lives in San Antonio, Texas. Cavett, how are you doing?
Better than I was last Monday, that's for sure.
Speaking of, if you wouldn't mind taking us back, please. What was it like last week?
Well, we were anticipating some snow in San Antonio, which is very rare. I think the last big snow we had here was before I was born in 1985. So it was a big deal. It was happening on Valentine's Day in the evening, and my husband and I woke up our daughter at 11 p.m. just to see the snow falling. It was gorgeous. And we went back to sleep. And then 3 hours later, the power went out. It went out for just a little while. And then when we woke up again in the morning, it was out again. And that was the start of 3 days with no power.
So you have two daughters. One is a newborn, right?
Yes, I had a 5-week-old and I had a 2.5-year-old.
So what was it like when you realized that you were experiencing a blackout?
It was terrifying. I mean, you would think that, we really could sustain 6 hours of snow without having a huge blackout, but also having a newborn, they can't regulate their body temperatures on their own in normal circumstances, let alone when you have no heat in your house and temperatures are dipping below 50 degrees indoors. You can't take them outdoors. Really, the car and starting up the car was the only place where we could keep her warm. And it was terrifying as a new mom. And, you can't do the things that you normally do. You can't pump, you can't, eat the way you're supposed to. You can't do any of those basics. And we just didn't know when it was going to end. And it just seemed like a living nightmare for a new mom.
So you talked about what you did for heat, but what did you do for food? What did you guys end up doing?
Yeah, we were fortunate to have some food that we picked up on Valentine's Day, the day the snow fell. But we also fortunately have a gas stove, so we were able to turn it on to cook some food. But honestly, with 3 days with no electricity, the food in your fridge goes bad. So we put literally snow in the freezer. We took some food and put it on the back porch, like milk in the snow, to try to keep it cold so that my daughter could drink it. It was really kind of a survival of the fittest kind of thing, just doing what we could to make what we had last, because we also knew that once the grocery stores opened, it was going to be a nightmare, kind of like what happened when COVID started. And we knew it was going to be bad. So we just had to conserve what we could and eat what we could in our refrigerator.
Did you lose gas or water at all?
We fortunately did not lose gas and we did not lose water. My mother, however, who lives on the other side of town, did lose water, and her pipes also froze. So luckily her neighbor was able to bring her some water, but she had no fresh water for days. And I know that that happened all across the city. And then once we did get power, or close to getting power, we had a boil water notice. So we had to boil everything before we used it to eat, or, to cook our food or to brush our teeth or to drink. So it was pretty bad.
So you had never experienced anything like this. I lived in Texas for 5 years. I know that Texans aren't used to this, but now are things back to normal? What are things like right now?
Things are not back to normal. I would say, some schools are still out of session today and time for recovery. The grocery store lines are insane. I went to the grocery store this morning, even before this interview, and the grocery store workers are doing a great job, but there's still so many things that are out of stock. People are stockpiling toilet paper and water and eggs because they had to throw out all of the things that were in their refrigerator. So people are starting from scratch. And when a whole city does that, it's not going to be back to normal for a while. So when I drove around dropping my daughter off this morning at daycare, you would never know that it snowed by the look on the streets. But by the grocery store lines, by the things on social media, that it's going to take a little while for things to get back to normal. We're also waiting to see what our next electricity bill is going to be like. So it'll take a little bit, but we're a great community and we're doing what we can to get back to normal as fast as possible.
Had you heard of ERCOT or Encore prior to the storms that rolled through last week?
I honestly had not. I'm ashamed to say that I hadn't, but I learned really fast what they do and what their capabilities are. So I'm doing my research, but I had not. We have CPS Energy here in San Antonio. It's really our only option for energy. But I didn't know how closely, they rely on ERCOT and how that relationship worked.
What are you hoping moving forward? I mean, obviously we know that there's city, there's state, there's federal aid now going to Texas, but what would you like to see ongoing in the future?
I would like to see the city and the state really to be prepared for things like this. It wasn't a blizzard. It was 6 hours maybe of snow that completely shut the state down. So I know that there's going to be a lot of lessons learned, not only from a government perspective, but also from a constituent and community member perspective on what we need to do to be prepared. And I also would just hope if something like this again happens, even if we don't have the infrastructure, that they can warn us that this may happen. So therefore, these are the things you need to do to be prepared. But I think everybody was blindsided by it. And we were just fortunate enough to get groceries that day and have gas, but there were so many people that needed things that they didn't know they had to prepare for. And so I feel like if we just would have been warned that this is a possibility, as a community, we could have done better to prepare ourselves.
Is there anything else you want to tell me?
I think that's it. That pretty much sums up my experience.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Thank you.
And that's the story for a lot of Texas residents last week. Some power outages, some just issues with families, especially feeling for mothers like that who are not just dealing with themselves, but other people as well. Well, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick vowed to get to the bottom of the energy failure that caused Texans to lose their power for days. While speaking in Houston this Monday morning, we didn't play out the entire thing, so we're going to play out the whole thing for you right now. Patrick said that lawmakers have launched an ongoing investigation into the crisis and will not stop until they're able to pass legislation ensuring a failure of this magnitude doesn't happen again. So those remarks from Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick this morning. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more out of this deep freeze in Houston and the fallout that has followed it.
In a broad view, this is what happened at the beginning of the storm. We had been told that they were prepared. They were, a month ago, looking at a possibility of needing 57,000 megawatts to be prepared for the cold weather in February. The highest demand of power, to my knowledge, in the history of Texas was in August of 2020 during the heat of the summer, when the demand was 74,000 megawatts. And they were able to handle that, all of those entities I told you, with some brownouts along the way. Last week, when the storm started to hit and the temperature started to drop, the demand for power broke an all-time record for the winter in Texas, 69,000 megawatts of power. Around 9 o'clock that night, everything was working. We had about 70-some thousand, 72, 73, I don't know the exact amount, 72, 73,000 megawatts. So we were able to meet that demand. And then after 9, 10, 11 o'clock, when it even got colder, the system started to break down. And today, I'm not here to point fingers at anyone. I'm here to share with you so that you have confidence that we're going to find what the hell happened and fix it once and for all. But here are some of the things we know. You hear about wind in Texas and solar, the renewables. And you've heard that it's 23 or 25% of our power. And on average for the whole year, depending on the year, it's increased over the last few years, it's about 23% wind, 2% solar. But that's the average for the whole year. You don't have solar at night. You don't have solar if you have snow and ice on top of the panels. And you don't have wind if the turbines are frozen. And so Texas has been a leader. In fact, we're the #1 wind producer in the country and #5 in the world: China, US, Germany, India, and Texas. But there was too much reliance, it appears, going into this storm from ERCOT, depending on getting wind. They had calculated that wind might be able to generate, and again, we'll know the exact numbers later, and that's what the hearings are for, but maybe 14, 15%, maybe 12%. At times it was less than 5%, and I don't know that it ever got more than 8%. So you lost power from the turbines because they were frozen. And there's a lesson here, without getting into the politics of it, because you don't want to hear about politics now, but the lesson here for America and Texas is you need a broad portfolio of energy power. You need nuke, you need clean burning coal, you need gas-fired plants. You need the reliable / fossil fuel element. I've heard some people who don't live in the state say, well, if Texas had had more renewables, this wouldn't have happened. No, it would have been worse. Because if wind was only producing 5,000 to 7,000 megawatts of power, even if you tripled it, it would have only been 15 to 20 or 25 total. So the idea that renewables would have solved this problem is just, people are clueless when they say that. Because we needed 50 to 60 to 70,000 megawatts of power. And we'd still have many people without power if all we had were windmills and solar panels. So when the evening started, 69,000 megawatts of power was what the demand was. We had 70-some thousand. And as the system started breaking down, the wind stopped, the turbine stopped. And again, we weren't counting on them for a whole lot to begin with. And then power went out, including power to some of the plants in West Texas that produced the gas. And when those plants went down, pipelines froze. Natural gas doesn't freeze, but if there's a crack in the pipe and condensation gets in, that water freezes. Water that powers the plants, those pumps were frozen. The plants became frozen. And now we were down to under 50,000 megawatts of power at some point. Demand at 69, Availability 4, 5, 6, 7 hours later at 50 or below. ERCOT had to start shutting power down, or otherwise it could have created fires, explosions. It could have literally crashed the entire system, where we would not have had power for weeks and months because the time it would take to repair major repairs and to get those plants back up online. So that's kind of the big picture of what happened. I mentioned that some of the plants, their power went down in West Texas and other areas that would produce the gas to go to the generators that would create the energy. We have critical infrastructure, and I know when I was on the phone talking with various people on Monday and Tuesday, they said, Governor, the last thing that will go down is our critical infrastructure, because they try to keep the power on the grid for hospitals, our police, our fire. Well, one thing that's clear, you shouldn't be turning off the power for the people who are producing gas to go to the generators to produce the energy. So that's one thing that's kind of come to light a little bit. And once the power came back, then the production companies in West Texas or around Texas, the Eagle Shale, they were able to move gas to the power generators to create the energy. And that's how we kind of got back up and running. So that's the big picture on what happened. No excuses. There are no excuses. Look, we were told by ERCOT that they were ready. The suggestions we made in 2011, we were told that some were implemented over the years, and to all of us, it seemed to be working, because we've had some hot winters, we've had some winter storms, but we didn't have this experience. We might lose power again for 8, 12 hours in the summer or winter and rolling brownouts, but we never had this. So for the last 10 years until this storm, it appeared to be working. It obviously wasn't ready for something as severe as this. And we may not have weather like this again in the winter for 25, 50, 100 years, or we could have it again soon. So we have to be prepared for the worst of the worst and not say, well, gee, the system just wasn't up to it. So that's what we're going to be working on to fix this long term. And to do some of these fixes will take time and money. But what we need to do right now is to get our arms around the gas market. We need to get our arms around the issues that many people are facing who are on variable rate plans that are getting thousands of dollars in charges on their bill because the price went up. And that's what we're focused on right now. I was just literally on the phone a few minutes ago trying to work through that with the governor. I think we talked at 1 o'clock this morning. So we are very focused on the short term of addressing the gas markets, addressing those bills. But the long-term fix for this is what will be in the legislation that will take some time and some expertise. The bottom line is that we're going to find out what happened. We're going to fix it. And we're going to do all we can so this never happens again. One last thing on the committees. And I want everyone to, in this industry, and again, multi-levels, to hear clearly. We don't want, during these investigative panels and hearings, we don't want you to send in the PR guy or a middle management person. We expect people to show up who are leaders in their companies and the people who are the experts in their companies. And we will compel them with a subpoena, if needed be, to show up. We're not going to have anyone saying, well, gee, we can't make that hearing. Sorry, Senator. We can't make that hearing today. We will use the power of subpoena to bring people to the table to get the answers, because we must know the truth of what happened. Was there any manipulation in the markets? Was there any shorting of gas to sell it higher later? We don't know. But we're going to follow the evidence down every trail. The bottom line, they weren't prepared as they told us they were. And you were cold at night. And your water went out. And some people died in the storm because of a breakdown system-wide, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. Question?
Yes. You just said that you were told the system could withstand it. It didn't. Isn't the real issue here that the whole system has been more or less unregulated, that there isn't any oversight here, that they were warned, winterize the plants, winterize those windmills. They've got windmills in Antarctica, northern Illinois. Right. They work. They could have, they didn't. Is more regulation possible answer?
I don't know what the answers are, so I don't want to jump to conclusions. But what is clear is that what we recommended in 11, whether they implemented all of it or some of it, that not only were we told, but it had demonstrated that it was working, because we had not had this issue before. And so whatever should have happened that didn't happen, that's why I'm starting with a blank piece of paper. There will be no, here's an idea for you. There will be the word shall in the bill. I'm not putting a bill out in this session, as I mentioned, unless it addresses these problems fully. And is it some winterization or a lot of winterization? Is it making sure ERCOT doesn't turn off the power to the plants that's making the gas, which, if that's the case, is rather odd? Why would you turn off the power to a plant producing the gas in West Texas that needs to get to the plants that generate the power?
What plant are you talking about?
Well, I'm not talking about any plant at this specific time. I'm just telling you, as each day as we get information, we're here. We know a couple of things happened. Gas lines froze. Some plant equipment froze. People couldn't get back to the plants to fix it because the first 2 days they couldn't get on the roads either. We know that when plants went down, they had to be, in many cases, turned on manually. No one could get there to do it. So it's a combination of a lot of things. But a lack of preparation was the key, because we were informed they were ready for the storm, and they weren't. And again, I'm not pointing fingers. This is not the time to point fingers. It's not time to get into politics. It's not political. This is not a partisan issue. But I don't want to point fingers at people that they shouldn't be pointed at right now. I'm just giving you the framework of what we know kind of happened, and we're going to find out specifically what happened. I want to be sure there was no manipulation of prices in the market. There are a lot of people who trade in this and saw a storm coming. We're going to be looking at all of this. And again, if we can't get the right answers, we don't like and seldom do issue subpoenas, but we're going to get the right people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll get one more from you. One here.
Okay. Thank you. For one of my colleagues, who saying that those recommendations were made in 2011, why didn't the government go ahead and move forward with those changes mandatory?
Well, there's sometimes when you pass legislation, sometimes you can say you shall do this, and that's all they will do. And we'd rather leave it up in almost every case, whether it's the superintendent at the schoolhouse, whether it's someone directing a hospital, whatever the issue is. We oversee a lot of agencies. We make recommendations based on hearings, and we like for them to think they know more than we, because we're not experts in every one of those fields, and they will implement what we've asked them to do, and they may think of things that are even better to do. So sometimes you don't want to narrow it, because that's all they will do, no matter who they are. So we made the recommendations in 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Everything worked fine. And so at that point, and it's up to ERCOT to make sure those things were done, the PUC to oversee ERCOT, and they're telling us everything is running smoothly, everything has been running smoothly. One of the reasons, and our gas prices, our energy prices here in Texas are lower than many states, and one of the reasons so many companies are moving here is because our cost of energy is low. So we made those recommendations, but this time, after we have full and complete hearings and working with the House, there won't be, here's a suggestion. It's going to be, here's what we want you to do. And it won't happen overnight if we have to, whatever we're doing, and winterizing plants, winterizing lines, that will take some time and some money, but we're going to do it right. We're not going to take any shortcuts. And so that's the best way I can respond. Because as far as we knew, everything had been working. until it didn't. For 10 years. It's not like we made the recommendations last year. Working for a decade. And they said they were in great position this time. They were not. Last question.
So, we had maybe a week's warning that cold weather was coming last time. We know that something didn't work this last week. Are you going to start working today, tomorrow, next week to make sure if another system moves in, this next 2 weeks work is set for it?
It's a great question. I think what is a part of this, again, this is a no excuse. I'm just laying out all the information. There are no excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to fix it. And I'm taking responsibility as Lieutenant Governor to be sure that happens. I mean, the governor's taking responsibility, and so is the speaker. I'm just saying to the public, I'm putting this on my shoulders because this all happens through the legislature. And we're going to get it done. I'm going to set a very high standard to address all these issues. But one of the things, truthfully, when we have a hurricane coming, particularly in the Gulf Coast, I mean, you don't deal with those in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it's out there for 2 or 3 days. Weathermen are saying the storm is coming. And people buy plywood, and they fill up gasoline in their cars and in their generators, and they buy groceries, and they get water. This sure wasn't the weathercaster's fault, but I don't think there was a sense of a winter storm compares to a hurricane. I would call this, if we had this was a Cat 5 winter storm. And I think a lot of people had their guard down, knew it was going to be cold. I think, based on all the weather forecasting that I saw, turned out it was colder than they thought. It lasted longer than they thought. I mean, we had 10 inches of snow in Del Rio, an all-time record on the border. 2 snowstorms in a week you had snow twice in San Antonio, and you had temperatures here that we have not record-setting. I don't think anyone saw that. So I don't think there was that, I say anyone, the information we had. We knew it was going to be cold. We're going to be prepared. We're going to be ready. That's what they told us. I think the storm was worse than anyone thought.
So if one hits in 2 weeks, will we be ready in 2 weeks? Because it's still winter.
Yeah. Well, I can't tell you in 2 weeks what's going to happen. I can tell you that if we have more cold weather coming, and right now we don't see that in the long forecast, but if we have it, we will be better prepared this time than obviously we were last time. For example, if it's true, and I can only tell you what I have been told, that's why we have to get to the bottom of it in testimony, but if it's true that the power was turned off to those who produce the gas to go to the generators to create the power, if that happened, we shouldn't be turning off the power at those plants. That's number one. Again, you had, just real quick, you had demand at 69,000. We had 73,000 megawatts of power. And in 4 hours, we dropped down somewhere around 50,000. Each hour it changed every few minutes. We were on the verge of collapse. And so that's why and people say, well, Dan, why was it more of a blackout than a brownout? I don't know the answer to that, but I believe in talking to some folks who have to make those decisions, because the generators tell the Encores or the Center Points or the different companies here, you've got to, I believe, and by the way, Encore did everything they could, I want to say, to help get those plants back up. But at one time, they were asked to cut their power by 18,000 megawatts, and it's their decision to make it. And so normally you take some neighborhoods down and bring them up and move. Again, I don't know the answer, but some have speculated that they were a little nervous about taking it down. Would it come back up? So we better keep it where it is, where we even have more people out. I don't know the answer to that, but this was just a lot of issues. It was a perfect storm and a terrible storm. And we can't have that. We just can't have it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You ready, Stephen? I'll let you take everything down. We're going that way?
And we're moving into some stories coming out tonight about air travel mishaps, even from the weekend as well. We'll get to that in a second. But a Seattle-bound Delta flight was diverted to Salt Lake City this afternoon because of a mechanical issue. Nancy Vollmer, who is the director of communications for the Salt Lake Airport, confirmed that flight 2123 from Atlanta to SeaTac Airport was diverted to Salt Lake and landed safely. She deferred all other questions to Delta. The The airline released the following statement in response, saying DL2123 en route to Seattle from Atlanta diverted to Salt Lake City out of an abundance of caution following an indicator warning of a possible problem with one of its engines. The flight landed safely without incident and taxied to the gate without assistance. We are working to reaccommodate customers on a later flight. We apologize for the delay and any inconvenience. According to FlightAware, the flight was a Boeing 757-200. The flight was still set to land at SeaTac about 6 p.m., but it's unclear whether it would be on the same plane. Reports say there were 128 passengers on board. It's at least the second emergency landing for a commercial airliner in the United States in 2 days. On Saturday, a United flight headed for Honolulu returned to Denver International Airport after experiencing a right engine failure shortly after takeoff. And we actually have a story about that, this amazing story coming out from this weekend.
It happened about 3 minutes into the flight, and we was just hitting the clouds, and I was actually starting to fall asleep. So as I'm falling asleep, you hear the boom, and it didn't feel like something hit the plane, but it was a weird feeling. But and I looked to the passenger next to me, like opening my eyes slowly, and just had an acknowledgement, like, did you hear and feel what I felt? And he was like, yeah. And then I asked him, I was like, what are the flight attendants doing? Because I fly a lot, and that's the first thing, if anything happens on a plane, that's the first thing I look to, the flight attendants. And he said the flight attendants just did this. So I was like, oh, okay, all right. Now, on the left side of the plane, we really didn't know what was going on. So all the action was really on the right side of the plane with the engine that came off. And then the pilot came on the intercom, and he didn't sound flustered. He was just waiting to see what air traffic control says. And I'm saying, what do you mean waiting to see? You need to land this thing. And then he came back on maybe like a minute later, and then was like, yeah, we're turning around, going back. But I really wasn't sure we were gonna make it. I really was like, it was 50-50, just the way the plane was moving and shaking. I was making peace with everything. I really was.
I was wondering about that too. You have, close calls, or I don't know if you would even describe this as a near-death experience. What did that do to you spiritually, mentally, in the moment?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is this a near-death experience? I'll say this. It's probably the second closest time that I've been to death, I would say. The first time was idiotic and dumb, but this one was really out of my control. And it's funny, the first thing that was going through my mind was, I'm a spoken word artist, and I was thinking, man, I got 2 albums that are completely done, and the world hasn't heard it, and it's up there on my laptop in the overhead. And I was like, all I want to do is just release it. And I'm up there thinking, how can I release this real quick before something happens? And that's really what I was thinking.
You are a true artist, by the way. If that was the first thing you thought of.
That is one of the first things I thought. I thought about my family, and then I thought about my art. I really think the only reason why I wasn't more hysterical was because the pilot and the flight attendants, they were telling people to calm down, and the pilot sounded very cool and calm and collected in how he spoke to the passengers. We did not really realize how bad it was. Like, in the moment, I was kind of in disbelief. I wasn't scared or shook until we actually landed, and I got to see video of the engine on flames. And I heard the audio of the pilot calling in the air traffic control saying, Mayday, Mayday, emergency landing. And that shook me.
Do you think you'll be nervous about flying again, or will you research the type of engine that planes have and the plane that you'll be on? Like, what will be your next, I guess, move when it comes to traveling?
That's a good question because one of my friends actually asked me that. Nervous, maybe. Yeah, I'll be a little bit. I mean, I got on the flight 4 hours later. I'm in Honolulu now. No, I don't try not to live my life in fear of things that can benefit me for things that I need done. So I don't want to live my life in fear, especially with the odds of the plane. So no, that's not going to stop me from getting on another flight. This isn't something that is a common occurrence. So obviously they're going to investigate and find out exactly what needs to be done and find out all angles and what maybe went wrong and do their best to fix it. I mean, I assume that much.
There was pause with the inability to communicate with them because they were doing everything they could to get us safely back to Denver, and here we are.
Just absolutely amazing images and videos from over the weekend, that engine exploding over Colorado. Just momentarily here, we are going to have an interview, not with any of these airlines, not pertaining to any of the airlines, but pertaining to that Perseverance rover that was in fact successful. We're getting these first sights and sounds from Mars. I didn't think I would ever be saying that. But we'll have an interview with one of the engineers who made it all possible. It was a successful mission. So I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, the very latest here on News Now from Fox, talking about what we can expect when it comes to extraterrestrial experiences, possibly. We'll see you in 2. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. NASA's Mars Perseverance rover is providing its first audio recordings from Mars. There was a press conference that was held earlier today. We're going to play out some of these images for you, and then we're going to talk to David Gruhl. He is a part of NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. He was an instrumental part in putting together this rover. So we'll play out some of these images first, and then we'll be talking to David very soon here.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. Days ago, NASA's most sophisticated and capable rover to date landed on Mars, the Perseverance rover. Today, we'll see Mars like never before with new photos and videos. Our panel today will help us understand how Perseverance captured what it's like to land on Mars and what the landing site looks like. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva, and joining us is Matt Wallace, Perseverance Deputy Project Manager, Dave Gruhl, Perseverance Entry, Descent, and Landing Camera Suite Lead, Al Chen, Perseverance Entry, Descent, and Landing Lead, Justin Mackey, Perseverance Imaging Scientist and Instrument Operations Team Chief, Jessica Samuels, Perseverance Surface Mission Manager, Ken Williford, Perseverance Deputy Project Scientist, and to tell us what this all means for NASA and exploration, Thomas Zurbuchen, Associate Administrator for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. We will take questions during this briefing. If you're a member of the media on the phone lines, press *1 to be put in the queue. If you're on social media, use the hashtag #CountdownToMars. Now, to get us started is JPL Director Mike Watkins. Now, I will step aside for him to give his opening remarks.
Thank you. Welcome back to JPL. We have a jam-packed press conference today, and I was just looking at the team here. I think we're trying to add it up, maybe 100 years of combined experience with Mars rovers on the panel today. Now, we have been working very hard since we landed. The surface team has been getting the rover set up for the surface mission. They've been working Mars time over the weekend, making fantastic progress, and you'll hear about that today. You'll also see some brand new images and videos that we acquired over the weekend, or downlinked over the weekend. And these are really fantastic images of the surface of Mars and the rest of the descent imagery that we got a preview of on Friday. These images have always been part of the history of JPL. We have taken everyone along with us on our journeys across the solar system through the rings of Saturn, looking back at the pale blue dot, and incredible panoramas on the surface of Mars. This is the first time we've been able to actually capture an event like the landing of a spacecraft on Mars. And these are pretty cool videos. And we will learn something by looking at the performance of the vehicle in these videos. But a lot of it is also to bring you along on our journey, our touchdown to Mars, and of course, our surface mission as well. And these are really amazing.
We're going to get back to that just momentarily here. Super excited about this interview, though. We're going to bring in David Gruhl. He is a part of NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab and was instrumental in putting together this Perseverance rover. David, first of all, thanks for being here on NewsNOW from Fox, but man, I have a few questions for you. This was such an exciting moment for all of you guys, and I wonder if you can just take us through a little bit of that.
Absolutely amazing 4 days or so from the surface of Mars here at JPL. We started last Thursday with the exciting landing on the surface. And then that was followed very quickly with a lot of this high resolution video imagery depicting the vehicle descending through the Martian atmosphere and then touching down on the surface of Mars. And it has exceeded our wildest expectations. We were just hoping we get a little bit of data that the system would work just a little bit, and it's just been incredible what we've gotten. We're super excited.
Dave, we're just starting to get back some of these photos, some of this audio. What are your initial thoughts seeing and hearing all of this?
So the first thing that I saw was the still image that was taken from the descent stage looking down onto the rover as it was getting ready to touch down onto the surface. And it gave me goosebumps. All the hard work and all the effort that we put in for many years, not just myself, but also many engineers who are helping us make this happen. And then it just got better from there. The next day we got down the whole video that showed that same event. You could see in high resolution detail what it was like to actually land on the surface. You know, the joke started going around that, you know, I hope everyone is keeping their arms and legs inside the vehicle before they watch the video, because it really felt like you were riding along with Perseverance going for the touchdown on the surface of Mars. It's just been great. It's this video, then it's another video, then it's this video of the surface, and then it's audio from the surface. And it's like this nice little system we put on the vehicle as a nice to have has just been returning one amazing piece of information after another.
Yeah, I mean, as an average person, we all get excited seeing all this, so I can only imagine you. Was there any point through this process that you were afraid or nervous that something wasn't going to work out throughout the mission?
Yeah, actually, I'm glad to hear that you are as excited as we are. I mean, my wife often, I show her things at home and she's like, you know what, you guys are dorks. You know, you're engineers, you have different humor. That's not that big of a deal. But these things have been really, the videos as the JPL team has watched them has just, there's been such excitement. And we're all glad that as these are getting out, the public realizes that, you know, we're bringing them along for the ride. They're there with us too. And the fact that they're interested in it and they're excited about it too is just great. It makes us feel good and that we can share this with people. In terms of, were we nervous along the way? I think that once we got that first image back, I think that we had a pretty good feeling that the whole system was going to work as expected. It was kind of an all or nothing. Now, I say that, and it turns out one of the cameras that we did put on the vehicle did break. It stopped working, likely due to a very high dynamic environment that it was in. But when to me, it was all or nothing. It was either we're going to get just an amazing set of videos, or we're going to get nothing. And luckily, it was the former, not the latter. We got a great set of imagery that we can now share with everybody. And not only is it great to watch from an outreach and excitement point of view, we're learning all sorts of interesting things from an engineering point of view too. We're going through those images frame by frame. We're able to look and see where things didn't work the way we expected them to work. And that's great knowledge that we can use in the future to make our designs even more robust, resilient, and increase the chances that we'd be successful on future missions also.
How often can we expect to see images and audio coming from the rover?
So a lot of the videos that we collected during the entry, descent, and landing portion of the mission have already come back, and that's kind of what we showed today. We are working with the operations team to figure out what would be good opportunities to use that microphone. One of the great ones we're interested in is as the vehicle starts to drive on the surface and those wheels interact with the surface and they touch rocks and they scrape over rocks and they scrape on the sand. That should be some pretty interesting audio too. But the images and the stuff we have going forward, those are going to be taken by the engineering cameras and the science instruments that are mounted onto the vehicle. And those are going to be some great pictures of the surface themselves in super high definition with amazing color and just bringing people along for the ride as the vehicle is actually driving along on the surface and looking at scenes we've never seen before and checking out rocks up close and personal. There's going to be a lot of great imagery still to come from the Perseverance vehicle.
How long is it going to be up there for?
forever. Now, how long it's going to work for? Designed to work for about 2.5 Earth years. But, you know, as we've seen in the past with past missions, once we get them safely down onto the surface, history has shown that they have the opportunity to work a lot longer than they're actually designed to do. So the Curiosity mission, which was the precursor to Perseverance, you know, that's been on the surface of Mars, you know, for 8 years or so. And so we're hoping that Perseverance is going to have just as much longevity and continue to drive around and explore new places and get new imagery and make new scientific findings about Mars.
And when are you and I going to head up to Mars? When do we get to check it out?
I would love to be able to do that. I'm guessing that as my age has increased and I feel what it's like to be older, I don't know that I will get to see it myself. I would be excited if my kids actually, you know, would be able to see that first human walk on Mars. It's an incredibly challenging thing, but there's great things happening, and not only sample return, but you know, SpaceX and they're doing amazing things that they're looking to get people to Mars. And I would be excited and I would be happy if I could see someone walking on Mars in my lifetime. But it is very hard to get somebody there, keep them safe, get them to the surface, wait for the planets to line again, get them off the surface and get them all the way back to the Earth. That's someone can spend a lot of time away from home.
Yeah. What are you most excited for coming up next that we can all get geared up for and be able to show on our shows and talk to you again?
I think the next, well, while there's some great imagery, which is going to keep people interested and excited, I think the next big show coming from Perseverance is going to be the Ingenuity helicopter. They're looking right now to find a good place on Mars to actually put that helicopter down on the surface and then give it an opportunity to spin its rotors and see it lift off on the surface and do powered flight on another planet. And that's just like kids enjoy using their drones and stuff nowadays. We have a drone. It just turns out our drone is on another planet.
And I'm assuming you'll obviously be a part of that production as well.
I will be around, and that could be another great time to actually use that microphone. If we're not too far away from the helicopter when it takes off, we could probably get some great audio of that rotor spinning up and starting to lift the vehicle up into the air.
Yeah.
They've got to keep the two vehicles a little distance apart. We want to make sure that the helicopter can't do something bad to the rover if it goes out of control or anything like that. But we'll see how far we end up being apart and whether or not we could actually pick up any of that audio and we can share the experience together.
Dave, it's been so amazing and enlightening having you on the show. Is there anything else that you have to say about this mission and looking forward into the future? I mean, we're in 2021. It feels like a futuristic year. 2020 felt kind of futuristic, so this seems fitting. But any last thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think I'm continuing to be amazed. You know, 65 years ago, 1965, we got our first image back of what Mars might look like. And at the time, the engineers had to color in the picture that came back with almost like a color by numbers. And so I think about the fact that, you know, 50 years or so later, we're now sending high def cameras to the surface to be able to help us do science and look around and see what it's like. And it makes me wonder what it's going to be like 50 years from now. The advances are coming fast and furious. There's some real smart people out there. We're excited about what the youngsters, the kids in school today are going to bring into the equation and keeping them excited about science. And I'm really excited to see what's going to be coming up for us next, not only on Perseverance, but also for future missions that will explore Mars or other planets in our solar system.
So cool. So happy to have you, the brains who's behind all of that, and the rest of your crew out there in California. Well, thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. I know that you've got dinner with the family, so enjoy that tonight.
Great. Thank you so much for your interest, and have yourself a great evening.
All right. We'll talk soon, hopefully. So, like we said, really, really cool images coming out of, obviously, Mars. Wild to say. And we have more to be looking forward to as well as
These teams work hard for us over at NASA. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we're going to head back into that news conference there coming from NASA. It was a briefing about those images and audio that's coming in from those cameras developed by our guy Dave. And then we'll move forward into some other developing news across the nation as well. Some of these engineering failures, engine failures of planes that are getting rerouted across the country. That and more coming up after the break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Following some breaking news coming out of Santa Clarita here. Unfortunately, it looks like our chopper is actually heading away into the distance, or maybe they're just taking a look at some of the competition. Here we go. We got firefighters responding to a call of a car crashing into a preschool building in Santa Clarita this evening. Sky Fox is over the crash scene at La Petite Academy of Saugus a little after 5 o'clock. The preschool is located in Saugus, like we said right there. Officials didn't say how many people are hurt in the crash, but the crash remains under investigation. We're just taking a look at some aerials as of right now, but wanted to bring you that story here on News Now from Fox, because that's what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll keep our eyes on this shot here, but stay in California and head out to a coronavirus briefing we weren't able to get to with Governor Gavin Newsom, as he is talking about the latest efforts out there in the state, in the Golden State. So thanks again for being with us here on News Now. We're heading out to Governor Newsom.
I'm staying here for the press conference, yeah, as long as it goes on.
And so we are really excited about that. And I always tell folks that Governor Newsom and the state
Okay, will do.
allow health jurisdictions to start vaccinating teachers actually a month ago. And so almost to the day that the governor and the state said you can start vaccinating teachers, Long Beach moved and started vaccinating teachers. And that's allowed us to have a plan to reopen schools safely this upcoming month, next month. And we encourage and have encouraged all health jurisdictions to begin vaccinating educators across the state. And of course, every single day, we vaccinate those that need the vaccine the most, which are our seniors, our 65-plus seniors, and of course, many of them will be vaccinated here at the convention center later today. With that, I want to, as I introduce here our governor, I just want to note that Long Beach and cities up and down the state of California are fortunate to have a governor that answers the phone, whose staff is attentive, who gets us what we need. When our own city has had issues around a vaccine being late, or we need to ensure that second doses are met, it's been the governor and his staff that have ensured every single day that our operations have run smoothly. So he has taken a bold approach to this serious problem. We are still in a massive pandemic and crisis, but we're very, very grateful to the governor and his leadership and his plans as we reopen the state. And so with that, I want to go ahead and introduce Governor Gavin Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. It's an honor to be here and to see firsthand what we've all been reading about, what we've been talking about up and down the state of California, and that's leadership by example. People that get it, but more importantly, get it done. Long Beach has been a demonstrable leader in the vaccination efforts and our testing efforts. Throughout this pandemic, Long Beach has been a standout, an exceptional example of a city at scale doing remarkable things. I said to the team outside, that includes many of our National Guard men and women, firefighters, nurses now from all over the country that are also helping support these collective efforts, that success leaves clues. And we have been able to model the success here in Long Beach in other municipalities, large and small, all across the state of California. I've had the privilege of traveling to every part of the state. We'll be up in the Central Valley later this afternoon, make our way back into the Sacramento region. Yesterday, we were at a number of sites, including down in Inglewood, working to support efforts to advance the cause of equity, particularly in African-American churches, and make sure that we are meeting people where they are, including public housing sites, Boyle Heights, among other places in LA. Those efforts are being replicated here in Long Beach, not just at large vaccination sites, but small pop-up sites all throughout this community. And that's the kind of example of leadership we need to see replicated all across this state. As the mayor said, we now have vaccinated over 7.3 million people. In fact, in a few hours, that number will be updated. We're getting close to 7.5 million people that have received at least one dose of the vaccination. That's now more than country of Israel. There are only a few countries in the world that have vaccinated more people than the state of California. We're averaging just shy of 200,000 doses administered each and every day. About 1.4 million were administered over the last week. And while that's important and significant to highlight, it's also important and significant to highlight this stubborn fact. There's not enough vaccinations. There's not enough doses. There's not enough vaccines to accommodate the need and demand. Just at this site they're running about a third of capacity. Sites all across the state of California are toggling back based upon limited supply. That's a manufacturing issue. Manufactured supply in the United States of America is limited. And while it's good that we are administering roughly 200,000 doses a day, we're receiving just shy of that if you average the amount of doses we receive on a weekly basis. It was about 1.3 million we received last week. This week we anticipate receiving about 1.4 million next week, and we're very grateful for the visibility now from the Biden administration. We'll receive about 1.5 million doses of the vaccines. It's simply not what we're capable of administering, meaning we could do exponentially more, but nonetheless, we are seeing modest improvement week to week, and that's allowing us to not only take care of vaccinating the vaccinators and vaccinating our most vulnerable, our seniors, but as the mayor has been doing for now weeks and weeks, vaccinating our teachers as well, so we can get our kids back into in-person instruction, which is foundational and fundamental and critical to their social and emotional health. It's foundational in terms of getting this economy open. And if you care about women, you care about moms, particularly single mothers, there's nothing more essential and more important we can do to support working women and single moms in particular than getting our youngest kids back into school in cohorts where we can do it safely. And Long Beach is not waiting around to do that. This mayor has been doing that for weeks and weeks. 35 counties have been for weeks now administering doses of vaccines to teachers, but none at the level that Long Beach is doing. As a consequence of that leadership, they announced a date to reopen their schools for their youngest cohorts for in-person instruction. And I just want to applaud that. I want to recognize that. And I want to encourage that to be replicated all throughout the state of California. The state has put out guidelines that allow for safely reopening these youngest cohorts. We can begin that today. At the same time, we recognize we must do it safely. We must value our educators. And our educators are not just our teachers. Our educators are all the classified staff. Educators include the people that make schools work, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, our custodial staff. And that's why this state is prioritizing an additional 75,000 doses every single week. 10% set aside of all the first doses the state of California receives will be going directly prioritized to that cohort, to our educators and childcare workers, which are also essential to getting our schools reopened as well. So we're moving in that direction with clarity, with determination, but cities like Long Beach are not waiting, and we encourage others not to wait to prioritize this cohort, recognizing that scarcity is the limiting factor as it relates to the existing tiers and the need and desires of tens of millions of Californians to get these vaccines. Two brief final words. We're blessed as well to have some remarkable partners in this process, not just the incredible workers that are making this happen, this large site, not just the mayor, but Senator Gonzalez, who's been a real leader, not only in supporting the efforts on vaccinations, but supporting our essential workers and in making sure we're supporting our small businesses. She's been one of the leaders getting now $2+ billion in small business grants. We'll be announcing that, we hope, as early as tomorrow, and we'll start to distribute billions of dollars of grants, not loans, to our smallest businesses. We thank the senator for incredible leadership in that space. $3.8 billion she's advocated for to get in the pockets of some 5.7 million Californians, what we call the Golden State Stimulus, direct checks that will also be part of the package that gets done tomorrow. So I want to recognize the senator's incredible leadership. And then my friend, years and years, former Congresswoman, now one of the principal leaders on the LA Board of Supervisors, Janice Hahn, has just been an amazing partner and advocate. And when I say advocate, she demands more of all of us and she knows we're capable of doing better. And I can assure you, when Robert was just saying, the mayor was just saying about having access to cell phone, Supervisor Hahn certainly has access to mine, and she has been fierce in terms of her conviction, her faith and devotion to the cause that unites each and every one of us here today, including getting our schools safely reopened. I just want to applaud her for not being timid at a time when we need leadership, we need people to step up and step in, we need people with clarity and conviction, and she demonstrably has that as well. These are three remarkable leaders. I'm honored to be with them here today. I'm honored to be with all of you here down in Long Beach today. I want to thank everybody all across this state for their patience, their perseverance, and I've said this yesterday, I'll say it again today in multiple stops throughout the state, and I'll say it tomorrow in the upcoming days. We are making progress. There's not just light at the end of the tunnel, there's a bright light at the end of the tunnel. And let me just close by putting a punctuation point on that. 3.0% positivity rate today. Just consider 30 days ago, it was 8.9%, 3% today. It's a third of what it was just a month ago. A month ago today, we reported the highest number of deaths ever recorded in the state of California, 764. Today, we report tragically, still too many, 233 deaths, but a far cry of where we were just a month ago today. A month ago today, we were 23,000 cases reported of COVID. Today, just shy of 4,700, 23,000 to 4,700. 2 weeks ago today, our hospitalizations and ICU admissions were significantly higher than where they are today, down 41% and 39% respectively. 41% decline, hospitalizations, 39% decline in the ICUs. We are in a much better place than we've been in some time. Vaccination increasing, continuing to see a pace of reopening safely with the modifications, getting our kids start playing sports again safely now, competition, now opening up. But the fundamental reason I'm here, not only to celebrate success, but also to reinforce the example of leadership down here of reopening our schools and the essential importance that we place on getting our youngest kids in particular, our special needs kids, our foster kids, our homeless kids, kids representing the diversity of this state. Those youngest kids are not getting the quality education they otherwise would on Zoom school, as my 4-year-old refers to it. And that's why it's critical that we safely get them back into schools as quickly as we can. Long Beach is a model, and we hope to see that replicated throughout this county and throughout the rest of the state of California. With that, one of the leaders in this county, that's Supervisor Janice Hahn. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Newsom, for being here today in beautiful Los Angeles County and even more beautiful city of Long Beach. And thank you, Governor, for your leadership, your incredible hard work day in and day out for the people of California. None of us in elective office ever trained to govern during a pandemic. And the decisions that we've all been asked to make while we thread the needle between protecting people's public health and protecting people's jobs and the economy has really been untenable for all of us. You have shown great leadership. I haven't called you that many times. And thank you, Majority Whip Senator Lena Gonzalez, for your advocacy on behalf of all of our communities here in LA County. Yay, California, for the stimulus bill that you're about to pass and announce. Yay for California. Yay for the governor. Yay for Speaker Rendon. Yay for all of us, because you know what? We're still waiting for the federal government. We're still waiting for that bill to bring real relief. And by the way, what California has in that package has something for everyone. It has real money for people who need it desperately now. It has money so people can pay the rent, money for property owners so they can pay their mortgage, money for financial aid for our students, money for more food in our food banks. It is really an incredible package, and we thank you for doing that. And of course, thank you, Mayor Robert Garcia, and for your team here in your health department for really getting the job done and getting Long Beach vaccinated and beyond. We did just have an opportunity to tour the vaccination site here at the convention center and talk to the people running this effort. I talked to 2 school nurses here in Long Beach. School nurses are a rarity in themselves. These 2 nurses said what they're doing here, vaccinating people, was the high point of their calling as a nurse. That's how important vaccination has become, and Long Beach's vaccination effort has become a model. And because you've been able to be nimble and effective, you were able to vaccinate your healthcare workers quickly. Then you moved on to vaccinate seniors quickly. And now you're in the process of vaccinating childcare workers, food industry workers, thank goodness our dock workers, and our teachers. And I've been an advocate for vaccinating our teachers as quickly as possible so we could protect them and we could get our students back to in-classroom learning. And thank you, Governor Newsom, for your decision to dedicate 10% of the doses to our teachers. And that's going to be a huge help as LA County begins also vaccinating teachers and school staff next week. And even while they've moved quickly, Long Beach has been able to move equitably and have brought vaccinations to their underserved neighborhoods that have been disproportionately affected by this terrible virus. I would like to see a bigger allotment. I want to say this, Mayor Garcia. I want to see a bigger allotment of doses to come to you. You've shown that you take your doses and you get them out quickly and you move through all these sectors while sometimes the rest of the county seems to be struggling. I want to see you get more doses so you can help us vaccinate Signal Hill and Lakewood and Catalina. I would love to see you just get more doses. So, Governor, you and I are going to work together to get Long Beach more doses because they know how to do it right. And, you know, before I hand the microphone over to State Senator Lena Gonzalez, I just want to say how inspiring it is to see my friend Mayor Garcia leading this effort. You know, we've lost almost 20,000 souls to this virus here in LA County. 2 of those were his parents. And the grief that he must have felt, and yet every single day showed up to continue to advocate for testing and vaccines so that other families would not experience the grief that he did. That's inspiring. That's a hero to me. Thank you, Mayor Garcia, and thank you for hosting us today. And now I'd love to turn the microphone over to Senate Whip. What's your title? Majority Whip, Senator Lena Gonzalez. Take it away.
I know, I apparently got a lot of titles these days, but one title I do have is Mom, in addition to State Senator, and so I want to thank you, Governor Newsom, thank you, Mayor Garcia, and thank you to Supervisor Hahn. You know, as a State Senator, yes, I'm heading up actually after this to Sacramento to make sure we get the work done for the people of California, as the Governor alluded, and to ensure that we actually have resources and dollars in their hands to support them through this very challenging crisis and pandemic. And I really want to thank Governor Newsom for having the foresight to be able to help us through that. And as a mom, I'm very, very excited.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Going to cut in here and give you a little bit of an update on that vehicle that has crashed into a preschool in the Santa Clarita area. 3 are actually hurt right now. As you can see, firefighters are responding to the car, the call of the car that crashed into the preschool building. Again, 3 hurt at this point in time. That's in that right box right there. Still very little information on this. The crash remains under investigation. But just moments ago, the Los Angeles County Fire Department saying that they have taken 3 people to the hospital after this crash. We're going to continue to keep this coronavirus update up with Governor Gavin Newsom out of Long Beach from earlier today as we monitor these live pictures from our Fox 11 Los Angeles sister station, Sky Fox overhead. But we will be sending some of you off to this 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back here on NewsNOW.
Using mobile vaccine sites. I also want to thank the governor as well for having a mobile vaccine site in the city of Bell in the southeast communities, which is very, very important for LA County. I look forward to seeing the rest of these efforts, and then just call me up and let me know what I need to do to be able to work collaboratively to ensure that we have all of Long Beach vaccinated sooner than later. Now in Spanish, gracias a todos por estar aquí presentes. Soy senadora Lina González y represento el Distrito 33 del Senado de California. Estamos aquí el día de hoy visitando uno de los sitios de distribución, de vacunas de COVID-19 en la ciudad.
To know in all the other counties, like especially Lake County, when are they getting the vaccines and how they can work out through this process to be, doing so good as Long Beach right now?
No, I appreciate it. Look, I spent a good part of yesterday in the community. I noted where we were in Inglewood, Boyle Heights. We were actually at a public housing project at the Boys and Girls Club in the public housing project, disproportionately Latino, Ramona Gardens, remarkable community, knocking on doors. Talk about meeting people where they are. Look, at the end of the day, a lot of these mass vaccination sites are fantastic if you own a car. These mass vaccination sites are wonderful if you have access to the tools of technology to be able to figure out and navigate how to get a reservation. These things are wonderful if you have the privilege of even learning about the fact that they even exist. But for so many communities in this state, the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy, California, we have a special and unique obligation to meet people where they are in language, peer-to-peer, address vaccine hesitancy. One of the biggest issues yesterday in that public housing site was trying to combat all the misinformation about what these vaccines are and what they are not. And so what we've done, and I want to just be brief in response, but I also want to comprehensively respond because it's a foundational question. We put out grants to 110 CBOs, community-based organizations in this state, in order to meet people where they are, literally, not figuratively, not rhetorically, not as a platitude, but to truly, as trusted messengers, go into these communities, educate people, organize people, and encourage and identify sites to do pop-up and mobile operations like those we're beginning to put and to deploy all throughout the state of California. That's foundational. We also put up a dashboard acknowledging in the aggregate as a state that we're not close to where we need to be in terms of meeting our equity targets, not even close to where we need to be. We need to own that. We also, notably, and I'll conclude this question and response, operationalized last week, last Tuesday, 6 days ago, 2 large-scale FEMA sites in partnership with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, one in Alameda County and one in LA at Cal State LA. What is significant about those sites are the first partnerships with the Biden administration, doing 6,000 vaccines a day, but it's the proximity of those sites to our diverse communities and underserved communities that made them distinctive and unique, not just because they were the first federal sponsored sites. And second, they have a mobile component, and they're bringing these pop-up mobile units in and around those larger sites so we could substantively address the issue of equity. And that's just a model, another example of some of the efforts we're doing to address this fundamental issue of equity.
Governor Newsom, thanks again for visiting Southern California. Chris Sancarlo with KFI News. Couple questions. Number one, looking at what Long Beach has done successfully, you go up to 710 to Pasadena. They've been vaccinating teachers for just as long as Long Beach. The two things about those cities is they have their own health departments. You look at LA County as a whole, obviously a different situation. Does this show the need to reform public health in California?
Well, I have strong opinions about reforming public health writ large. In fact, we've put out some very dynamic proposals in this space. One fundamental proposal, it's called CalAIM. I'll spare you the details, but it is a once-in-a-generation complete reform of our Medi-Cal system, Medicaid, nationwide Medi-Cal here in the state of California, that foundationally goes to the core of that question and my response to that question in terms of provider payments and different strategies to incentivize the integration of brain health and physical health, and to restructure our approach to true community-based, culturally competent healthcare delivery in this state. But I think your example of some of that autonomy, some of that jurisdictional frame is the right question, because you're seeing examples, stubborn examples that are a complete opposite in terms of the burdens, the labyrinth that some others face as small communities as it relates to their county health jurisdictions, where they just don't have the privileges and opportunities of direct engagement. And so the answer is yes. I think it only affords further opportunity to underscore the need to comprehensively reform our healthcare delivery system writ large here in the state.
Good morning, Governor. Jaime Garcia from Univision. Let me ask you, can you help us to understand how this inequality, this difference between the vaccines to the Latin community, the African American community, and the white community are happening, and how hard it is for you to get from the federal government enough vaccines to satisfy the largest economic powerhouse in the country? Thank you.
No, look, I appreciate it. It's hard to, express the contrast to where we were 32 days ago, forget 3 or 4 months ago, as it relates to the relationship that we now have with the Biden administration, the transparency and the direct day-to-day, and I say day-to-day, direct day-to-day engagement with the administration, the clarity, the conviction, the transparency, the accountability, the honesty about where we are and where we're likely to be, at least with a window now of some certainty over a 3-week period, but even a preview, look into the future that we didn't have the privilege of with the previous administration. The bottom line is we built out a distribution system that's only limitation is supply. We have the capacity to get our goal is to build out a system with capacity to get to 4 million doses that we can administer each and every week. We, again, are designed a system that today has a supply constraint, and that's why we've only been able to achieve 1.4 million, because we've run out of supplies, and that's why sites like this have toggled back. They're not fully operationalized. So as Moderna and Pfizer vaccine are manufactured, more and more coming to the state, we'll be able to increase that throughput. We have J&J, we hope as early as this week, gets emergency use authorization. This will be what most of us will be covering in a few days, the likely emergency use authorization of the J&J single-dose vaccine. That then will provide us window and opportunities what those vaccine distributions look like into March. Here's what I think we can look forward to. We know we're looking at 1.4 million vaccines this week, 1.5 million next week. That's modest compared to what we've received in the past. But I'm very confident with J&J, the end of March, April, we're going to start seeing things really ramp up. May, June, July, game changer. All of a sudden, we're at a completely different level. So I ask people, mindful again of being optimistic, but not overly optimistic, that over the course of the next number of weeks, we're still going to be in a constrained supply environment. But over the course of the next few months, you're going to see throughput and opportunity to expand these tiers and expand availability and access, and to allow us to drive this equity, not just message, but to drive the administration of these vaccines with an equitable overlay that will truly do justice to the values of the state.
Good morning, Governor. Tony Ginyard, NBC4 News. Thanks for letting us ask questions today. Being realistic on the supply issue with the vaccine, we're looking at large sites in LA City having to be shut down, weather and shortage. Expanding eligibility on March 1st, is that realistic? And also, one component of the recall campaign that we've been hearing time and time again is the handling of the vaccine issue. Is it a distraction? Has it changed how you're moving forward? Thank you.
We're focused every single day on getting more doses into people's arms, and we've done that. Again, there's few nations in the world that have administered more vaccines than the state of California. I don't know any other state that's averaging 200,000 vaccine doses being administered on a daily basis. 1.4 million, again, just in the last week. We just 48 hours ago.
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft here. We are going to get out of Governor Gavin Newsom there, who's been speaking from Long Beach. That's not live. We were just airing that. Happened earlier today, giving an update on the vaccine rollout in California. But now we do want to kind of just transition stories here from one that we've been following today. And that's about the death penalty. And we were learning today that the state of Virginia has voted to abolish the death penalty. Just want to put some of this video that we have up here at the moment and read some of this story for you. Monday today, state lawmakers decided and gave their final approval on legislation that will end capital punishment in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The decision comes as Democrats continue to enact policy changes. The legislation will now head to the desk of Governor Ralph Northam, who's expected to sign it into law. Virginia is the 23rd state to stop executions and the first southern state in the country to do so. It's a dramatic shift for a state that has executed more people than any other. We're going to be joined right now by Robert Dunham. He is the executive director of the Death Penalty Information Center. He's joining us now. Mr. Dunham, thank you so much. You know, what does this really say about, you know, southern states like Virginia, and did this surprise you, or was this a long time coming?
Well, it is both surprising and a long time coming. You know, the death penalty has been appearing in much of the United States. There had been 15 states, there had been 10 states in years that had abolished capital punishment. Virginia is the first state from the Deep South to have done so. And the significance of legislators in the seat of the former capital of the Confederacy eliminating a punishment that has been historically viewed as an outgrowth of slavery, lynching, and Jim Crow, I don't think that you can understate the significance of that. This is a very, very significant step in terms of dismantling some of the types of laws that have been used over the course of the history of this country as vehicles of racial oppression.
And Robert, did you think that, you know, like I said in the intro there, 23 states now outlaw the death penalty. What does public opinion say, though? You mentioned it's kind of moving in this direction that it's very, very either ambivalent or opposed to the death penalty. What does public polling say about Americans' views on the death penalty in 2021?
Americans have nuanced and almost contradictory. In the 1980s, 80% that as of in last year. That's just like when Gallup asked the response was 60%, saying that like option. And when it comes to Virginia, the most recent poll in Virginia asked whether Virginians thought that the state should replace capital punishment with life without parole. A majority of Virginians, including 36% of Republicans, said that they believe that the death penalty should be replaced.
Oh, also, I was kind of wondering as well, you know, let's transition this conversation now to, you know, a new president, a new administration. As you know, the Trump administration in the last few months got rid of the moratorium on federal executions, and so there were a number of them, the most since I believe the early aughts, the early 2000s. That was done by the Trump Department of Justice and then Attorney General Bill Barr. What do you think President Biden will do on federal executions. Will he reinstate that moratorium? What's your thinking? What are people in your circles saying about that?
The early indications are from Merrick Garland's testimony today in the confirmation hearings that it is likely that the Biden administration will halt federal executions. They may impose a formal moratorium. During the Obama administration, there was an informal moratorium. And in fact, there hadn't been any federal executions since 2003. So there hadn't been executions in 17 years. It's likely that we will see that. What's not clear is what will happen with President Biden's campaign pledge to try to end the federal death penalty. That would require, I think, some bipartisan cooperation. And although most of the states that have abolished capital punishment have achieved that through bipartisan cooperation, it's not clear that we have that kind of cooperation in the U.S. Congress right now. The Congress is very highly polarized.
You know, I wanted to ask as well, just, you know, what other states are you looking to now that Virginia is slated to pass this? Governor Northam said he indicates that he's going to sign it. So, you know, you follow this very closely at the Death Penalty Information Center. What other states are on the horizon for abolishing the death penalty at the moment?
Well, a bill was just introduced in Ohio, which is the state that has the most executions of any northern state. And it's a bipartisan bill, which would be a major change from what we've seen coming out of Ohio. It's a bill that is given moderate chances of success. It's hard to assess right now whether that will pass or not, but it's considered a very major development, that there's significant Republican support that's going behind it. And also in Wyoming, there appears to be a second effort by Republican legislators to repeal the death penalty in that state. Wyoming is the most Republican legislature in the United States, and majority where that goes. But those look like two states that are important to watch.
And Robert, you brought this up already, but let's just kind of touch on President Biden's pick and nominee to lead the Justice Department, Merrick Garland. He testified today in front of the committee, in front of senators. He's also getting some Republican support. It seems that Chuck Grassley, John Cornyn indicate that they'll vote to confirm him. But, you know, with a future Merrick Garland as Attorney General, we heard him mention some of the comments when asked about the death penalty. Are you optimistic, though, that, you know, they could reinstitute this moratorium that the Trump administration essentially got rid of, and essentially kind of walk us through the difference between federal and state executions? You know, what's the dividing line there?
Well, that's actually a hard question to answer. Theoretically, for something to be a federal death penalty case, there has to be a distinct federal interest. And you know, we can easily think of some of those certain instances of terrorism, murders that occur on federal lands, killing of federal officials. Those are your classic federal crimes. But in the mid-1990s, the federal death penalty was expanded so that it brings in all sorts of possible death penalty cases. Killings a death that occurs during the course of a carjacking, for example, or a death that occurs during the course of a kidnapping, things that are traditional state crimes. So it's hard to, from a substantive matter, differentiate between what's a federal death penalty case and a state death penalty case. In terms of carrying out the death penalty, the federal death penalty is actually a very small part of the death penalty. There are now 49 people on death row in the federal government, and there are 2,500 people on death row nationwide. But it's highly significant symbolically because it is the national government. And I think that what we can expect to see is certainly a federal government during the Biden administration that will not be moving forward with carrying out executions. The major questions are going to be, will they continue to authorize new death sentences? Will they continue to take the cases in which the Trump administration said they were going to seek the death penalty and continue with capital trials? How are they going to respond to capital appeals? We don't know what the answer to those questions are. And if President Biden is serious about ending the federal death penalty, as he said his goal was, and he cannot achieve cooperation from both houses, the House and the Senate, then he has the option still to grant clemency. And so he's been under, I don't know if pressure is the right word, but a number of progressive legislators and a number of civil rights groups have been writing letters urging the president to grant clemency to everybody on death row, to clear death row, so that what happened after the Obama administration can't happen again, which was essentially the Obama administration's informal moratorium kicked the can down the road, leaving people on death row for the unparalleled execution spree that took place in the final 6 months of the Trump presidency.
And Robert, just for our viewers, we just want to paraphrase and even quote what Merrick Garland said in the hearing today. He said he had, quote, great pause about the death penalty. He cited the large number of exonerations, the increasing randomness, almost arbitrariness of its application, and the enormously disparate impact on Black Americans and other communities of color. Garland said he expects Biden to give some direction in this area, and like we've been mentioning here, perhaps return to the previous policy, which would be a moratorium, either informal or formal. Just lastly, Robert, for you, what will you be looking for in the days and weeks ahead? How did you receive this news out of Virginia today there at the center?
Well, I think we expect to see some movement once Merrick Garland is confirmed. And his confirmation seems likely. I don't think that there'll be immediate action at the federal level in terms of clemency. I think that probably shortly after we have the Biden team has its group in place, that you'll probably get a directive from the president on how he wants to proceed with capital prosecution and with executions. But I think that the administration, if is going to want to have more facts, and I would expect we see the Appointments Commission to evaluate the federal death penalty and to assess what should happen going forward. One of the most important things I think to the Biden administration and that Merrick Garland mentioned today is the question of exonerations. And we just issued a report last week that shows that there have been 185 individuals who are wrongly convicted and sentenced to death in the United States who are subsequently exonerated. That is one exoneration for every 8.3 executions that have been carried out in the United States, which is a very disturbing rate of error. And so I think that's something that President Biden is certainly taking into consideration. It's something that Merrick Garland is certainly taking into consideration. And we'll have to see how it plays out in the months ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for telling our viewers some of those really startling numbers. Those numbers are stunning. Robert Dunham, thank you, the Executive Director for the Death Penalty Information Center, I believe based out of Washington, D.C. We appreciate you taking the time tonight on this Monday, and we'll talk to you again.
My pleasure.
Hope you enjoyed that conversation there. Really interesting conversation. This is coming on the heels, like I said before, the Virginia has voted to abolish the death penalty, just waiting on Virginia Governor Ralph Northam's signature to sign that into law. It will become the 23rd state to stop executions and the first southern state in the country to do so. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, then we'll be back for more content, more great stories here on this Monday night. Hope you had a great weekend. I've been off for a week. It's good to be back here on News Now from Fox. Going to leave you this before we go to commercial. Beautiful shot of the U.S. Capitol building. See you here in 2 minutes. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. That's a live look there at the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. We do want to play for you, though, the remarks made by President Biden from the White House about, 2 or 3 hours ago. In case you missed it, they were only about 10 to 12 minutes long. But as you know, the nation passed a very grim, very tragic milestone today. 500,000 Americans now dead from the coronavirus due to complications from COVID-19. 500,000 of our fellow brothers and sisters here in the United States. Joe Biden commemorated their memory, honored their memory. So we're going to listen to that. And then we're going to play out some more content that we have for you in the remaining hours here that we have left on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. So right now, out to Joe Biden from earlier.
Or died from COVID-19. Today we mark a truly grim, heartbreaking milestone. 500,071 dead. That's more Americans who have died in 1 year in this pandemic than in World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War combined. That's more lives lost to this virus than any other nation on earth. But as we acknowledge the scale of this mass death in America, we remember each person and the life they lived. They're people we knew. They're people we feel like we knew. Read the obituaries and remembrances. The son who called his mom every night just to check in. The father's daughter who lit up his world. The best friend who was always there. The nurse and nurses, but the nurse who made her patients want to live. I was just in Kalamazoo, Michigan, at the Pfizer vaccine manufacturing facility. There I met a man when I walked in whose father-in-law was dying of the virus. He was sad. I asked if I could call his father-in-law. He said his father-in-law was too sick to speak. But then he said, but could I pray for him? Could I pray for him? We all know someone, fellow Americans who live lives of struggle, purpose, and of hope, who talked late into the night about their dreams, who wore the uniform born to serve, who loved, played, and always offered a hand. We often hear people described as ordinary Americans. There's no such thing. There's nothing ordinary about them. The people we lost were extraordinary. They spanned generations. Born in America, immigrated to America. But just like that, so many of them took their final breath alone in America. As a nation, we can't accept such a cruel fate. While we've been fighting this pandemic for so long, we have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow. We have to resist viewing each life as a statistic or a blur or on the news. We must do so to honor the dead, but equally important, care for the living, those who left behind. For the loved ones left behind, I know all too well. I know what it's like to not be there when it happens. I know what it's like when you are there, holding their hands. There's a look in your eye and they slip away. That black hole in your chest, you feel like you're being sucked into it. The survivor's remorse, the anger, the questions of faith in your soul. For some of you, it's been a year, a month, a week, a day, even an hour. And I know that when you stare at that empty chair around the kitchen table, it brings it all back no matter how long ago it happened, as if it just happened that moment when you look at that empty chair. The birthdays, the anniversaries, the holidays without them. And the everyday things, the small things, the tiny things that you miss the most. That scent when you open the closet. That park you go by that you used to stroll in. That movie theater where you met. The morning coffee you shared together. The bend in his smile. The perfect pitch to her laugh. I received a letter from a daughter whose father died of COVID-19 on Easter Sunday last year. She and her children, his grandchildren, enter Lent this season, a season of reflection and renewal, with heavy hearts. Unable to properly mourn, she asked me in the letter, what was our loss among so many others? Well, that's what has been so cruel. So many of the rituals that help us cope, that help us honor those we loved, haven't been available to us. The final rites with family gathered around, the proper homegoing, showered with stories and love. Tribal leaders passing out the final traditions of sacred cultures on sacred lands. As a nation, we cannot and we must not let this go on. That's why the day before my inauguration, at the COVID-19 memorial, at the reflecting pool on the National Mall, I said, to heal, we must remember. I know it's hard. I promise you, I know it's hard. I remember. But that's how you heal. You have to remember. And it's also important to do that as a nation. For those who have lost loved ones, this is what I know. They're never truly gone. They'll always be part of your heart I know this as well, and it seems unbelievable, but I promise you, the day will come when the memory of the loved one you lost will bring a smile to your lips before a tear to your eye. It will come, I promise you. My prayer for you, though, is that day will come sooner rather than later. And that's when you know you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. And for me, the way through sorrow and grief is to find purpose. I don't know how many of you lost someone a while ago wondering, is he or she proud of me now? Is this what they want me to do? I know, that's how I feel. We can find purpose. Purpose worthy of the lives they lived and worthy of the country we love. So today, I ask all Americans to remember. Remember those we lost and those who left behind. But as we all remember, I also ask us to act, to remain vigilant, to stay socially distanced, to mask up, get vaccinated when it's your turn. We must end the politics and misinformation that's divided families, communities, in the country. It has cost too many lives already. It's not Democrats and Republicans who are dying from the virus. It's our fellow Americans, it's our neighbors, our friends, our mothers, our fathers, our sons, our daughters, husbands, wives. We have to fight this together as one people, as the United States of America. That's the only way we're going to beat this virus, I promise you. The only way to spare more pain and more loss, the only way. These millstones no longer mark our national mourning. These milestones, I should say, no longer mark our national mourning. Let this not be a story of how far we fell, but of how far we climbed back up. We can do this. For in this year of profound loss, we've seen profound courage from all of you on the front lines. I know the stress, the trauma, the grief you carry, but you give us hope. You keep us going. You remind us that we do take care of our own, that we leave nobody behind, and that while we've been humbled, we have never given up. We are America. We can and will do this. In just a few minutes, Jill and I, Kamala and Doug, will hold a moment of silence here in the White House, the people's house, your house. We ask you to join us, to remember so we can heal, to find purpose in the work ahead, to show that there is light in the darkness. This nation will smile again. This nation will know sunny days again. This nation will know joy again. And as we do, we'll remember each person we've lost, the lives they lived, the loved ones they left behind. We will get through this, I promise you. But my heart aches for you, those of you who are going through it right now. May God bless you all, particularly those who've lost someone. God bless you.
All right, very somber remarks there from President Joe Biden, who was speaking there from the White House about 2 or 3 hours ago, and then he went out to hold a moment of silence for the 500,000 Americans who have now died from the coronavirus. He was there with the First Lady, his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, his Vice President, Kamala Harris, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. So they held a moment of silence outside of the White House with candles burning, lining the staircase right there on the South Portico. We brought that to you live here on News Now from Fox. However, we do want to just kind of transition stories here. We're going to kind of do a domestic and international story block here. We're going to show you some of the State Department briefing from earlier, but also some news out of Mexico and the United States as well. We're learning just earlier today that the wife of the drug kingpin El Chapo was arrested today at Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C. on drug charges. So we're going to play out some video of her, and I'm going to read some more information on this story from D.C. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, we apologize there. There was some technical difficulties, but this is Andrew Kraft. We're back here live on News Now from Fox. I want to thank everyone for watching on this Monday night. It's almost 8 p.m. here Mountain Time, almost 10 p.m. there. On the East Coast, you were just taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol building, but we are going to go really to D.C. and Mexico now because we want to bring you a story that happened earlier today, and this is from the Department of Justice. The wife of drug kingpin El Chapo was arrested today on U.S. drug charges. We have some video of her as well that we want to play. She was arrested Monday in the United States. She was accused of helping her husband run his multi-billion-dollar cartel and plot his audacious escape from a Mexican prison back in 2015. Her name is Emma Coronel Aspuro. She's a 31-year-old former beauty queen. She was arrested at Dulles International Airport in Virginia. She's expected to appear in federal court in Washington tomorrow. She's a dual citizen of the United States and Mexico. Her arrest is the latest twist in this bloody multinational saga involving her husband there, Guzman, the longtime head of the Sinaloa drug cartel. His two dramatic prison escapes in Mexico fed into a legend that he and his family were all but untouchable. He was extradited to the United States back in 2017. He's serving life in prison at the moment. So now his wife, with whom he has two young daughters, she's been charged with helping him run his criminal empire. In a single count criminal complaint, Coronel was charged with conspiracy to distribute cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, and marijuana in the United States. The Justice Department also accused her of helping her husband escape from a Mexican prison back in 2015 and participating in the planning of a second prison escape before he was extradited to the United States. Guzman was Mexico's most powerful drug lord, ran a cartel responsible for smuggling mountains of cocaine and other drugs into the United States for about 25 years. Court papers charge that Coronel there in that video worked with Guzman's sons and a witness who's now cooperating with the U.S. government. So a lot of information right there from that story. We wanted to bring you that. It was just one of the many breaking news stories that were happening today, that the wife of the drug kingpin El Chapo, who is serving a life sentence at the moment, she was arrested on drug charges today at Dulles International Airport right in the D.C. area. She'll appear in federal court tomorrow. We'll have more information on this throughout the week as we find out more, but that was quite a interesting case. I remember covering that, his escape, his trial there in Brooklyn, New York. It was quite dramatic, quite tense, and now his wife arrested. So we're going to go out now to the State Department briefing from the State Department Press Secretary Ned Price. We're going to play some of that out for you. We didn't get to that at all earlier today, so here that is on News Now.
Take that question. Good afternoon. We actually don't have anything at the top today beyond, I hope you all had a good weekend. Happy Monday. And with that, Matt.
Thanks. So I'm kind of a little bit surprised you don't have anything to say, because I don't think you have said anything. Sorry, let me just turn my recorder on here. About the agreement that was reached yesterday in Tehran between the IAEA and Iran. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is a good thing, what was agreed to? And if so, why?
Well, Matt, thanks for the question. First, we do commend the professionalism that the IAEA has shown in its efforts to engage Iran on maintaining the necessary cooperation to verify Iran's nuclear program in light of Tehran's announcement that it will cease implementation of the additional protocol and JCPOA verification measures on February 23rd. We are, of course, concerned to hear that Iran intends to cease implementation of the additional protocol and other measures this week. We note the announcement that Iran will continue to implement its obligations under its comprehensive safeguards agreements with the IAEA, fully and without limitation, and that the IAEA and Iran have reached a temporary bilateral technical understanding regarding verification and monitoring activities. We fully support the IAEA Director General's efforts to this end, while also reiterating the call on Iran to fully meet its verification and other nuclear non-proliferation commitments.
Okay, but so since you took the steps that you did last week, you revoked the snapback provision, you rescinded the restrictions, or most of the restrictions, on Iranian diplomats at the UN. You said that
they're still under restrictions, but
yeah, the most onerous ones. You have said that you're ready to go back to the P5+1 table. You also revoked the FTO designation of the Houthis, an Iranian proxy, I think you'll accept, and you removed the Houthi leaders from their terrorism designation. Have things gone forward? Have things gone in the direction that the administration wants since since you have done those things, or have the Iranians not responded to these? And I won't use the word, but some people have used the word concessions.
I'm glad you're not using the word.
Some people have the Iranians responded to these things in the way that you would have liked?
Matt, I think as a general matter, and we have been clear, Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon. President Biden has been unequivocal on that. We are, of course, going back to what I was saying just a moment ago, concerned that Iran has moved further away from compliance with its nuclear commitments. This, of course, has been the case since the last administration pulled out of the JCPOA. That is precisely why, and you heard us say this last week, I guess it was last Thursday now, that we are prepared to meet with the Iranians in the context of the P5+1 to start to undertake this diplomacy, to start to undertake these talks, to move forward with the proposition that has been on the table for some time now, a proposition that predates this administration, when then candidate Biden made clear the deal of compliance for compliance. If Iran returns to full compliance with the Iran deal, the United States would be prepared to do the same. We would then use the JCPOA as a basis for a longer and stronger agreement and negotiate follow-on agreements to cover other areas of concern, including Iran's ballistic missile program. I don't think we're measuring this in minutes or hours, Matt. We are measuring this in terms of looking forward. And the Iranians know that we are prepared to undertake these discussions. We made that offer in the context of working in lockstep with our European allies and our closest partners. I made the point last week that there was a lot of attention paid to the very short statement we issued from here in my name regarding our willingness to undertake these discussions with Iran. But in some ways, the much more significant, much more momentous element we released that day was the joint statement that emanated from Secretary Blinken's participation in the meeting with the EU3. For the first time in quite a long time, the United States is not working at cross purposes with our European allies. We are, in fact, working together. This consultation, the consultation that took place with Secretary Blinken and our European allies, there was a joint statement, and that joint statement made clear that we see this challenge through the same lens, and that we are going to approach it in the same way, and we're going to approach it together. And so I think if this does come to fruition, the talks with Iran in the P5+1 context, we will, of course, be there with our European allies, and we will be there to undertake the hard diplomacy, the discussions that can lead us to that point where Iran can resume full compliance, and the United States would be prepared to do the same.
Has there been any movement on that?
I don't believe there's been any formal response from the Iranians. Yes, Humaira.
Ned, I'm sure you've seen Khamenei's comments about it won't be limited to 20% enrichment. It might go up to 60%. Obviously, they're not there, and one can say that this is posturing. But what is your view of those comments? Does that kind of rhetoric concern you?
Well, I think I would reiterate what I said before. We are, of course, concerned that Iran has, over time, moved away from its commitments under the JCPOA. This, of course, started long before this administration, and in fact started in the last administration, when the last administration left the JCPOA. That said, there is now a proposition on the table. There is a broad proposition at play. If Iran returns to full compliance, we will be prepared to do the same with the caveats that I noted before. But there's also a specific proposition on the table. The United States will be willing to engage the Iranians in the context of the P5+1. So rather than posture from this podium, I think we are going to reiterate the proposition that is on the table. We certainly hope the Iranians will be willing to be there because we believe that together in the P5+1 context, that is where we can make progress on these difficult issues and questions that remain.
And then on the same thing, so this kind of rhetoric makes everyone think that they're going to take quite a hard line. Is there any plan or is there any consideration on the side of US perhaps to provide some goodwill gestures that could be like the IMF loan or the European credit facility? Any consideration towards making any of those?
I think what we have said still stands. The United States is willing to meet with the Iranians in the context of the P5+1. There is a lot that would still need to be worked out. This is a broad proposition that is on the table, shorthand being compliance for compliance. It is complicated, it's complex. The way in which we get there is what we would want to discuss in the context of that P5+1 discussion. Yeah, Michelle.
But don't you have any comment or reaction to Khamenei's statements when he said that Iran could boost uranium enrichment to 60%? And any reaction to the attack on the American embassy today after Erbil attack last week?
My comment is precisely what I told your colleague Matt and Humaira, that over time, we of course are concerned by the steps Iran has taken to move away from its compliance with the JCPOA. In this case, this is what sounds like a threat. We are not going to respond in specific terms to hypotheticals, to posturing. What we are going to do is to reaffirm the proposition that is on the table. The United States is willing to meet with the Iranians to hash out these difficult, complex questions, how we get to this end goal of compliance for compliance and compliance for compliance plus, meaning how we use the JCPOA as a platform to both lengthen and strengthen the JCPOA itself, but then to use it as a platform to address Iran's broader malign activities. So we're not going to respond to hypotheticals when in that context. We've seen the reports of the rocket fire today. We have, as you heard us say, in the aftermath of the tragic attack in Erbil, we are outraged by the recent attacks. And the attack in Erbil, of course, harmed civilians and coalition forces, including an American service member. As you have heard me say many times before, ensuring the safety and the welfare and the health of our personnel and citizens and the security of our facility, we have no higher priority. The Iraqi people have suffered for far too long from this kind of violence and this violation of their sovereignty. When it comes to the attack in Erbil, I would just add that we are still determining precise attribution. But we have stated before that we will hold Iran responsible for the actions of its proxies that attack Americans. I can add that the rockets fired in recent attacks on the coalition and citizens of Iraq, including this attack I referenced, are Iranian-made and Iranian-supplied. When it comes to our response, we will respond in a way that's calculated, within our own timetable and using a mix of tools at a time and places of our choosing, as you've heard me say before. What we will not do is lash out and risk an escalation that plays into the hands of Iran and contributes to their attempts to further destabilize Iraq. You have also heard me say that any response will be done in coordination with our Iraqi partners and in coordination with the coalition as well.
Do you have any update on the investigation?
No specific updates. I think broadly what we have said is that we will hold Iran responsible by the attacks, by the provocations of its proxies. We know that many of these attacks have used Iranian-made, Iranian-supplied weapons. But this is something that remains under active investigation by...
I thought you had said that this one did. Have you determined that the rockets were Iranian, and which one are you talking about, today's or the Erbil?
Nope. I'm saying that broadly speaking, we have seen that many of these attacks have used Iranian-made, Iranian-supplied weaponry. I wouldn't want to get ahead of the investigation. Staying on Iran for one moment.
Dr. Namazi was the Iranian courts dropped his case or commuted his sentence over a year ago, and he still hasn't been allowed to leave the country. I wonder if you have any specific comment on that. And also, the Iranians have denied that they're in talks with you about hostage swaps. So I wonder if you can just clarify, are these direct or indirect discussions?
Well, I understand that our special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, Ambassador Carstens, issued a message this morning. Today, I believe, is 5 years since the elder Mr. Namazi has been in Iran. You also heard National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan issue a very strong message to the Iranians yesterday. What he said was, we will not accept a long-term proposition where Iran continues to hold Americans in an unjust and unlawful manner. It will be a significant priority of this administration to get those Americans back home safely. As Jake, the National Security Advisor Sullivan, also said yesterday, we have channels to communicate with the Iranians about the unjust, unlawful detention of American citizens in Iran, and we are using them. I wouldn't want to go beyond that, however.
Nord Stream 2. Some of us read over the weekend about the report that went from the State Department to Congress, not sanctioning or identifying for sanctioning any other entities involved in Nord Stream 2. On Friday, you mentioned the possibility, without confirming, of private discussions about Nord Stream 2. Would those be negotiations among two more democracies about whether the pipeline can go forward? Is the State Department taking the lead, or is it another branch of the executive branch? And then what are the overall parameters of those talks, and is Ukraine included?
Well, let me just say broadly, we have said across every challenge and opportunity we face that we will take them on in close coordination and consultation with our allies and partners. So I think it is fair to say that nothing we would do in this context would take our close allies and partners by surprise. Let me just give you a little bit of background because I know we haven't been able to go into this before. So I do want to give a little bit of background on the report you mentioned. So on Friday, as you alluded to, the department did submit a report to Congress on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project as required by the Protecting Europe's Energy Security Act, or PISA, as amended.
Very late Friday.
But it was still Friday.
Yeah, it was.
For some of us,
yeah.
This is a report for Congress. I know we're there's
had to stay up and work.
There's intense interest. In the report, the United States identified Russia-based KVT Rus as an entity knowingly selling, leasing, or providing the vessel Fortuna for the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline project. The department determined that the vessel Fortuna was engaged in pipe laying or pipe laying activities at depths of 100 feet or more for the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline during the relevant time period. Pursuant to PISA, as amended, KVT Rus is therefore subject to U.S. sanctions. The report also includes a list of entities that have engaged in good faith efforts to wind down activities related to the Nord Stream 2 project during the relevant time period, and therefore are not subject to U.S. sanctions at this time. This is a list that includes over 15 entities, and it demonstrates that the legislative goals and our actions are having a good effect. We continue to examine entities involved in potentially sanctionable activity. We have been clear that companies risk sanctions if they are involved in Nord Stream 2. And this gets to your question. In the initial weeks of this administration, We conducted this assessment, we consulted with our European allies and partners, and we delivered this report to Congress on Friday, as I said.
Are there more talks going on? And is Ukraine involved in those talks on Nord Stream 2, since that would be the primary transit country that the gas would go through?
So, of course, energy security is a constant topic of discussion with our closest allies and partners. I wouldn't want to detail or read out any of those beyond that we've already spoken to. But again, when it comes to our allies and partners, it is fair to say that they would not be taken by surprise at any action we would take, nor would they be surprised by any approach or strategy we are taking to this issue broadly, whether it's Nord Stream 2 or energy security across the board. Yeah, in the back.
Some reports indicate that there is an appeal now from the Biden administration about Iran's foreign minister's suggestion of synchronized approach. Is this something now the U.S. government would consider? And also on Yemen, the special envoy to Yemen will travel today to the region, and State Department statement said he's going to travel to the Gulf countries, some Gulf countries. Can you give us specifics about which countries he will visit during this travel, and what has been changed since last visit that would bring him back to the region?
Let me start with your second question first. And we did put out a media note just a little bit ago. But as that announcement says, U.S. Special Envoy Linder King is traveling to several Gulf countries this week. He will be meeting with senior government officials in the region, as well as with the UN Special Envoy for Yemen, Martin Griffiths. U.S. Special Envoy Linder King's discussions will focus on our dual-track approach to end the war in Yemen, a lasting political solution to the conflict, and humanitarian relief for the Yemeni people. As we have spoken about from this podium, and as you heard, Special Envoy Linder King, it was last week now, we see this as an urgent priority. It is urgent for the humanitarian implications, for the security implications, for the geopolitical and geostrategic implications of this conflict in Yemen. And that is precisely why that early on in his presidency, President Biden appointed a career official, Special Envoy Linder King, to take on this role, to prioritize the diplomatic approach. You're right, that Special Envoy Linder King was in Saudi Arabia a week before last, I guess it now was. But I think this just shows the urgency with which we are approaching this challenge, the fact that he is returning to the Gulf this week. When it comes to Iran and what the foreign minister may have said, I think our response will be very similar to what I've told your colleagues. We're not looking to posture from podiums. We are looking to engage in discussions and to start those discussions in the construct of the P5+1, precisely what we announced last week now, that the United States would be willing to meet with the Iranians in the context of the P5+1. Again, having reached that conclusion following Secretary Blinken's meeting with his E3 counterparts, and after several weeks of close consultations with our allies, including our European allies, with our partners, and of course with members of Congress.
Hasn't the situation in Yemen gotten demonstrably worse over the course of the last
Matt, the situation...
Well, hasn't it not? Forget about, I'm not trying to draw any causal link. Hasn't the situation gotten worse? Is that your understanding?
The situation in Yemen has been heartbreaking. It has been tragic for years now. I wouldn't want to measure it again on the basis of hours or even days. What we are looking to do is to bring an end to this conflict in Yemen. Yemen now being home to the world's worst humanitarian catastrophe, to bring relief to the long-suffering people of Yemen, and to put an end, or at least to diminish the humanitarian plight under which they live. We've done a lot on Iran. Maybe let's move around. Lalit?
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about India-China disengagement. The two countries has completed their disengagement, one part of the border territory in Leh and Ladakh. Do you have any comments on that? How do you see the development?
Well, we are closely following reports of troop disengagement. We welcome the ongoing efforts to de-escalate the situation. We will, of course, continue to monitor the situation closely as both sides work towards a peaceful resolution.
Do you think China should withdraw its troops from the other part of the border where it has encroached upon in recent months?
We're continuing to monitor the situation. We certainly welcome the reports of de-escalation, and we're closely following those initial reports of troop disengagement.
One more India question about the COVID-19 vaccines. In recent months and weeks, India has supplied or donated COVID vaccines to several countries, in fact, dozens of them. The last one landed today in Mongolia. How do you see that India offering its vaccines to other countries where people need it very badly? And is there any scope for cooperation between India and US on coronavirus pandemic, and which areas they are?
When it comes to the broad issue of coordination between the United States and India on COVID-19, I would say that cooperation between our two countries builds on decades of successful partnership in health and biomedical research. We are partnering to strengthen the global response to COVID-19 on issues ranging from addressing infectious disease outbreaks to strengthening health systems to securing global supply chains. The United States and India recently welcomed an initiative to collaborate through an International Center of Excellence in Research focused on infectious disease, including COVID-19 and other emerging threats. We look forward to an overarching MOU to enhance health cooperation between our two countries. We are working together on developing diagnostics, therapeutics, vaccines to combat the disease and to recognize the importance of manufacturing critical drugs during this time and making them accessible globally. India's pharmaceutical sector is strong and well established and has long played a central role in manufacturing life-saving vaccines for global use. We are pleased that the U.S. pharmaceutical industry has been coordinating with Indian companies since the beginning of this pandemic. Yes.
This is on the Quad. How does the U.S. see the Quad succeed? Will it see India and U.S. work together using force or tactics that sit above or slightly below an armed conflict to keep a fair and free Indo-Pacific? And also, a top Chinese diplomat said that the United States and China could work together to on issues like climate change and coronavirus. If the damage has been, ironed out, is there anything on that initiated?
When it comes to the Quad, and I think you've heard me say this before, but it bears repeating, it's an example of the United States and some of our closest partners pulling together for the good of a free and open Indo-Pacific. We view the Quad as having essential momentum and important potential, so we'll build on it by deepening cooperation on areas of traditional focus. That includes maritime security, while also working closely with Quad partners to confront some of the defining challenges and even opportunities of our time. That includes COVID-19, it includes climate, and includes democratic resilience. Of course, Secretary Blinken had the opportunity last week, now it was, to confer for the first time with his Quad counterparts. I suspect you will be seeing Secretary Blinken continue to do that in the weeks and months ahead, given the central role of the Quad going forward. Remind me of your first question.
On China, working with the U.S., ironing out any issues in the coming days.
Right. Look, I think you're referring to State Councilor Wang Yi's comments?
Yeah.
I think his comments reflect a continued pattern of Beijing's tendency to avert blame for its predatory economic practices, its lack of transparency, its failure to honor its international agreements, and its repression of universal human rights. We'll continue to stand up for our democratic values when human rights are being violated in Xinjiang, Tibet, or elsewhere in China, or when autonomy is being trampled in Hong Kong. You've heard us speak before about the way in which we will approach China and China through the prism of competition from a position of strength. And again, you have heard me say in this briefing that we will work closely with our allies and partners across the board. That's precisely what we're doing with the Quad. It's precisely what we're doing with our allies and partners in Europe. It's precisely what we're doing with our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific to approach China from a position of strength. Yes.
So, Ines Pohl from Deutsche Welle. This is a question regarding China and Germany. So, Germany has not yet made a final decision on whether to exclude Huawei from its critical 5G infrastructure. Does the State Department think that Angela Merkel, our Chancellor, should block Huawei?
Well, I think what is true is that there has been rather frequent dialogue on the security challenges and the technological challenges that China poses. We know that, especially when it comes to countries with whom we have a close alliance or partnership, and of course that includes Germany, that we have to confront this challenge together. China's abuse, China's predatory practices, China's export of tools it uses to further its brand of techno-authoritarianism. It is something we are working very closely with our partners and allies, and that includes Germany.
But what exactly does that mean when it comes to the 5G infrastructural rollout in Germany? If Huawei would be in the game, what would that mean?
Well, we advocate for a vibrant digital economy worldwide that enables all citizens to benefit from the promise of 5G networks. But to get to what I was saying before, the stakes for securing these networks could not be higher. 5G is transformative. It will touch every aspect of our lives, including critical infrastructure. And it's something that, of course, we are discussing very much with our partners and allies. We're deeply concerned about the dangers of installing networks with equipment that can be manipulated, disrupted, or controlled by the PRC, which, as I was alluding to before, has no conception of privacy or even human rights in that extent. So it will be a continued area of discussion and cooperation. Yes.
Yeah, any update on the review that you're making towards the policy there?
No update for you at the moment. I think what we have said broadly still applies. We welcome the new steps Morocco is taking to improve relations with Israel. The Morocco-Israel relationship will have long-term benefits for both countries. We will continue to support the UN process to implement a just and lasting solution to this long-standing dispute, the dispute in Morocco. We'll also support the work of the mission of the United Nations for the referendum in Western Sahara to monitor the ceasefire and to prevent violence in the area.
Sorry, you said you would support
the process,
the
UN process.
The UN, well, yeah, but the UN process leading to a plebiscite?
No, I said we will support the work of the mission.
Does that mean that you don't recognize the Western Sahara area as a part of Morocco?
It means I don't have any updates for you. Yes.
Follow up on Nord Stream 2.
Yes.
So you said you consulted with your allies ahead of the report, but does it concern you at all that Ukrainian and Polish foreign ministers wrote an op-ed calling for further action? And what is your response to Republicans who say this just doesn't go far enough to actually halt the pipeline?
Well, I think I said before that we will continue to monitor activity that could lead to additional penalties, including sanctions. But I think it would be wrong to think of sanctions as the only tool in our toolbox here. But the other element that I would stress, and I said this earlier, is that yes, we did announce the designation of KVT Rus. But the part I don't want to get buried is that the report that we sent to Congress last Friday also includes a list of entities that have engaged in good faith efforts to wind down activities related to Nord Stream 2 during this relevant time period. Of course, those entities are not subject to U.S. sanctions precisely because they have taken these good faith steps in the right direction. There are over 15 of them. And I think that demonstrates that our strategy, including the legislative strategy, the strategy that, of course, Congress has been behind, has been working to good effect. So we'll continue to work closely with Germany. We'll continue to work closely with our other allies and partners in Europe to uphold Europe's own stated energy security goals.
Is the
It's a bit disingenuous to claim credit for the 18 companies winding down. All of this work was done under the previous administration. You guys have only been in only been in office for a month, right? Are you telling me that in the last 4 weeks, these 18 companies all of a sudden decided to say, "Oh my God, we better not do anything with Nord Stream 2"?
I am speaking for the
all of that. You guys are taking credit for stuff that the previous administration did. Right?
I am not.
No?
I am
Yes or no?
speaking for the Department of State.
Okay.
The people who have been working this, the people who are working this now, were the same people a month ago, were the same people
3 months ago,
3
4
months ago. So
Okay. All right. So I just don't.
One following up on that. So the administration is committed to ensuring that that pipeline is not completed?
Our position on this has not changed. To Matt's point, we have the same position that the previous administration had. It is a bad deal. It is bad for Europe. It is in contravention of Europe's own stated energy goals.
Is it a bad commercial deal or a bad geopolitical deal or a moral deal?
We're talking in terms of geopolitics. I think we are concerned about the influence that it would allow Russia and the leverage that it would give the Russian regime over some of our closest allies and partners in Europe. Anyone who hasn't asked a question, have you, Kylie? No.
I just am curious, we're like 2 months away from the deadline essentially for all of American troops to have to leave Afghanistan. Is the administration confident that you guys can negotiate an extension of that withdrawal deadline if that's the direction that you need to go in? Because it's not that long until that deadline is upon us.
Well, you mentioned one possible outcome, but I would just stress that we are still very much reviewing what has been agreed to. I think it would be wrong for anyone to presuppose the outcome of that review at this point. We haven't completed that review. It's ongoing. But what we have concluded is that the best way to advance our shared interests is to press all parties to advance our, to reach full and timely compliance with all of their commitments in the U.S.-Taliban agreement and the U.S.-Afghanistan joint declaration. You have heard me say in recent days here that the levels of violence in Afghanistan, they are unacceptably high. We are troubled by indications that violence may increase further. The Afghan people want and deserve peace, and that is precisely what we are evaluating, how best to bring that peace, that stability, that prosperity to the people of Afghanistan through through a durable, negotiated political solution to this long-running conflict.
Okay, and I have one follow-up on Iran. I know you felt we did that, but I'm curious what you're calling this is a temporary bilateral technical understanding reached by the IAEA and Iran over the weekend. So from your perspective, is there any significant access to verifying or monitoring Iran's nuclear program that's going to be denied over the next 3 months, or is it all there?
I would refer you to the IAEA for its assessment of this deal. What we have said is that we commend the professionalism of the IAEA. We fully support the Director General in his efforts to this end. The IAEA Director General is a true professional, a true expert. He obviously spoke to the press over the weekend, sounded confident in the arrangement that he had been able to reach with the Iranian regime, but I would refer you to the international weapons inspectors in the form of the IAEA in this regard.
Has the State Department gotten a detailed readout of the trip yet?
I don't know. We'll let you know if there have been any consultations with the IAEA since the visit concluded. Anything else? Yes, in the back.
Yes, thank you. You all have been saying that corruption, the fight against corruption, is at the heart of your Central America policy, emerging policy. Mm-hmm. But I haven't seen you denouncing specific elected leaders like the most corrupt president in the hemisphere. Is that something that would be appropriate for the State Department to do? Would you do it? Would you designate him a kingpin if that were seen as the appropriate step? I'm just trying to gauge what you guys are willing to do how public you're willing to denounce the leaders.
I was going to say, should I ask who precisely you're referring to?
Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Look, we have spoken about the role of corruption in the region, in both South America. You've heard me refer to the Maduro regime, and we have talked about it in the context of Central America. And recently, we have spoken of Central America in terms of the drivers for the irregular migration that have driven so many desperate individuals from this region to undertake that dangerous journey north, a journey that is made even more dangerous at the moment because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We understand that if we are going to bring about a more stable hemisphere in terms of migration, if we are going to address those root causes, that we can't let rife corruption go unchecked. So we will be vocal, we will support, we will continue to support anti-corruption efforts in the region, knowing that it is in the interests of the people of the Northern Triangle, of Central America more broadly, but it is also profoundly consistent with our values, but also our interests, given the migratory pressure that I spoke to before.
Okay, good goals, but you're willing to denounce Maduro by name, but not Hernandez by name? I'm trying to understand that.
No, we have spoken, as I have said, about corruption, including in the Northern Triangle. We are not shying away from denouncing any particular leader. We are rooting out corruption wherever it exists, whether that's seeking to root out, I should say, corruption wherever it exists, whether that's in the Western Hemisphere or more broadly. Yes.
Turkey, anything new regarding the talks with Turkey regarding the S-400 and the F-35?
No, and that's precisely because our position on the S-400 has not changed. And so I don't have any updates for you there. Humaira.
2 quick ones. On Yemen, next week, there's going to be a donor conference. They're trying to raise like $4 billion. Last time, it had only they'd only received half of what it was needed, and there was a big gap from the Gulf allies. How much will the U.S. pledge? And are you asking Saudi Arabia and UAE to make generous donations? And since I'm at it, on Myanmar, why aren't you guys sanctioning the military companies already? Because, I mean, all of these people are taking to the streets, they're demonstrating, they're carrying out a strike. In terms of like the economic damage that's already being out there, wouldn't it be like, wouldn't it demonstrate U.S. support for these people if you would take that step and impose sanctions on Mecca?
Well, we have taken the step of imposing sanctions on the military, on military-associated entities. We designated both people and entities just days after we determined this to be a coup.
Not the actual companies, not Mecca.
Well, I said people and entities. The other point I would make is that there may be additional policy levers we can pull when it comes to our goal of supporting the people of Burma, of putting pressure on those behind this military coup in order to restore democratically elected governance to Burma. We, of course, as I think you saw late last week, applauded the sanctions that were imposed by the Brits, by the Canadians. We have been working with our closest allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific, in North America, in Europe on this as well. We'll continue to do so. You raised Burma, so let me just say, since I have the opportunity, we strongly condemn any violence by the Burmese authorities against the Burmese people, including peaceful protesters, and we urge the Burmese military to exercise restraint. Over the weekend, millions of Burmese took to the streets to show the strength of their will and the power of their collective voice. We stand with the people of Burma. We call on the Burmese military to act peacefully and with respect for the rule of law and human rights, including the freedoms of expression and peaceful assembly. We stand with the people of Burma and support the freedom of peaceful assembly, including to protest peacefully in support of the democratically elected government. One final question.
Thank you. Over the last few years, India has started importing oil and natural gas from the United States. Given that this administration has a top priority on climate change.
All right, so we've been watching here the State Department's briefing from earlier today. There's the State Department spokesman, Ned Price. We're going to get out of that for now. We have some more news to get to on this Monday night. I want to thank everyone for watching. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. We do want to just highlight what President Biden is up to today. Speaking of domestic and international priorities that you were listening to there, we brought you earlier the news of the arrest of El Chapo's wife on U.S. drug charges. But just to give you a sense of what President Biden's doing tomorrow, the White House press office released his schedule. He'll, in the afternoon, meet virtually with a group of Black essential workers to thank them for their roles during the pandemic. The domestic policy advisor, Susan Rice, will moderate that event. And then speaking of foreign relations, the president will participate in his first bilateral meeting with Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. That will be in the Roosevelt Room. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, will also be there. The president and his cabinet will also meet virtually with Canada's ministers on a range of bilateral and global issues. And then this meeting will have a pool spray at the top so the press can see just a little bit of it. After that, the president and the prime minister, Trudeau, will give statements on their bilateral meeting in the East Room. So we'll bring you that here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to go to commercial, but then we're going to bring you one of these stories we're following here in the United States out of Georgia, and that is the death of Ahmad Arbery. 1 year later, one of our own reporters at Fox 5 in Atlanta spoke to his mother on the anniversary of his death tomorrow. So we'll bring you that interview just after the break. See you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Want to thank everyone for watching. This is News Now from Fox on this Monday night. It's a little after 8:30 p.m. here, Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 there on the East Coast. We are going to bring you this interview that Fox 5 in Atlanta's Portia Bruner did with Ahmad Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones. Still wondering, 1 year later, why her son had to die. The anniversary of Ahmad Arbery's death is tomorrow. We'll give you an update on the latest in his case, but here's Portia Bruner speaking with Ahmad Arbery's mother.
Arbery in broad daylight, from elections to public policy. But as his mother prepares to mark a year since his murder, she tells me there's still a lot more work to be done.
The loss that my family took is just, I mean,
I get lost without words and thoughts because we lost a lot there.
Wanda Cooper Jones lost her son, Ahmad Arbery, to a brutal act of vigilante violence on February 23, 2020. But it wasn't until 2 months later when the world would see how the 25-year-old was savagely cornered by men in pickup trucks and shot dead in broad daylight by a father-son duo who claimed they thought the Brunswick jogger was a burglar. A year after Arbery's shooting, his mother remains focused on a quest for justice.
I'm fighting for justice going forward, like I've done in the past. I mean, I want these criminals to be in jail forever. And that's my fight.
74 days after William Roddy Bryant recorded this February shooting, the GBI charged Travis McMichael and his father Gregory with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and other charges. The McMichaels used a Civil War-era law of the Citizens Arrest Statute as their defense. Last week, Governor Brian Kemp called for a repeal of that statute.
I'm pleased. I'm thankful that Governor Kemp went back and heard the cry of the people and revisited that. That law had been in place since the year of 1863. And here we were in 2020. I mean, people are calling upon this law to grab guns and go out and take the life of a guy who's jogging.
Ahmad's mother says she's also grateful for the Georgia hate crimes legislation that was approved following her son's murder, and glad the voters of Glenn County ousted the DA, who's accused of sweeping the case under the rug until the GBI intervened.
I guess it's like a bittersweet moment. I'm thankful, but at the end of each day, you know, I don't have Ahmad.
Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
And that is going to be taking place tomorrow, a candlelight vigil that's being hosted by Ahmad Arbery's mother. This will be held in Waynesboro, Georgia, at the New Springfield Baptist Church. And those attending are asked to wear blue ribbons and to bring candles. This is coming to us from our sister station in Atlanta, Fox 5 Atlanta. Just to give an update, though, the 3 men charged in the case still remain behind bars without bond. They've been charged with felony murder, aggravated assault, among other charges. So we'll be following this case as well here on NewsNOW from Fox. We have a lot more to get to here on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching. We've been covering so many stories to start off the week. Remember, we do have a Twitter account. That's at NewsNowFox. Please give us a follow. We recently just became verified, and that's where we tweet, post, share, and clip all of the major moments, major stories of the day, the viral sound bites, the viral videos as well. You can also visit our website, newsnowfox.com. You can tell your friends and family that's where they can go if they want to figure out where they can watch us and where they can find us. It lists all of our streaming platform partners there as well. So in the meantime, we're going to have a lot more coming up. See you back here in 2 minutes on NewsNOW from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching on this Monday night. We just showed you that story from our sister station there in Atlanta from one of the reporters there speaking with Ahmad Arbery's mother, who's hosting a candlelight vigil tomorrow to mark 1 year since his tragic death at the hands of two white men there in Georgia. In the meantime, though, we want to transition to another story that's along the same lines. It's about criminal justice reform, and this is out of Illinois, where Illinois Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker today signed into law a sweeping overhaul of policing and criminal justice that eliminates the cash bail system. It requires police as well to wear body cameras, and it also is requiring police agencies to equip officers with those body cameras and strictly defines use of force rules for law enforcement. So they had a whole press conference today and a live event today surrounding the signing of this legislation. We're going to play that out for you right now.
Welcome you to Chicago State University's campus today. First, I would like to thank Governor Pritzker for his commitment to ensuring equitable outcomes for all Illinois residents with today's signing of HB 3653. This moment is possible thanks to the leadership of Senator Sims, Representative Slaughter, Senator Peters, Senator Lightford, Representative Harper, and the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus. On behalf of our students and community members, thank you for your tireless efforts to advance justice in the lives of all of Illinois citizens. We're grateful to your visionary leadership and for championing this landmark legislation, which aims to correct decades of systemic injustice and improve outcomes for those most negatively impacted by our criminal justice system. We know that in order to achieve a robust and full and inclusive Illinois, we must be intentional, and the time is now. The role of education in criminal justice reform and economic equity cannot be overstated at this moment. Here at Chicago State, we remain committed to our mission of ensuring that all Illinois residents have the opportunity to access, successfully navigate, and complete a high-quality educational experience that places them on the path to fulfilling and family-sustaining careers. We thank each of you and our legislative leaders for your steadfast and unwavering commitment to this university. That includes fully funding capital projects that will ensure the health and safety of our campus, providing a world-class healthcare simulation lab for our students in the health professions, and providing grant funding through DCEO to complete our campus child care center. Again, we welcome Governor Pritzker and members of the Illinois General Assembly and each of you to Chicago State University, and we stand ready to serve as partners in the work to come. With this, I will introduce you to our governor, Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and a big thank you to President Z. Scott and to Chicago State for hosting us here on this very, very special occasion, one that remarks a transformative step forward in Illinois' effort to lead the country in dismantling systemic racism. And while I may be the one that signs the bill into law today, let me be clear, this moment has only arrived because of the fierce leadership of people who are here with me today, as well as the many advocates for justice that are outside of this room and those ancestors who preceded us. These are the true patriots, people intent on raising the standards and holding this nation accountable to its ideals. I want to take a moment to acknowledge those who've made this moment possible. Let me start with leader Kimberly Lightford. Senators L.G. Sims and Robert Peters, Representative Justin Slaughter, the leadership of the Black Caucus, the members, the entire membership of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus. Representative Sonia Harper, thank you for your leadership. All of this was fueled by the experiences of those who have lived with police brutality and discrimination. In this terrible year, in the middle of a brutal viral pandemic that hurt Black people and brown people disproportionately, these lawmakers fought to address the pandemic of systemic racism in the wake of national protests over the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmad Arbery and Tamir Rice and Eric Garner and Quintonio LaGreer and Laquan McDonald and so many others. They transformed the pain into progress, and in just a few moments, into law. Not only that, but this bill was infused with the power of individuals most directly impacted, survivors of domestic violence, survivors of crime, and those who have been detained pre-trial only because they are poor. We are a stronger state when we lift up these voices. I also want to thank Attorney General Kwame Raoul, who has made criminal justice reform his fight for many, many years, inside and outside the General Assembly, and who led the charge on the new certification and decertification system for police officers in this legislation. And of course, the advocates and the activists have given their all to turn Illinois into a state whose policies reflect the fundamental goodness and diversity of the people that we serve. That includes the ACLU of Illinois, the Coalition to End Money Bond, the Illinois Justice Project, the Alliance for Safety and Justice, Noble, the network advocating against domestic violence, and the People's Lobby. About 400 days ago, at the beginning of 2020, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton and I outlined 3 criminal justice priorities for our administration: transforming the pretrial detention system so that low-income people aren't thrown behind bars while only the wealthy walk free, diverting low-level drug crimes into substance treatment programs, and reducing excessive stays in prison. This criminal justice package advances all of those goals and more, and accomplishes the goal of making Illinoisans safer. Today, thanks to the hard work of so many here and those watching at home, we advance our values in the law. Progress secured despite the pandemic because of the passion and the push of the Legislative Black Caucus, activists, advocates, and residents intent on leaving a better Illinois for all of our children. Opponents of this law don't want any change, don't believe there is injustice in the system, and are preying upon fear of change to lie and fearmonger in defense of the status quo. But let me say this to the people of this great state. All Illinoisans will live in a safer and more just state with this law on the books. The speakers who are following me today will speak to that truth as well. In short, this legislation marks a substantial step toward dismantling the systemic racism that plagues our communities, our state, and our nation, and brings us closer to true safety, true fairness, and true justice. My administration infuses these values into all that we do. That's why we've expunged 500,000 low-level cannabis arrest records, pardoned over 20,000 more, awarded tens of millions of dollars to lift up communities harmed by the war on drugs, and brought our state's prison population down by about 25% since the beginning of this pandemic. While there is more work to do, justice is being advanced once again today, and we are bringing about a more perfect union and the more of the blessings of liberty for all. And with that, I am very proud to turn it over to my partner in governance and someone who stands as an inspiration to advance the cause of justice, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton.
Good afternoon. First, to Governor Pritzker, every day I am so grateful to stand with you and work in partnership with you as you lead the great state of Illinois. Thank you for keeping your word and working to repair the harm done by the criminal justice system, especially to Black and brown communities. Thank you, President Z. Scott and the entire Chicago State University family for the warm welcome and for hosting us today. I am so proud of my friends and former colleagues of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, Attorney General Raoul, and all of the other elected officials joining us today who have already been acknowledged. As Black elected officials, some may forget that the systemic racism and discrimination that we fight against on a daily basis is not simply because we've heard about it from our constituents or other third-party sources. It is because we and our loved ones have experienced it, lived it, been traumatized by it, excluded by it. So I have a tremendous amount of gratitude for the Black Caucus, who has taken this lived experience and made it purposeful, using their seats of power to effectuate change that will alter the trajectory of lives, families, and entire communities for generations to come. I want to especially acknowledge Senators L.G. Sims and Robert Peters, Representative Justin Slaughter, and Leader Kimberly Lightford, who have listened to the voices of Illinoisans throughout our state and brought leadership and courage and compassion for the communities they serve and for all Illinoisans to the forefront. But we all know that they could not have done this alone. Thank you to the advocates and leaders from communities throughout Illinois, some of whom are here today, who have been pushing and organizing and challenging and educating for years, decades even, to get us to this moment. You never wavered. Well done. As you know, it's February, and we're celebrating Black History Month. Black history is about monumental moments and movements that serve as catalysts for change. Today is both. I've come to realize that one of the best ways to celebrate Black history is by doing everything that we can to protect Black futures. And House Bill 3653 aims to do just that. You see, the history makers that we celebrate this month did not become Black history makers by standing on the sidelines or by protecting the status quo. They didn't become Black history makers by giving more weight to the voices of their critics than they did the voices of their communities. The fact of the matter is that most people who say, wait for justice, have never been on the receiving end of injustice. Because if you've been on the receiving end of injustice, or your community historically finds itself experiencing injustice, then you become well aware of what Dr. King meant when he spoke of the fierce urgency of now. Justice cannot wait. And I love the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, who said it best when she said, "We are sick and tired of being sick and tired." It's past time to begin repairing the disproportionate harm that's been done to Black communities by the criminal justice system that for far too many has brought anything but justice. It's time to look at criminal justice policy through an equity lens and tell the truth about how systemic racism has caused Black people to have disproportionate contact with policing, jails, and prisons rather than with entrepreneurship, post-secondary education, and economic opportunities. As the governor said, we have heard from communities who have told us that they are over-policed and under-resourced. They've told us about being in a constant state of trauma, yet living in communities with little to no access to mental health resources. They told us about the accessibility of drugs and guns, but the flagrant inaccessibility of jobs and opportunity. And yes, they told us of the desire to have what every Illinoisan desires and deserves, to live in a safe and healthy community. We absolutely must protect public safety. And to be clear, that is the priority of this administration. But we must stop criminalizing being poor. Justice simply cannot wait, and I look forward to working alongside Governor Pritzker, the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, members of law enforcement, and community stakeholders to ensure that the letter and spirit of House Bill 3653 is brought to life. The time has come. Now, it's my honor to bring forth another Black history maker who has been courageously pushing for justice and equity for her entire career, Leader Kimberly Lightford.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, for the introduction and for your fearless work. I am so honored to be here today to witness God's given vision to me that led to this historic legislation to be signed into law by our governor. It's a moment I know I will never forget. Thank you to the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus family for believing in me as we worked vigorously as a team, especially the pillar co-chairs, Senator Sims and Representative Slaughter. It's a moment that in many ways has been years in the making, but can also be traced directly back to last spring, when hundreds of thousands of people flooded the streets across the country in big cities and small towns to protest the murder of George Floyd. The inequities in our country had already been exposed for months as the COVID pandemic raged, disproportionately killing Black and brown Americans. But in the wake of George Floyd's murder, something else happened altogether. Those 8 minutes and 46 seconds caused a national awakening, shining the brightest of spotlights on the invisible sin of systemic racism that is embedded in our systems of government and in our laws. I remember joining a protest past June and witnessing something I had never experienced before. There were far more people demanding that Black Lives Matter than those who looked like me. That's when I knew this moment was different. And leading the Black Caucus at that time, I knew that as a caucus, we had to seize this moment together. So that is when the Black Caucus went to work. We committed ourselves to a 4-day Zoom retreat back in July, where we brought in policy experts on systemic racism to help us dive into roots and the causes and to help us shape a blueprint of what we could do as policymakers to drive change for Black people, to have an opportunity, just a simple opportunity to reach our fullest potential. And of course, to rid Illinois of this sinful, invisible act of racism. We left that retreat with 4 pillars that would define our work moving forward: criminal justice reform, violence reduction, and police accountability, education and workforce development, economic access, equity and opportunity, and healthcare and human services. We also left united as a caucus in ways that we've never been before, united in the belief that we could change the course of history. With those pillars in place, we held 32 subject matter hearings in full collaboration with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers. Also with law enforcement, state agency, and advocacy groups. Over 120 hours of expert testimony gathered and used in the following weeks and months to create legislation that it eventually introduced in January session. Thank you to all of our colleagues who had courage to stand up for justice for all and voted in favor of this legislation, who put their trust and faith in us, knowing it was the right thing to do for our state and for all future generations who will consider Illinois their home. The tragedies of this last year could have just beaten us down, left us hopeless and defeated. But we did not let it. We leveraged it to create real change, to create a better future for our children and our grandchildren. This moment is a hopeful moment, and I am so proud and grateful to be a part of it. And of course, thank you, Governor Pritzker, for signing this bill and for believing in our power to make change.
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft. We just want to get out of this for now. We didn't want to show you all of it, but we heard the governor of Illinois there, J.B. Pritzker, his lieutenant governor as well, and lots of civil rights advocates there in the state of Illinois speak as he signed into law today a sweeping overhaul of the state's criminal justice system and policing maneuvers. So what you need to know about that: Illinois is eliminating the cash bail system in this new legislation. It's requiring police agencies to equip officers with body cameras. It strictly defines the use of force rules for law enforcement. The Illinois Legislative Black Caucus designed the massive measure, wrote this bill into law, hailed it as a historic response to the deaths last year of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and many, many others. It protects police officers, said J.B. Pritzker after signing the legislation there today at Chicago State University in Chicago. So we're going to take a break from that right now. We have a lot more to get to, about 2 more hours or so here on this Monday night. I want to thank everyone for watching. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. We want to take the moment, though, just at the top of the hour here to go over some of the major stories that we've been following throughout the day. A lot of our Fox News correspondents have packaged these stories in very digestible little moments for you. So we're going to touch on the Supreme Court rejecting former President Trump's proposal and pledge to keep his tax returns secret from the Manhattan DA's office. We're also going to touch on the latest with the Texas weather update, the latest on the Mars Perseverance rover landing on the red planet, what's going on with Governor Cuomo in New York and the nursing home scandal surrounding COVID-19 deaths in nursing homes, as well as how the confirmation hearing went today in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee for Biden's pick to be Attorney General, Merrick Garland. So, a lot in store for you. Here are those stories right now on News Now from Fox. I apologize there. That story from Fox's Peter Ducey, just an update on the Biden administration. Didn't have sound. We're going to go out now, though, to this update on the Supreme Court ruling today concerning the former president's tax returns. Let's listen into that. And it looks like we're having just some audio issues there with those stories. We're going to get that fixed here and worked out. We're going to go to commercial, so we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. I want to thank you for watching. I want to welcome everyone back to News Now from Fox. Just a little after 9 p.m. here on this Monday night, a little after 11 p.m. there on the East Coast. We're in Phoenix, as you know, here at News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to just apologize there for some of the stories we wanted to play for you. They didn't appear to have audio. We're getting that worked out right now. But in the meantime, we do want to play out an event from earlier from President Biden. He was speaking about small businesses and how they're dealing with the pandemic. Remember, the Biden administration also announced some small changes to the Paycheck Protection Program. So we'll be following all that here as the new round of COVID relief looks likely to pass the House. It just made its way out of committee today. So we're going to play both of that for you here on News Now for Fox. Here's Biden's remarks from earlier, though, today.
Good afternoon. I just had an opportunity to catch up with two small business owners I met on the road in the last couple weeks. And the first was a very entrepreneurial woman named Pilar Guzman Zavala. And she's in Florida, Miami. And Tim Eichinger, who is in Wisconsin. They have different businesses and live in different places, but both share the same message with me when I spoke to them on the road. And that was American small businesses are hurting badly, and they need help now. And it's in all of our interest to make sure they get the help now. Small businesses are the engines of our economic progress. They're the glue and the heart and soul of our communities, but they're getting crushed. Since the beginning of this pandemic, 400,000 small businesses have closed, 400,000, and millions more are hanging by a thread. It's hurting Black, Latino, and Asian American communities the hardest. Walk down any main street and you see it. Empty storefronts, goodbye signs hanging in the windows. Maybe it's the pizza place you used to take your family to dinner, or the hardware store that always had the tool you needed. It's the mom and pop shop that's sponsored by, that is supported by the community, and then in turn they support the community. They sponsor Little League teams, the barber shop with the first dollar bill that he or she earned still taped to the wall, along with a picture of their kids who are now in college. These small businesses, not the ones with 500 employees, but these small businesses that with a handful of folks, they are 90% of the businesses in America. But when the Paycheck Protection Program was passed, a lot of these mom and pop businesses got muscled out of the way by bigger companies who jumped in front of the line. And I want to be clear, the Paycheck Protection Program is a bipartisan effort. Democrats and Republicans helped pass it. But Democrats and Republicans have also voiced concerns about improving it. With their input, that's what we're doing in our administration, improving it. In the last month, we've increased the share of funding for small businesses with fewer than 10 employees by nearly 60%. For businesses in rural communities, the share of funding is up nearly 30% since we came to office. And the share of funding distributed through banks that traditionally help minority-owned businesses is up more than 40%. And today, I'm announcing additional changes to the PPP program that will make sure we look out for the mom and pop businesses even more than we already have. As I explained to Pilar and Tim, the two small business people I spoke to, on Wednesday, the Small Business Administration is going to establish a 14-day exclusive PPP loan application period for businesses and nonprofits with fewer than 20 employees. People can go out and find how to get a hold of these loans. People can find out more at the SBA.gov. Small Business Administration will also remove barriers that have stopped many businesses from being able to apply for these loans. For example, we're making it so that a student loan default or a non-fraud related criminal record does not prohibit someone from applying for the program. We're also making it easier for those one-person businesses, like the home repair contractors, beauticians, small independent retailers to secure forgivable PPP loans. At the same time, we're increasing access by increasing oversight. I invite any inspector general in this program with jurisdiction over this program to closely look at these loans and publicly report on any issues they uncover inconsistent with what I'm saying today. We will ensure every dollar is spent well. These changes will bring much needed, long overdue to help to small businesses who really need help staying open, maintaining jobs and making ends meet. And this is a starting point, not the ending point. We need Congress to pass my American Rescue Plan. It deals with the immediate crisis facing our small businesses. Now, critics say the plan is too big. But let me ask them a rhetorical question. What would you have me cut? What would you leave out? The American Rescue Plan targets $50 billion to support the hardest hit small businesses after this program expires at the end of March. Would you not help invest in them? Would you let them continue to go on?
So we just want to break in here where there's looks like a police chase in Los Angeles County, I believe. We're going to go to it right now. We're going to get back to President Biden in just a minute as he talks about the American Rescue Plan. But let's look at some of these pictures we're getting from our sister station, Fox 11, in Los Angeles at the moment. I was monitoring this. It happened about 15 minutes ago. We got this feed. We're just working on getting some more information, but this white sedan has been leading several police cruisers for quite some time now. Speeds look to be quite high there. You can see it on the screen there. We're getting some more details on the screen. Looks like he's on the Santa Monica Freeway, the 10. Going a little under 70 miles per hour. This is right in Los Angeles, in the heart of Los Angeles, really. Let's see if we can hear anything from our reporters there in the chopper. Stand by.
Decided to suddenly get on the freeway after being on surface streets that entire time. So here we are eastbound on the 10, just crossing San Pedro. That was another street that we were seeing the pursuit on earlier. And pretty soon, even at the speed limit here, we will be at the East L interchange. Yep, wrong side of the road here. Yeah. Yeah, and things are changing a little bit now. Now he's rolling through stop signs. You saw him go on the wrong side of the roadway there a couple of times. So as this chase goes on, it does seem like the suspect may be getting a little bit more desperate here as we continue southbound on Naomi. And again, because of where we're at, we're going to have to keep this one kind of wide. So we'll see if he just how far south he goes, and kind of right back to where this all started, back into South LA, east of the 110. He was around surface streets like Vernon, 46, Grand, San Pedro. That was we heard all those streets multiple times, Main Street as well, and headed kind of right back to that area now, as it looks like they're on 28th Street. So not quite as far south as he had been, the Chevy Cruze. Lower speeds, but we have seen some desperate maneuvers getting on the wrong side of the roadway. A known suspect here, armed and dangerous. And it looks like he's making 7 warrants. All right, my pilot Elijah is telling me that he just heard from the LAPD chopper that this person has 7 warrants. So, including possibly an assault on 2 police officers, we're now hearing. So this is all preliminary information, but this coming to us from the airship overhead. They're letting us know. So, yeah, they really know who this guy is, and now you see that this guy knows that he's for sure going away. I know sometimes there's speculation about, sometimes these guys don't spend a lot of time in jail. I can tell you, if someone's got 7 warrants and 2 of them are for assault on a police officer, this guy knows that he's going away for a long time. So he's doing whatever he can, maybe to just get, like I said, the last few moments of freedom here before the inevitable. Yeah, Jeff and Susie. Yeah, you can see there where we got up to just about 60 miles an hour there briefly on in one of the alleys there, and then he did blow through another red light. So it's definitely getting more and more dangerous for the public as the pursuit goes on. And he's really been hanging around a lot of these small residential streets as well, streets that are narrow, not very well lit, just comes blasting through a lot of these streets. So it is definitely beginning to imperil people in the area. The driver of this Chevy Cruze been going in a lot of alleys. See if if he ends up making a wrong turn somewhere, or I don't know. I'm definitely thinking that he knows this area very well. He must be very, very familiar with this area, that he hasn't taken any wrong turns as he's been going down these alleys and just the streets that he's been taking, probably knowing that he's not going to run into a dead end. As he goes towards the 110, there are a lot more dead ends. Of course, not every street goes through the freeway there, but notice that, when he was in this area, he knew where he could go get over towards Grand and get right on the freeway there through that red light, pretty close to a lot of people with Elliot. It seemed like he thought he was going to be able to get some distance from the cruiser, and that's why he sped up, and he did briefly, but there's so many units in the area here, and they know exactly where he's at. They're all calling out the location to each other, so all of the officers, in the neighborhood know exactly where this guy is. So it really doesn't. What? Oh, they did it. Okay. So we were wondering if they were going to use a spike strip, and my pilot Elijah is telling me that it sounds like they actually may have done a successful spike. That they believe that they got 2 tires out of it. That must have happened outside of our shot. So that is some good news, if indeed that is true. Good, at least that it's going to really cut the amount of time that this guy can run. But bad that if the rubber comes off of the tire and he keeps driving like this, it's going to be hard for him to keep control. So it looks like there were some more officers there right there. Maybe they were trying to do another spike strip. So kind of surprised that they know that this guy is armed and dangerous, but they still have some officers out there with spikes. I think what they do is they try to get their vehicle situated to where they can hide in front of the vehicle so that they're not putting themselves in harm's way, and then throw the spike out there, or they may even be able to get another officer out there that's carrying a shield so that keeps them safe from if this armed and dangerous suspect decides to use his weapon while the officers are right there. But it sounds like we did have a successful spike strip. We'll see how much longer he can keep going.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft back again here on News Now for Fox. You've been watching about the last 15, 20 minutes or so this quite suspenseful police chase. This is right in the heart of Los Angeles, South Los Angeles, rather. LAPD in pursuit. You heard it there from our reporters in the chopper from Fox 11. That this suspect is armed and dangerous. He's been running through red lights. He's been driving on the wrong side of the road. You also heard that the police issued some kind of device in order to pop and deflate some of the car's tires, and you heard that they were successful doing that out of the 2 of the 4 tires. Looks like the car is slowing down now, but you also heard there that 7 warrants are issued and out for this suspect. That's why it's being so highly sought after at the moment by these police cruisers following behind. Let's listen back into our reporters there in the chopper for what's shaping up to be quite a dramatic chase.
I think that they're probably gonna try to do it again if they can get the other tires. Once you successfully spike all 4 tires, then obviously it's really just going to be a matter of time. I mean, if you only have one or two, these can still drag on for a pretty long time. But if you've got air coming out of all four tires, then, you know, it's going to be over sooner rather than later. But you look at, oh, there was an attempt right there, right on cue. Unfortunately, the officer was just a little bit late there. So you see the officers, they're driving all around. Every turn we make, there's officers posted up right there. And, you know, they're kind of, you know, stalking the suspect from other streets, paralleling him. And then once they see an opportunity to get out there, it's just so difficult. You know, it just involves so much timing to get out there. There you see, you know, what we hate to see, a pedestrian out there getting, you know, social media coverage with their phone. Looked like he was making a recording and got way too close to the pursuit there. And the longer this goes on, especially in a neighborhood, you know, the more of a spectacle this becomes, unfortunately. So back out onto San Pedro Street. Hopefully we can get some more successful spike strips as, I mean, it's almost like he's asking for it, just, you know, driving in this exact same pattern he continues to drive in. Yeah, it might, yeah. Well, we saw them out there moments ago, Jeff. They did try to get out there again. I'm sure that there will be another attempt at the rate this is going. But, you know, like I said, now the longer this goes on, now look at all of the people that are coming out to watch this. I'm listening. Okay, I was just listening to what LAPD is saying. Now, they may be walking back the shooting suspect warrant. It sounds like they may be gathering more information on this person, but it sounds like at least two of the warrants still stand with the assault on police officers. So this is a developing situation, you know, very fluid with this person probably communicating with different agencies. You know, 77th is talking with Central, is talking with Newton, and you know, they may all have different things written down about this suspect. So there's bound to be some, you know, almost like a game of telephone. Some things may come across differently as time goes on, but we know that we still believe that there are 7 warrants for this person with assault on a police officer, and just continuing out here, kind of it just seems to be content to make a big spectacle of this. The longer it goes on, the more and more people that come out. You know, they see the sirens going by their house, not once, not twice, but 10 times now, and they come outside and want to get, you know, video for social media or what have you, which is the last thing that LAPD wants to see. And if they're not going to use a pit maneuver to shut this down, you know, hopefully they can get another spike strip going here. We see units stopped pretty much everywhere, but it's also kind of complicated when we start to get lots of people out here coming to watch what's going on. Turning. All four? Okay. Yeah, Jeff and Susie, I am now hearing actually that all four tires are flat now at this point. So that's first we knew that there were two. Now we're hearing that it's four, and as I got in really close there, as close as I could get, it does look like all four are flat. So it's really going to complicate things for him as he starts to slow down and start back up again, and then make turns on four flat tires. It's really just hopefully a short matter of time. Of course, we've seen some of these go on for a long time, a shocking amount of time on flat tires, where he might even have one of the tires where the rubber falls off and then he's going on a rim, 3 flat tires and a rim, and then the rim is kicking sparks up all over the place. So just because, you have 4 flat tires, it still takes some time for that rubber to disintegrate. And then I would think once he loses 2 tires completely for sure, where the rubber is completely separated and he's on 2 rims, that is probably going to be what it will take to get this suspect to finally come to an end. I'm just thinking back on so many pursuits, including, we've got to reference the marathon pursuit where that guy had flat tires for probably 2 hours and continued to go stop and go, stop and go, stop and go on the 10 because he was going so slow. Even though the tires were flat, it took a real long time for that rubber to actually rip off of the rim. And then it wasn't until I think the rim fell off and came down to the brake caliper when the car was finally disabled for LAPD to move in on that one. So it's certainly a good sign that he's down to 4 flat tires, and it should certainly prevent him from getting up to any dangerous speeds. But we sure hope that he doesn't try to accelerate and then make a turn at high speed on 4 flat tires. But basically the spike strips have done all they can do, and just have to see how this plays out. Yeah, just kind of taunting officers, I think, at this point. I mean, it's not, I don't think he's stopping because it's a red light. We've seen him go through quite a few red lights at this point, but, you see him stop, the officers get out of their vehicle, weapons drawn, and then he takes off again. And I really am starting to see a lot of parallels now with the marathon pursuit. There was also an assault with a deadly weapon that all took place on freeways. This is taking place almost exclusively on the streets, and you saw it kind of looked like he had a little difficulty there making a turn because he is on 4 flat tires. So maybe, the rubber is finally beginning to separate from, the actual wheels of the car. As we're back on 46th Street, I think this is probably the 12th time that we've been on this particular street, one of his favorite streets. If he's, maybe he has friends that live here, he's trying to get their attention. We already saw him stop and look like he was talking to someone who was out on their front lawn. It certainly looked like there were words exchanged. That was one of the first times we saw the suspect coming to a stop. Ooh, whoa, that was really, really close there. That guy was just backing out of his driveway and didn't see this guy coming, and I think he might have had trouble braking because, of the whole flat tire effect. So, even though he can't get to the high speeds, it's still pretty dangerous for people out here because this guy can't control his car perfectly. Yeah, definitely. I think either we're just waiting to see the actual, rubber give way and rip off of the wheels here. It's looking like it's definitely going to happen soon, especially as he tries to accelerate away from a stop. It puts a lot of pressure on that rubber that's right up against the asphalt with no tire in it, or rather with no air in it, I should say. So, yeah, he's definitely beginning to struggle. Just obviously trying to drag this out as long as he can, and in the same neighborhood he's been in the entire time. And we'll see, if I'm kind of curious if SWAT will have to get involved or something, just because this is an assault with a deadly weapon suspect that's going, for a really long time. And I would be surprised if when this car finally does give out, if this guy just sits in his car and refuses to cooperate. Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. I mean, look, here's a bunch of people now coming out of this. And look, I know we're all stuck at home, really bored out of our minds with coronavirus, with the pandemic going on. And I mean, it is kind of hard to blame these folks, but you got to remember that this guy is potentially armed and dangerous with 7 warrants, and you have no idea what's going on or how desperate this person is. And you're coming out and putting yourself into proximity with that person who's been driving kind of dangerously, who we believe has arms. So it's really the last thing that LAPD wants to see is these large crowds that gather. But the longer these go on, it is what tends to happen. And I mean, even the one on the freeway, again, I bring it up because this is kind of trending like that pursuit. Even the one on the freeway had people driving to the 10 to get out of their vehicle and pulling over illegally. That's how much people want to be a part of this spectacle. And so, if they're going to do it on the freeways, then it's I guess not much of a surprise that it's happening out here on the surface streets of South LA. This almost came to an end when he hit the back of that truck. That was really, really close. And I saw some people saying that they thought that he actually did hit the truck, but when I saw the front of this Chevy Cruze, it didn't look like he had any damage, even though he was only going about 15 or 20 miles an hour. If he would have hit the back of that solid truck, I mean, he probably would have busted his radiator. That probably would have been the end of it, and then it would have been kind of complicated because you have, he would have collided into the back of an innocent person, and then you have LAPD, and you got a lot of guns in the equation. So even though we don't like to see this go on, as long as it may have been for the best that it did not end back there. I believe that was on 46th Street, one of the streets he's been on many, many times, making a turn, and now he's, a lot of people, and now we're on 45th. Or 49th, yeah. You're right. Yeah, there have been quite a few, really on just about every street. I just wanted to try to get a look in the front of the vehicle here. I doubled in. It gets a little dark, but I want to see it. I don't see any damage to this vehicle if there would have been a collision with that truck. And it looks like there is just the one person in the vehicle there, the one suspect supposedly with 7 watts, who LAPD seems to know who this person is. Let's see, really slowing down again back on Wall Street. This has been another one of the streets where it's almost like he's parading through here now to these people. I can't think, why this would continue to go on. And now look, at a complete stop, and here's the officers out here trying to do their job, and here are all these innocent people. This makes LAPD so nervous. Their job is already so incredibly difficult, and now we could potentially be at the end of this pursuit, and here's at least a dozen people who are within throwing distance of this person that has 7 warrants, and LAPD just wants to come and take, right, exactly, I mean this is a totally unpredictable situation with someone who they believe is armed, and now you have all these people who think they have to come and be a part of this. And you're right, they're in the line of fire, they're within distance of a lot of stuff, and it's already complicated enough to get officers in here to come and arrest this person and clear the vehicle, and you have all these people just making really light of this situation. It's just stomach curdling to see, frankly. Yeah. Yes. The doors. This is a good sign. The first time we've seen this, and he is getting down now on the ground. It looks like he is going to be surrendering, but the crowd continues to close in on this guy right now. So it's, if anything, they're just getting closer. So hopefully, the situation is diffusing with these people treating it like it's, an action movie or something like that. Just unbelievable how lightly they're taking. It almost makes me wonder if this is what the suspect wanted, if this was why he was circling the same area. We're pretty sure he was on his phone for quite a while. If he was trying to just make as much of a scene as he possibly could, if it was, to brag to friends or whatever. But I can't remember. We've seen crowds gather at the end of pursuits, but never this many people gather and get this close to someone with 7 warrants, a known wanted suspect by LAPD, who is believed to be armed and dangerous, and these people are right up on him. LAPD is calling for backup on this to try to get some crowd control. At least the guy is out on the ground, but there's, they're going to have to come and cuff him, and we don't know how agitated this crowd is, what kind of, attitudes they have. If they may have to wait for some backup before they take any further steps. Yeah. And more arriving. They're still calling for more backup, and then of course they have the helicopter overhead as well. So they have detained the suspect. They'll be putting him away, and then you talk about that circular motion where they almost kind of set up a skirmish line around the scene, and they need to they have basically kind of formation tactics that they can use to disperse crowds. So now, look, it's over. The guy's in custody. Very, very, very right now we have some crowd control. Just so fortunate that nothing tragic happened out here when we're dealing, with somebody who is already, allegedly has 7 warrants, a known suspect of a LAPD. But fortunately, they eventually surrendered peacefully. Took a really, really long time, but left a little bit of chaos in his wake. I'm hearing about more on the way. They're coming lights and sirens, I believe, from downtown LA and other parts of South LA to come up to the area. Really not sure why the crowd hasn't even dispersed at this point. I mean, now it's not even a spectacle. The only spectacle is what they're making of themselves by standing out here. You know, it was already very unwise to come out and be involved in this. You got way too close. Okay, well, you got away with it. You're safe. Nothing bad happened to you. It's over. It's time to go, you know, back inside your homes now. Let LAPD wrap up this investigation, search the vehicle for any evidence that may be connected, you know, in these 7 warrants. There's no, we all saw what, you know, unfolded on camera. This was a wanted suspect. LAPD conducting themselves with the utmost professionalism here, but for whatever reason, all these people are still gathered out here making a big deal about this. Yeah.
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft once again with News Now from Fox. You've been watching this for about the last 40 minutes. Quite a dramatic scene unfolding, not necessarily the chase itself, but at the end of it, where that massive crowd formed as the suspect got out of his vehicle, put his hands up, laid down on the ground as police moved in to detain him. They're now trying to disperse this crowd. These are just onlookers, passersby, trying to get a glimpse, maybe for their social media accounts, of something they might not see every day, the end of a police chase and the arrest of someone. Remember, like you were hearing from the reporter in the chopper, that guy that they just arrested, he had 7 warrants out for him, among those including assaulting police officers. He was thought to be armed and dangerous. He was driving recklessly, driving erratically, running red lights, driving on the wrong side of the road. But now it seems that the LAPD is trying to just get the crowd to go back in their homes. They seem to be somewhat successful. Moving down the street now, they've been searching the car. That Chevy Cruze, the white Chevy Cruze there in the middle. Let's listen in for just a little bit longer for the reporter in the chopper. All right, it does look like they're getting the vehicle out of there to take over to possibly forensics, just to get some more information, more evidence maybe of what was inside the car. Suspect has been detained. The crowd is trying to be dispersed there. Tons of police still on the scene. Anyway, we're going to get off this shot for now. I want to thank everyone for watching. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. Coming up on our last hour of programming here on this Monday night. I hope you've been enjoying what we've been bringing to the table here, bringing on the stream. It's been a lot of great stuff, a lot of big stories that happened on this Monday. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. All right, welcome back, everyone. Andrew Kraft here. Remember, NewsNow from Fox has a Twitter account. That's at NewsNow Fox. We would love a follow there. Our account is verified now. It shows all of the top stories, top clips, top viral moments that we post there throughout the day. So give us a follow. Also, visit us at our website, newsnowfox.com. You can give me a follow on Twitter. That's at Andrew Kraft, C-R-A-F-T. Want to thank everyone for watching on this Monday night. So we're going to just transition here to get some more politics stories in before we are done with our live programming for the night, for this Monday night. But remember, here on NewsNow from Fox, just like we saw for the last 40 minutes, we bring you these live, raw, and unfiltered feeds from around the country and the biggest stories of the day, the biggest events of the day, and we play them out, try to play them out in full, in their entirety. But we've got always a lot to get to, so we cannot always play them out in their entirety. So I just want to remind you that that's what we are here at NewsNow from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. You know, no bias or opinion, just the facts with some clarity and context. So we hope you enjoy it. I want to thank you for watching. We are going to go out now to Washington, D.C. from a hearing earlier today that happened in the House Budget Committee. You might already know, passed the $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan. So what that means is it's out of committee. It's going to be put to the floor of the House for a full vote, probably very soon. Then it has to go to the Senate for a vote as well, but it's made it out of the committee. I think the vote was 19-16. And this is Biden's $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan. So we're going to just listen to a little bit of this and the negotiations and the vote here from earlier today. Here's that.
To raise wages, reduce poverty, and improve the economic standing of low-income Americans in the territories as we fight this pandemic. Thank you, and I yield back.
All of our time has expired. I want to thank my colleagues for their contributions, and I will now yield 20 minutes plus an extra minute to the ranking member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We love the extra minute, so we appreciate that. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Smith. There is a difference between acting quickly and decisively and acting recklessly and rashly. And in this instance, we are acting recklessly and rashly. There has not been any debate. There has not been any discussion. This is being rammed through. Schools need to be reopened. Our current president promised that schools would be open within 100 days of him taking office, yet now we're pushing that timeline back, and only 5% of the money allocated in this bill will go to our schools this year in 2021. We need to reopen our schools. In Mississippi, we are doing that. It is not from lack of resources. It is from lack of wanting to open the schools. Almost none of this money in this budget reconciliation is focused on vaccine distribution, testing, PPE for the people who need it, things that we need to get it. Rural broadband is not addressed in there. I have people in rural Mississippi who cannot access distance learning. They cannot access distance telehealth to get treatment from their doctors and physicians because they don't have rural broadband. Where is the money for rural broadband? What I see is a bailout for poorly run, already existing, state and local for big cities and big states who have poorly managed their money beforehand, not money that is going and earmarked for those who have discovered losses based on COVID. I also am very concerned that we have a farm payback program for USDA that pays 120% of the outstanding loan for only certain individuals. Under USDA policy, we may even have non-citizens who get their whole loan plus 20% paid back, while American citizens are not eligible for the same program. We should never discriminate based on race, culture, sex, or anything else, and that goes both ways. And I'm just really hope someone can answer me, why are we excluding United States citizens who are farmers from USDA payback when we are paying back others, and why should the color of your skin be the measure of whether or not you get a payback program. Finally, I just want to say this bill rewards states who have forced shutdown of hundreds of thousands of businesses. The minimum wage will be job killing and business shutting in places like Mississippi. It will not result in more jobs or better pay. It will result in businesses closing and jobs being lost. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, the gentleman from Mississippi. Being the newest member to the committee, you did a wonderful job, and we are glad to have you. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Iowa, Ms. Henson.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and to my colleagues, both here in the room and joining us virtually. I have just returned from visiting all 20 counties in Iowa's 1st Congressional District. And in my conversations throughout the district, there's one theme that really prevailed. It's that we need targeted pandemic relief, targeted. And we had a really important opportunity here, an opportunity to give Americans just that targeted COVID-19 relief. Instead, I'm disheartened to see this massive 591 behemoth of a bill that fails to focus on what Americans need and instead includes radical agenda items like things that have been pushed long before the pandemic, like a $15 federal minimum wage hike, a mandate there. So instead of including all of these divisive policies like a one-size-fits-all minimum wage mandate and a blue state bailout that have no place in a COVID-19 relief package, we should instead be focused on ensuring that Americans across the country have access to vaccines. Let's get those shots in arms, getting kids back to school safely and supporting our families. They're working to recover financially, emotionally, physically from this horrific virus. And I think we're missing the mark here. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to talk about what is a monstrosity of a bill. But right now I want to tell you what's not in this bill, but it should be. No requirement in this bill for schools to use this money on safety measures to reopen. And for that matter, I don't believe that the money in this bill is even required to be spent this year. That's concerning to me when we have $54 billion that just went out to schools with no lanes on that funding. There are no vaccines for America's forgotten essential workers in the heartland, like our truckers who have continued to keep our supply chain up and running in the midst of the pandemic. And most troubling to me as a mother of two, there are no protections to prevent this money from being used to attack our unborn in this country. That's right, this bill drastically expands government health coverage for those affected by the pandemic, but it's been stripped of the longstanding Hyde Amendment protections to prevent your taxpayer dollars from funding abortions and lining the pockets of abortion providers. So this package should be about saving American lives and livelihoods, not ending them before that they have a chance to begin. I'm appalled. This package spends nearly $2 trillion of taxpayer money without a single protection in place to prevent my constituents' hard-earned money from paying for abortions. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, I hope that we can all agree this is unacceptable and it must be fixed before this bill can move forward. And with that, I thank you for the time and I yield back.
I want to thank the lady from Iowa. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Ranking Chair. I am strongly opposed to this bill, which is a blatant attempt by Democrats to politicize this pandemic. 91%, that's how much this $1.9 trillion bill is being spent on items completely unrelated to public health. $500 billion in bailouts for blue state governors, another $500 billion on policies that will reduce job creation, implementing a $15 an hour minimum wage, which the CBO projects will eliminate 1.4 million jobs, raising taxes on private companies, hurting investments and growth in the long run. It's clear Democrats are using a global pandemic as a vehicle to pass their far left agenda, an agenda that will stymie, not stimulate economic growth. The fallout from this reckless spending policies will hurt American workers, seniors, and future generations. Just last week, the CBO projected public debt will surpass 200% of GDP in the next 30 years. Interest payments alone are projected to skyrocket to 7% of GDP, which is more than what we spend on Social Security. But it won't take that long before seniors start feeling the effects of Democrats' out-of-control spending. Since we are spending much more of our country's money than we take in, pay-go rules will kick the trigger to a $30 billion cut to Medicare starting in 2022 and continuing for the next 10 years. Democrats are completely ignoring the grave consequences of plunging our country into further debt and not for COVID relief. It's an advance. It's all about their out-of-touch agenda. We have a responsibility to spending people's money wisely and in a serious manner, not one that treats money like a game of Monopoly. And that's why I'm a firm no. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Iowa. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. Colleagues, I strongly urge caution in the adoption of the legislation that we're considering today. If adopted, this will be one of the largest spending package enacted in the entire history of Congress. And although I think we are all united in our belief that we need to quickly respond to this crisis and get our economy back on its feet, this is the wrong way to go about it. First of all, as you heard in the testimony, by most estimates, over $1 trillion of the stimulus that's already been appropriated by Congress remains unspent. Last week, I joined the ranking member and a large number of my colleagues in co-sponsoring HRES 127, which simply asks for an accounting of where that money is and how it can be more quickly gotten to the Americans who are desperately in need of that relief. If our goal as a body is to enact relief for Americans, this would be a far quicker way of doing it, rather than passing new stimulus money. Also, as you heard in the testimony, only about 9% of this legislation would actually go towards directly combating the spread of the coronavirus. The other 91% of it falls into a broad category of relief and stimulus. And the problem with that is the amount of relief and stimulus is about 6 times as much as that recommended as safe by economists. We run the real risk of overheating our economy with this stimulus, of getting us back into a hyperinflationary environment of rising interest rates. And although most Americans might not remember what it was like in the late 1970s and early 1980s to have double-digit mortgage rates and high inflation, I can assure you that is not where we want to put America today. And I also must object in the most strongest terms to the inclusion of an increase in the federal minimum wage in this relief package. Most economists agree that raising this minimum wage, especially at the tail end of an economic recession, will only have the effect of decreasing access to entry-level jobs. This will have the effect of hurting the very people we are trying to help. So, Mr. Chairman and ranking member, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I strongly urge a no vote on this legislation. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from California. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from Colorado, Ms. Bober.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Chairman, if the goal of this so-called COVID relief bill is to address COVID-19 and support economic recovery, goals I support and think Congress could do some things to help with if done correctly, this bill does not even come close to hitting the mark. In fact, the nearly $1.7 trillion of this $1.9 trillion bill has nothing to do with getting out vaccines or policies that directly address the China virus. Instead, this Democrat bill spends way more than is even conceivably necessary and in so many wrong places. It's no wonder very little of it will actually get out the door in 2021. The government bureaucrats who will have to write these checks won't even know where to start. Look no further than the previous 5 COVID relief bills already signed into law. Totals of those bills reached $4 trillion, and to date, some $1 trillion remains unspent. So much for COVID relief. Frankly, I call bullcrap on all of this. Let's call this bill what it really is, a partisan wish list filled with progressive promises to Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's closest friends. $500 billion is included for bailing out the blue states and localities that mismanaged their budgets. $500 billion for policies that actually reduce employment, including $260 billion so people can sit on the couch at home through August. I'm a small business owner. I know how hard it is to hire people during this pandemic because of these poor unemployment policies. Postal and federal workers receive an additional 600 hours of paid leave in this bill, when many federal workers have been working from home and never even lost their job. What does a bailout for state pension programs have to do with ending a pandemic? The bill increases the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which will crush already hard-hit small businesses in rural America, killing another $2.7 million jobs in the process. The political nature of this whole thing is sickening. The billions are not all targeted to those who truly still are in need and will go out to the households of governments that have experienced no financial hardship during this crisis. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, all of this extra non-related political payoff spending comes at the expense of hardworking Americans, many of whom are still suffering and under some sort of government restrictions. Our economy is expected to grow 3.7% this year without this bill or any other stimulus. We need Democrat politicians to allow our small businesses and schools to reopen. We need vaccines distributed to those who want them. We need to get the remaining trillion from previous COVID packages out the door. Reopening America is the economic relief we need, not just flushing another $2 trillion of taxpayer money down the toilet. I urge a strong no vote on that. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado, and I'd like to yield 3 minutes to Mr. Klein from Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you for giving time to me. As a new member of the Budget Committee, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of the committee. I'll use my service here to advocate for getting our fiscal house in order. Unfortunately, what the majority of today does anything but that. It's mostly liberal wish list masquerading as COVID relief is the wrong plan, at the wrong time, for the wrong reason. Among some of its worst provisions, $500 billion is included to incentivize continued state and local lockdowns and to bail out governors whose policies have led to the closure of more than 100,000 small businesses. Here in my home state of Virginia, it was recently announced that even during the pandemic and in sight of the unnecessary lockdowns and the poor performance of Governor Northam's administration in distributing both testing last year and vaccines this year, the Commonwealth recorded a budget surplus of over $700 million. Virginia, rather than a bailout for states like California and New York, Virginians need for the economy and for our schools to reopen. Even worse than bailing out states that don't need a bailout is the fact that less than 9% of the package before us actually goes toward programs that combat COVID-19 through public health spending such as vaccination programs, tracking, and more testing, all of which are vital to reopening our economy. And only 5% of the $130 billion for K-12 schools is actually spent in FY21, which begs the question, when will schools reopen? The Biden administration doesn't seem to have the answer for that. If the majority passes this additional $1.9 trillion so-called aid package, Congress will have spent $6 trillion in the last year alone on COVID-related stimulus. And we know that around $1 trillion of what has already been allocated has not yet been spent. If any additional relief is passed, it must be targeted, temporary, and tied to COVID. By continuing to spend more money on less targeted COVID aid, the majority is setting us on a course that poses serious threats to the long-term viability of our economy. For these reasons, I oppose the spending package, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, and I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for recognizing me to speak on this incredibly consequential piece of legislation. We in Congress have the responsibility to respond to our nation's crisis, and I'm proud of the work we've done already to get us through this pandemic. But we just can't consider legislation in a vacuum, especially here on the Budget Committee. We must weigh our obligations to our long-term fiscal health and the future we leave to our children and our grandchildren. This package fails to consider the consequences it will have on our future fiscal well-being. This package comes after Congress has already passed roughly $4 trillion in COVID relief. However, an estimated $1 trillion of those funds is yet to be actually spent. Further, CBO projects the economy to return to the pre-pandemic level of real GDP growth by midway through this year and for unemployment to steadily decline without additional spending. Why do we need to spend an additional $2 trillion of money that is being taken from future generations? Unfortunately, it has become the norm to avoid our fiscal responsibility as of late. What's worse, though, is that this bill is so clearly a partisan wish list than sincere bipartisan effort to actually help Americans overcome the COVID pandemic. Less than 9% of total funding is directly related to combating COVID, almost half of which won't be spent until 2022 or later. What is it? What is it not? So what does the remaining 90% cover? More than $500 billion to incentivize lockdowns that have ravaged our economy and bail out governors whose policies have hurt school children and small businesses. There's a $15 minimum wage mandate that will further damage small businesses and disproportionately harm low-income workers. Also, millions in spending for the National Endowment of the Arts and Humanities has had nothing to do with the pandemic. We have a responsibility to respond to this pandemic, yes, but not one to fund partisan dreams. Even the Washington Post editorial board has come out saying that this bill should focus on COVID and not include other priorities. This package will damage our long-term national fiscal health, is harmful to workers, and built for political gain rather than benefit the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this package, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia, and I'd like to yield the remaining time to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. My dear friend, Congressman John Yarmuth, who I have such a high opinion.
Okay, so we're just going to get out of this for now. There's only about 3 or 4 minutes left there, but you heard the members of the House, the representatives there, go back and forth. They sit on the House Budget Committee talking about their disagreements, their agreements with the $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan from the Biden administration that's just being kind of piecemeal put together at the moment. Things are being taken out, other things are being put in, other things are just staying as they are. But as of today, it did pass out of the Budget Committee, meaning it will be coming to the House floor very soon for a vote for the entire chamber. We don't know when that's going to be scheduled, so we'll air that live, obviously, here on News Now when that happens. So much needed relief coming to many Americans very, very soon, just a matter of when. But you saw some of those Republican congressmen not too happy, thinking that this proposal, this relief package, is being rammed through the throats of Congress, not even having enough time to read it. A lot of opposition has been levied that a lot of Democrats are just throwing things in it that they want that's not necessarily commensurate with the pandemic itself. So we'll be following all of that here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. Have only about a couple more minutes here left of live programming on this Monday night. We want to thank you for watching. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is Andrew Kraft. Just for our last half hour here of live programming, we do want to play out some of the stories from our Fox News correspondents and from our Fox affiliates from around the country about what they've been tracking, what they've been following today. So let's take a look at this.
Merrick Brian Garland.
5 years after Republicans refused to consider him for the Supreme Court, those same Republicans praised federal appeals court Judge Merrick Garland.
I think you have a very deep understanding of the threats America faces.
If confirmed, Garland would lead a department rife with political divisions following a 4-year period with 4 attorneys general at the helm.
There have been few moments in history where the role of Attorney General and the occupant of that post have mattered more.
Garland promised to fully prosecute those responsible for storming the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. His first priority, receiving a briefing about that day.
We must do everything in the power of the Justice Department to prevent this kind of interference with the policies of American democratic institutions. We are facing a more dangerous period than we faced in Oklahoma City.
And Garland would know. He oversaw the prosecution team of Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh. Republicans on the Judiciary Committee pressed Garland to commit to investigations initiated during the Bill Barr era, including special counsel John Durham's investigation looking at the origins of the Russia probe.
I don't have any reason to think that he should not remain in place.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz pressed the judge over concerns about a potential conflict of interest involving a reported federal investigation into the nursing home scandal surrounding New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
I don't know any of the facts, but I can guarantee you that somebody with a conflict of interest will not be the person running an investigation of any kind.
The Justice Department is also investigating the president's son, Hunter Biden, for his business dealings overseas.
Have you discussed this Hunter Biden case with the president or anyone else?
I have not.
David Weiss, the Trump-era U.S. attorney in Delaware investigating Hunter Biden, will keep his job and continue his work. Merrick Garland said today he will be the attorney for all Americans, not the attorney for President Biden. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
This is a first look at history. NASA on Monday released new video showing the Perseverance rover landing on the surface of Mars.
You can see the engines as we get lower, throttled there and stop us here. And you can see it beginning to push all that dust around on the ground on the 2 sides.
The footage gives us a glimpse of the red Martian terrain covered with craters, rocks, and dust.
They look Earth-like in a sense. You know, you see the mountains back there and the rocks and things. It's just, it really is the surface of an alien world.
To capture these images, NASA added 25 cameras to the spacecraft, the most ever sent to Mars. 6 were devoted to entry, descent, and landing, and all but 1 camera worked. But this is not the only out-of-this-world experience for your senses. The agency also shared the sounds of the red planet for the first time. The Mars landing was months in the making, blasting off from Florida in July 2020 for one of NASA's most ambitious deep space missions. And Perseverance delivered during the 7-minute descent. The rover used an enormous parachute to help slow down and lower it safely to the surface and right on target in the planet Jezero crater. In an effort to pave the way for future exploration on our neighboring planet, the rover will spend the next 2 years searching for any signs of ancient life on Mars. Perseverance will gather sediment and rock samples that will eventually be sent back to Earth some 10 years from now. That's the latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
It was like it was raining in here.
After last week's rare winter storm left dozens dead across Texas, the snow is gone, most power is back on, but problems persist.
The water was pouring down onto my sewing table.
Many of the advisories to boil water have been lifted, but that's cold comfort for people still without water.
I would say tens of thousands across the region.
Broken pipes, both city lines and in homes, will take time to fix.
But no water because our pipe's broke and we can't get a plumber just yet. And the plumber has come out, but there's no parts.
Many without water are turning to distribution sites like these.
It's tough not having water when you're so used to having those conveniences and then don't have it.
It just makes you feel good when you can give back. It takes your mind off of what your issues are.
The bill for all this damage is also likely to be overwhelming.
There's a meter here on this house, and then there's a meter actually out here.
Massive bills are now another headache for those who had power the whole time and even some who didn't.
Almost $17,000.
Ty Williams has a variable rate plan. He tried to switch before the storm.
It was useless because no one wanted to take on the burden of a new client when they're paying top dollar for power.
Stories like his are likely to now prompt changes.
Texans who have suffered through days of freezing cold without power should not be subjected to skyrocketing energy bills due to a spike in the energy market.
Customers can't have their power or water cut off for not paying. Governor Abbott says they'll work to protect Texans against outrageous bills. Multiple lawsuits are now being filed against ERCOT, including a $100 million wrongful death suit from the family of an 11-year-old boy who died after his family home lost power and heat. That's the latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
What's next after last week's power grid failure? Ross Ramsey, executive editor and co-founder of the Texas Tribune, joins me live now. Ross, thanks so much for taking the time. Appreciate it. Let's take us back to the last week. At 1.4 million Texans were without power. It seemed like a select few knew the grid would fail, but the rest of us had no idea, and people died because of this. So what could lawmakers decide when they do start to meet?
Well, I think the first thing that's going to happen, honestly, is a bunch of finger pointing as they try to figure out exactly who made which decisions that got us into the mess we were in the middle of last week. They start with ERCOT. ERCOT reports to the Public Utility Commission. The Public Utility Commission is appointed by the governor. So, this could go up, into elected officials. All of the policy for all of those are set by the legislature. So there's plenty of blame to go around. I think they're going to do probably a post-mortem like they did after the 2011 storm, and maybe come to some of the same conclusions, one of which was that the power plants ought to be more weatherized.
And then, Ross, that never did happen, though, after 2011. So what do you think is at stake this time around if they do say, again, let's winterize the equipment? Is it going to come down to, whether they believe their constituents, everyday Texans, are going to want to pay more for the costs of that? And how much more would we be talking about?
I don't know the exact dollars. I know that after the 2011 storm and the reports that were done after that, a lot of the industrial and commercial electric customers in particular, these are plants and big organizations and things like that, argued that they were here in part because of low electricity costs, and that they would sacrifice some reliability for that. I think that question has maybe flipped this time. The question is, as you say, whether people would pay more to have a more reliable electric network in Texas.
And, Ross, here in Texas, people do pride ourselves on hard work and coming together, after a disaster. But the national media line has really been, it seems that, Texas was weak. Texas wasn't prepared to handle something like this. Do you think that there are going to be long-term effects on our reputation, or are we going to be able to bounce back and be the state that people, have wanted to move to for a while now?
Well, I think, Texas has a good reputation in that way. We got a real bruise this last week, and we got a lot of repairing to do. So it's going to be partly how do we repair that. A lot of what happened last week was kind of a failure at the top. The government and the electric companies didn't do what they wanted to, but we saw a lot of Texans all over the state, I'm sure you did too, pulling together in neighborhoods and in friendships and getting each other through. So, there's a bright side to this, but it's not at the top.
And Ross, talk a little bit about, what your reporters there are really going to be honing in on this week. I know one of the biggest things that we're focused on here, too, is that people have been getting these skyrocketing bills after this. And the governor said yesterday, look, we're not going to turn off your electricity. We're not going to make you pay these bills. But that's something that they're going to have to answer to as well, right?
I think that's right. Those bills are, basically allowed under current law. If you sign up with a company that says we'll give you low rates in return for you subject yourself to the market in bad cases like this, you get bills like you got last week. I think I saw a story that one guy got a bill for $57,000. That's crazy, but it's apparently allowed under the law. So the legislature is going to have to figure out, A, whether they change that law, and B, whether there's some protection going backwards for the people who got dinged like that last week.
All right, Ross Ramsey, executive editor of the Tribune. Thank you so much. I'm sure waking up in the 40s in Austin feels pretty good this morning, right?
It feels pretty great outside. It's nice to see the sun again.
Moving day is never easy, but this one takes the cake.
We saw a ginormous house rolling down the street. It's not something you see every day in San Francisco.
In San Francisco, a huge 139-year-old Victorian house was hoisted off its foundation on Franklin and Turk Streets and carried through the city streets to its new location about a quarter-mile away on Fulton and Laguna.
Amazing how they're able to move a building that size.
The sight of the 6-bedroom house delighted spectators.
I think it's fantastic.
They took pictures and lined the streets to watch the home's unusual journey.
It's slow going. They got trees in the way and light posts in the way and signposts, so they've had to continue to move stuff as they've been plugging along.
Plans to make this happen were years in the making, and the cost for this move about $400,000. The new owner plans to restore the house and turn it into a multi-unit rental property.
It's great that they're saving the house. It's great that an old piece of architecture like that can be, rather than just scraped and thrown on the junk pile, they can save it and make it something new again.
I'm Alyssa Harrington, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Virginia football student athletes taking the field tonight for their first games during the pandemic. The Virginia High School League voted back in July to move the start date of fall sports to the spring. Well, now it's spring, and in Loudoun County, Max Preps ranks the Tuscarora High Huskies in the top 10 of the state. So hopefully they have a good season. Let's find out a little bit more. Joining us, Athletic Director Tony Talent and Coach Brandon Wheelbarger. Good to see both of you gentlemen this morning. We're just going to skip right past the 90-degree two-a-days and get into the fall flurry football, right?
Absolutely. Getting right into it.
Yeah, diving in. Hey, listen, Tony, I want to start with you as athletic director. First of all, we can't do anything about the weather, but we can try to control the health and the safety as best we can. What are you doing on those fronts?
Well, I mean, we've made sure that, we're following all the mandates that have been given to us by the county that have been, come down from the National High School Federation through the VHSL. We made sure that the kids have masks on that attach to the inside of their helmets right now, following what we've been given as guidelines. We're emphasizing potting within the groups, and the coaches have done a really good job. I really want to commend, all of our coaches. A lot of these coaches started back with out-of-season conditioning back in July and have done an amazing job of continuing to implement what they've been given and keep our athletes healthy and out on the field and ready for their competitions when they came
Sure.
around.
Real quick follow-up, and then we'll get to Coach. Will fans be allowed at all, even mom and dad in the stands?
Yes, we have a plan going forward in this second season. The guidance has been given from the governors. We're following the same thing that even colleges are following. We're allowed a certain number, and we're working with ticketless retailers to make sure that we can get tickets in the hands of those folks.
Okay, good to hear. All right, Coach, how do you keep the guys motivated now? I mean, after just delay after delay after delay, and now the shortened season.
We've had to try and continue to preach, control what you can control. And for our program, it's been tough because, we kind of hang our hat on building relationships. And it's hard to do through Zooms, and our kids have kept their spirits up. And even with all the setbacks continuously since the summer, they've kind of had that mindset of next, whatever comes next, we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to control what we can control.
I think that, Coach, any athlete is going to say, look, all you're looking forward to is game day. You want to get out there, and you're going to give your all, no matter if it's in September or it's in February. But you do have other factors involved here. Maybe a guy wants to go to the next level, and maybe that's altered now. How do you deal with those, and really, what's the status of that now?
It's an awesome point that you bring up, and a lot of these kids have been really affected in terms of recruiting. You know, because we didn't play in the fall, some of these kids won't get an opportunity. For us, we have had a couple kids who have committed already, and they've decided to stay and play with their teammates in the spring and kind of see it through. And again, I think that's a testament to our kids and what they've built, that they want to see it through and be a part of it.
All right, Tony, I want to go back to you as athletic director now for a second. You know, these seasons have just kind of been jumbled all over the place now. So, you know, we're getting the fall sports season started now. What's next?
Well, we'll go to spring in April. You know, it's kind of funny, like you said. Normally, the week that we started, you know, volleyball and cross country and some of those other sports is the week that we start spring sports. So, you know, spring sports has been pushed back in the VHSL model. So it's just going to be almost an everyday, you know, sports every day. It's going to, you know, sports in the spring is jammed anyway.
Coach, I want to get back to Coach for a final point here. You know, when you talk about keeping the guys motivated and everything else, but now that, you know, when you delay the season 5 or 6 months, does it, you know, is there any, I guess, light at the end of the tunnel here or any bright spots, silver linings? You know, do you get 6 more months of workouts in at least, you know, maybe get in better shape?
We, as of right now, all we can do is focus on tomorrow. I tell the kids every single day, you know, our game has been moved to tomorrow already. And I told the kids that, you know what, we've been waiting 15 months to play. What's one more day? Let's go ahead and just focus on tomorrow.
All right. So that's weather related because of the game today?
Yes, sir. Because our field is still slowly thawing out. So we'll be ready to rock and roll tomorrow, though.
All right.
Yeah,
listen.
I think your weather guy for that.
Yeah. Hey, he warned us, but we'll get that rain later today. But we appreciate it. We'll pass the message along to Tucker, and best wishes to you guys, to the football team, to all the other spring sport or fall sports that are playing today. And then spring is next, unless something else happens. But we'll try to keep it straight. Guys, thanks very much. Athletic Director Tony Talent, Coach Brandon Wilbarger. Good luck to both of you.
Between quarantine and so many delicious restaurants to choose from around Atlanta, it may be hard to stay fit.
Well, it's not that hard for one Atlanta woman who is a record-setting bodybuilder, and there's still much more where that came from.
My name is Sydney Gillen, and I'm a 4-time figure Olympia champion in the IFBB Professional League.
Sydney was born and raised in Atlanta and is an alumni of North Atlanta High School. She says she's always been competitive and was a multi-sport athlete in school, and says her passion for bodybuilding came when she was a young girl.
I started competing when I was 13 years old. I did my first show at 14, and I kind of started since there. My parents are bodybuilders, so I've been going to shows since I was 6 years old.
Sydney says when she was younger, the glitz and glamour drew her in. Competitors wore rhinestones and high heels. When she got older and got into the sport, she realized it was about more than just that.
I saw how healthy I could be, how much more I could push, how much more I could still enjoy my food, live my life, have a healthy lifestyle, and still be the best at what I do. That's when I realized, like, hey, take this as seriously as you can, and you can be Miss Olympia.
That's exactly what she did. Sydney competes in the figure category, which is based on muscular shape. She earned her first win at the age of 25, making her the youngest figure Olympia champion in history.
It is unusual for me to be as young as I am and have been successful in such a physique sport.
And Sydney isn't just a bodybuilder. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's in public relations. She's proud of what she's accomplished and excited to show women who look like her that it can be done.
And being a part of that transition to where people can look up to me, my children can eventually look up to me, my sisters can look up to me and see, hey, it's possible to get on that stage, do well, and win. I think that's the biggest thing for me.
She is incredible, right? Sydney is the second black woman to win the Miss Olympia title, but the first woman in the competition's history to have won 4 times in a row. For more on Sydney, visit our website, fox5atlanta.com, and click the Seen on TV tab. And I tell you what, Katie, when I work out this evening, I'm going to work it a little bit harder.
Yeah, she can
after
be
watching
motivating,
her.
that's for sure. But what an inspiration. That's cool.
For sure.
So we live in a society that focuses on youth, right? No surprise to any of us. Grown-ups need love too. Men and women in their 40s and over, their 50s, their 60s. They discover advantages to being a bit older and wiser on the dating scene. The good news is that finding a love match in your 40s, 50s, 60s, there's no limit, honey. It happens all the time. Dating expert Monique Kelly is back with advice for the not youthful, but maybe youthful at heart. Older, wiser singles out there, and by the way, in a pandemic, because that's a real conversation as well. Monique, how you doing, girl?
I am good, because I'm a member of the 40+ club myself.
Proudly.
40 plus.
Definitely, I'm like 40++. You know, I love that we're having this conversation because there is this focus on youth. This has been for a long time. There are new challenges coming for when you're a little bit older. You're not ready to put up with the same things you might have put up with back when you were young.
That is so true, because when you're dating 40+, you date from a different perspective. Sure. You have to be unapologetic for what you want because you've had the wisdom. You know, the 20s you spend figuring things out, making the mistakes. The 30s is the lessons. Once you hit 40+, you're very clear on what you want. You're very clear on your non-negotiables. You understand that no one's going to be perfect and you're not going to settle, but you understand there is some compromise to dating as well. Yeah. So it's such a different way of dating once you're older, and owning what you want is so important at this age.
You know who you are, you know what you need, you know what you want. You can stand firm in those things unabashedly. Here's another tip that I think that is so important, just in general, but this is such I want to see how it applies to this. Do not operate out of fear. Talk to me about that. You mean like there's nobody left for me, I got to choose someone quick? Is that what you're talking about?
There's that fear of like, oh my goodness, I'm a certain age and it's not going to happen for me. There's also a narrative out there for some people. You have to be very careful the stories you tell yourself. We talked about changing your dating narrative a few weeks ago, but especially once you hit the 40+. You have to be careful of what advice you're listening to. There's certain people out there that make singles of a certain age feel like, oh, well, you're a certain age, so you need to take what you can get. No, you have to understand that what you want is possible and it's feasible. And you have to have clarity also. Here's another thing that's major for
clarity
people.
Is important.
Clarity. And then also let's talk about kids, because that's a reality that you face once you hit a particular age. So if you still want to have kids, you have to be very clear on that. You have to look at your options in terms of having kids. And also another reality is if you get to a certain age where it's just not possible and you might have wanted that, grieve the fact that you didn't get that and start to figure out a way to move forward in that new reality, because it is definitely something that people of a particular age have to think about.
And by the way, remember, in today's world, there are many ways to form a family. You know, you don't have to carry your own child. There's lots of options out there if you get to that age and you want to have a family still. Okay. Number 3 is you do you. I believe in this wholeheartedly. What do you mean specifically about dating when you're over 40?
Okay, when you're over 40, at a certain point, you're firm in your career. You don't have to wait to take a trip with a boo. You don't have to wait to buy yourself that purse, buy yourself a beautiful piece of jewelry, take yourself out to a restaurant. Do you, boo? Pamper yourself, because you can do it. You're at an age where it is feasible. It's very different in your 20s. You know, back in the day, I'm not talking for myself, of course. You know, you go out on a date because you were a little hungry and you were a little broke, okay? Some of us did that. Not me, of course, Michaela. But when you are 40+, you can do those things. You don't have to wait on a boo.
It's so true. And you know what? You'll see more people doing that, enjoying a dinner pre-pandemic, enjoying a dinner out by themselves, going to a movie by themselves. Look, this next tip for real is solid. Beware of bad advice. It's amazing how people want to tell you their horror stories.
Exactly. A lot of times when you are single, you get a lot of unsolicited advice.
So much.
Okay. I mean, you could be doing what you want to do and you're not even thinking about the fact that you're single. Right. So I love to tell singles, because this happens and you don't even realize it's happening. Stop being the story and topic of conversation for your married friends or your friends in long-term relationships. Yeah. A lot of times you don't realize that you're putting out the woe is me, I'm so tired of being single, instead of putting out that you're happily single. Because let's face it, Michaela, there are plenty of people who are married or in long-term relationships where women are sneaking out to their cars to get a break from their significant others, okay? Yes. You are happily single, and you have to change that narrative, because you don't always want to be the single friend looking for love.
Well, and sometimes your friend crew can put that on you, sort of decide that for you and that you're going to become a group project. And that's not cool.
Oh my God,
that's not
yes.
cool.
It's just not.
That's definitely
their
not
hearts
cool.
are in the right place, but it's just sometimes back off a little bit. I'm cool.
Tip number 5, and this is great advice. Get out there. Asterisk, pandemic concerns included.
Yes, you have to get yourself out there because, again, at this age, you do have a big career usually. You do have a family. Lots of times you're divorced. You do have kids. They're homeschooling. So it is hard. But I've said this, and I'm saying it again, especially once you hit the 40 plus, you have to put yourself out there.
Yeah.
We always talk about the dating apps. Yes, that's a possibility. Not everyone's into dating apps.
Sure.
Try blind dates. Try matchmaking services. Get yourself out there and let it be known that you are open and ready for a relationship and be active with it because it's not going to happen with you just sitting at home.
You got to make some sort of move. And I like that you're suggesting try a little older, try a little younger, see what you like.
Yes, let's talk about that really quickly. Okay, because a lot of women are dating younger, which is great. If you like it, great. Just know what you're getting into when you're dating younger. You know, we see what can happen with that. So I'm not telling you not to do it, but just know and be aware of what that means. Okay? And then also try a little older. There's nothing better with a man with some salt and pepper hair. You'll always be their young tenderoni. You know, older could be kind of nice.
Young tenderoni. Oh, Monique, I just love spending time with you. It's like girlfriend time, and it gives me life. It really does. And of course, you know that you can always get more information about Monique. She's written books, and give me your website real quick because I don't think we had that on the.
Yes. Confessions of a Serial Dater in LA, and I'm at Cocktails and Confessions on Instagram.
You're the best, Monique. We love our time with you. Thanks so much, and have a great day.
All right, that about does it here for us on News Now from Fox. It was a very, very busy Monday, a very busy start to the week here. We will be obviously live each day this week and on the weekends. Don't forget we're live as well on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern, because the news never stops, not even on the weekends, not even on holidays. We have you covered here on News Now from Fox with live, raw, and unfiltered feeds from around the country and from around the world. We want to thank you for watching. And at this time, remember, we do start our overnight playlist, and that's just a compilation and collection of the day's top live events that we've already showed you. But for those of you who are maybe, suffering from insomnia, cannot sleep, but might as well watch some of the highlights from today. If you can't sleep, if you're feeling ambitious, if you missed some of these stories, this is for you on the overnight. So we're going to start that very soon. Remember, you can go to our Twitter account. That's at NewsNowFox. You can follow me on Twitter at Andrew Kraft, C-R-A-F-T, and visit our website, NewsNowFox.com. But for all of us here, we will see you same time, same place tomorrow on Tuesday. Have a good night.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. Days ago, NASA's most sophisticated and capable rover to date landed on Mars, the Perseverance rover. Today, we'll see Mars like never